Good morning, friends, and welcome to Kpnl Radio's Old Time Radio Sunday, brought to you by Antioch Broadcasting Network. We're getting ready to join the feed, already in progress. Hope everybody's having a great day and ready to enjoy some old time radio. This is Steve Stockton, and I'll talk to you later. And here we go with old time radio from the Antioch Broadcasting Network, already in progress.
Things, one of which is the ability to improvise and do the material the job still at hand. In this case, Agent Taylor studied the character of Don Conway, went over every report and record, then returned to see Agent in Charge Cotter.
Worked out a plan, Taylor?
I think so, sir. The only thing that I can find that Conway's really interested in is horse racing.
Yeah.
Now, according to the surveillance reports, he goes to the track every day. The only books that he drew from the prison library were about racing. His only interest is some elaborate system that he has for picking the winners.
Well, I imagine your plan's tied in with horses.
Yes, sir. Now, Conway takes the racetrack train around noon every day. Well, I'm going to ride in the same train, sit next to him.
He won't be easy to strike up a conversation with.
Well, I've been reading a few books myself. One of them has a very complex method of picking the best horse.
Oh, I see.
So I'll have a racing paper, and when I start writing figures down on the margin, adding some and subtracting others, I think it might arouse his curiosity, sir.
And don't forget, he likes his privacy. So take your time. Try to make him come to you.
All right, sir.
And remember, all we're interested in is, has Conway got those bonds?
Yes, sir.
When do you expect to start?
This afternoon on the racetrack train.
Carter speaking.
Agent Taylor, Mr. Carter.
You making any progress?
I think so, sir. I've been riding that racetrack train all week.
Sitting next to Conway?
Well, not since that first day. He looked over a few times to see what I was doing.
You spoken to him yet?
No, but I let him know that I was on the train, sir.
How?
By being good and loud about all the winners my system has each day.
Have you kept an eye on him at the track?
Yes, sir, more or less.
How's he been picking them?
He lost every race yesterday.
He might be ripe to learn a new system. I think it's time for you to move back in.
All right, sir. I'll sit next to him again on today's train.
$163 minus 15 is 148. Divide that by half. Zero, 4.
A Mac.
Yeah.
Is that a system?
Yeah.
How's it been going?
No losing days yet.
What are you making the first?
Jamie.
I don't put Jamie in the money. How'd they figure him on top?
By my system.
And what system's that?
It's kind of tough to explain. You got to really know the horses.
Let's see it.
Okay. Yeah. You take the speed ratings of each horse for the last 3 races. Add all 3 ratings. Now, you throw out anything on an off track.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. But first, a message from Mrs. Marie Williams, who has been a member of the Equitable Life Assurance Society for about 6 years.
Exactly 6 years, Mr. Keating.
Mrs. Williams, what was it that first interested you in the Equitable Society?
Well, it was on this same program 6 years ago that my husband and I heard about an insurance plan that interested us very much. So we called up your local Equitable office, and one of your agents came out to see us. He impressed us right away as a man who knew what he was talking about. He really seemed to be interested in us and our problem. He was very friendly and helpful.
Well, that's a pretty good description of equitable men everywhere, Mrs. Williams. You see, the typical equitable man has selected life insurance as a career. He takes the long view. he's interested in building up a satisfied clientele. He wants you to have only the right kind of insurance in the amount you need and can take care of. He tries to make friends.
Well, we have complete confidence in our Equitable agent.
And that's no accident, Mrs. Williams. You see, every Equitable representative is given special training. He knows the facts about every type of Equitable life insurance. And he can call on the Equitable Home Office team, a group of specialists, actuaries, technicians, and economists, to back him up whenever he needs additional information to help you. And to every listener, I'd like to say this. No matter what your insurance problem, if you and your wife are interested in peace of mind for yourself and your family, your local Equitable representative will be glad to help you any time and without any obligation. Consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local Equitable Society representative. Or write to the Equitable Society, care of this station.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Loner.
The hallmark of any FBI investigation is thoroughness. In this case, you have seen a plan based on that meticulous attention to details. A plan designed to gain the confidence of a suspected bank robber. Gaining that confidence is half the battle. But there is another half, which consists of getting the evidence. That was your effort.
You're listening to KPNL Radio, Portland, Oregon.
I think it's time to try our other maneuver.
All right.
Have you picked an agent yet?
Agent Putnam. You met Phil.
Yes, sir.
He grew up on a horse farm in Kentucky.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, I'll put it into action this afternoon out at the track.
Competitive and Baylor and competitive. Your attention, please. It's a photo finish. Please hold all tickets while the judges examine the photograph.
Got the winner?
Huh? Oh, hi.
Hi. My system made it competitive.
I bet Baby down.
Well, don't worry if you lose it.
Huh?
I got a way for us to win us a chunk.
Oh.
Remember me telling you about a trainer I knew back east? Guy named Phil Putnam?
Uh-huh.
Well, he got in today. They'll give us a winner.
You take it. I handicap for myself.
Well, what good's your handicapping if there's a fix in? Putnam's in the satchel.
Huh?
Business.
Well, how do you know?
Well, he got me out of hock a couple of years ago with a horse that paid $39.60.
Maybe this guy won't be able to do any business here.
What's the matter with you? You think he came all the way from Boston just to give his horses a train ride?
The winner, number 9, competitive.
Yeah, that's me.
Number 3, Baby down second. Number 1, Royal Full third. If it's out, he'll go pick him.
Don, I'm going over to the stable, see if I can find Putnam. You want to come along?
No. I gotta try to get even.
Well, where you be later?
Around here someplace.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
In case you miss me, you better take my address and phone number.
Each step of a plan like this must be handled as delicately as possible. Because the entire operation is one in which a single mistake, one move that does not ring entirely true, wrecks the whole structure. That evening, Agent Taylor phoned Don Carter at his flat and set up a date at a cheap saloon so he could meet Agent Putnam, posing as the dishonest horse trainer.
Hiya.
Oh, hi. Here, pull up the chair. Don Conway, yes, Phil Putnam.
Hi,
Conway. I hear you're interested in horses.
Uh-huh.
What'll you have, boys?
Oh, I'll stay with this beer.
Same here.
Ryan Ginger.
Coming up.
Well, let's get down to business. I gotta get back to the stables.
Okay. Can you fix a race for us?
Yeah?
When?
Saturday. Getaway day.
Eh? What'd I tell you?
It'll cost money.
How much?
A G from each of you.
For what?
The other jocks and trainers.
Oh, that's too much.
I didn't come looking for you.
Phil, wait a minute. Sit down.
Told
Now,
me
don't
you came
get
up with a
sore.
guy who likes to bet and he beefs about a G.
Come on, sit down.
Look, I don't care how much you bet or where you bet it. Ain't that worth 1,000?
Sure, Phil. Now, what's the horse's name?
That's what you find out when you two put up the dough.
Well, I'll go for my G, but not in cash.
Why not?
I'm pretty near tapped myself out on that last race today.
What have you got?
Bonds.
Conway, you mind leaving for a minute?
Oh, he's okay, Phil. You can talk in front of him.
Are these bonds like the one you gave me last time?
Yeah. Well, you still got that guy back east who changes the numbers, haven't you?
Yeah, he's around.
Well, that'll cool these right off. They're negotiable, the kind with coupons.
Hey, you mean you got a guy who can change the numbers on bonds and make them okay?
Well, sure. Numbers changed, they're as good as cash.
Hey, where you going?
I'll see you later.
Agents Taylor and Putnam stayed in the cheap saloon for a while, waiting for Don Conway to return and explain his sudden exit. An hour later, they received a call. The agent keeping a surveillance on Conway after he left the saloon reported that he had now returned to his flat. That was the word Agent Taylor had been waiting for. Now the next step could be taken.
Who is it?
Taylor.
Come in.
What's the matter? You ducking a phone call?
No,
I've been trying to get you.
I just got here.
What happened to you? Why'd you brush your guy off like that?
I want to get some bonds.
Where?
Out with trash can, the alley on the next block.
Huh?
That's where I threw them this afternoon. I figured they were too hot to hold on to.
Well, let's see him. I'll tell you.
By the time I got back, the cans had been emptied. They're gone.
Mr. Carter, we've got a new problem.
What's that?
Conway threw the bonds away.
I know. We've got him.
Well, you have? How?
When he left his apartment to meet you at the saloon, the agent, keeping him under surveillance, followed him.
Yeah?
Conway ducked into an alley on the next block. The agent couldn't follow right behind him, but he searched the alley later and found the briefcase.
But he didn't see Conway discard it.
No.
Were Conway's prints on the briefcase or the bonds?
No.
That makes it just about impossible to tie him into that robbery.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Carter, has any announcement been made?
I haven't even notified the bank yet.
Good. Maybe we've still got a chance.
Hello?
Conway?
Uh-huh.
This is Taylor. Look, I just called the sanitation department. The trash from that alley is dumped at lot number 6. Usually takes a whole day before the stuff gets shoveled into the incinerator.
So what?
Well, so the bonds must still be down at the dump. Let's try and find them.
All that junk?
Well, the guy at the sanitation department thought there was a chance. Let's give it a try.
We can't tonight.
Well, how about tomorrow morning?
Well, okay.
Okay, I'll pick you up as soon as it's light.
Guy said the trash collected in that alley gets dumped over here in this corner. Here's a shovel.
Okay.
Well, let's start on the side here.
All right.
Conway, why'd you throw the bonds away?
Oh, I told you. They were like yours.
Hot?
Uh-huh.
Where'd you come up with them?
Job?
Yours?
Uh-huh.
Who'd you work with?
Alone?
That's the best way. Oh, I called Putnam.
When?
This morning.
It's only 6:30 now.
Oh, those horse guys, they get up early.
No. Well, what's the word?
Well, he wants the dough by tonight.
Okay.
Hey, here's a briefcase.
Yeah, that's mine.
How do you open this thing, anyway?
Give me it.
Yeah. Those are the bonds?
Uh-huh.
Hey, they're city bonds.
Oh, what about it?
I read about some of them the other day. Somebody grabbed a bundle of them in a stick-up last month, a bank job.
These are the ones.
Did you hear that, boys?
Hey, what is this?
That's a microphone buried in the trash there. Those men in the truck heard your confession.
Hey, now, wait.
They're FBI men, and so am I, Conway.
What?
You're under arrest.
Don Conway was convicted in a federal court and received a substantial sentence. Not only did the special agents in the truck at the city dump hear Don Conway's confession, but his words were transcribed with the tape recorder they operated. When Conway heard it played back to him, he immediately signed a written confession. Thus, your FBI not only apprehended the guilty man, but also recovered almost the entire amount stolen from the bank. In the early 1930s, rising young gangsters looked upon bank robbery as one of the most promising underworld professions. Bank robberies rose to a high of more than 600 in a single year, an average of almost 2 for every business day. Since 1934, when the Federal Bureau of Investigation was given jurisdiction over most bank robberies, the number has been greatly reduced. Another illustration of how your FBI protects your freedom, your life, and your property.
Just one more word about a man in your town. If you are interested in security, in peace of mind for yourself and your family, ask the man who can help you most, your local Equitable Society representative. 8,000 of these trained insurance specialists to serve you without any obligation to you, wherever you live from Maine to California. Simply consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local Equitable Society representative.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, subversive activities. Its title, The Courier.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Dick Crenna, Joe Forte, Tony Hughes, Bill Johnstone, and Vernon Rich. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society.
You're listening to KPNL Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You can find us on the web at radio.macandmind.com. Mac in mind, as in, I had the Mac in mind when I wrote this software. That's radio.macandmind.com. We now present Detective Shows on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. From the ABN Reel-to-Reel Library, here's an episode of Let George Do It, which originally aired Monday, April 25th, 1949, 72 years ago today.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Lady in Distress, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the odds against you are so great you know you're headed for a dead end, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, what I'm up against is something you can't put in so many words. But you gotta believe me, it's got me scared out of my skin. I'm just another showgirl getting her first real break. But I'm afraid it's gonna be my neck. Maybe you can help me. But I've got
to see you today. After that, it may be too late to do any good. Signed, Vivian Drake.
Yeah, that's my letter. But you're not Mr. Valentine.
Oh, I'm not even Mrs. Valentine. Yet.
But I don't understand.
Well, I'm Miss Brooks, his assistant. I make these lightning appearances when the great man is among the missing. I thought maybe I could help you.
What could you do? I gotta talk to him, and it's something that can't wait.
Well, Mr. Valentine's on a case that's taken him to Seattle. He'll probably be gone the whole weekend.
I guess that washes me up.
Just what did that letter of yours mean?
Well, you see, I happen to have a brother.
Well, you'd be surprised how many people do.
Yeah, but not a crazy kid brother like I got. He's got himself into a mess, and me along with him.
Yes?
Well, I'm not a very good singer. Not too good a dancer either. As for looks...
You'll do. But where's the connection?
I'm coming to that. It was only my looks that got me a job in Julia's nightclub in Des Moines. It didn't matter whether I could sing or dance because it's really just a racketeer's joint with a floor show as a cover-up.
Mm-hmm. Well, what brings you here?
Yeah. Well, that's the whole point. I don't understand it. I was offered the top spot in a show at the Peacock Lounge.
And you're not that good.
And something else. Julia, who runs the place in Des Moines, got a grand to see that I came here to take this job. Why? Can't you see? I'm being worked into some kind of a deal where I'm going to end up as a patsy. I know it, but there's nothing I can do.
I'm sure you had occasion to say no before.
Yeah, lots of times, but not to a heel that can send my brother to jail. And I'm his payoff. It's as simple as that.
Well, I think I get the picture. Tell me, what do you know about your prospective employers at the Peacock Lounge?
Nothing yet. I've been sitting around trying to get up enough courage to go there and find out what they got lined up for me. I can't stall anymore. But my one hope was that Mr. Valentine might find out what this is all about.
Oh, come on, honey. That's not going to help a bit. Tell me, who operates the Peacock Lounge? Do they know you?
A couple of guys named Philip Geary and Glenn Cooley. They never laid eyes on me before. That's why I can't believe all this sudden interest in my talents.
Then I could waltz in there and they wouldn't know the difference. Huh? It'd be perfect. I don't have any talents either.
Would you? Oh, but you don't know what you're walking into. I can't let you.
Huh?
It's about time you came to the phone. Yeah. Yeah, she fell for it. I did everything but sing Mother McCree. But the frame is on.
Pardon me, friend.
Yeah, what's the matter? Don't you feel well?
In a few minutes, I have to get back on train. Get to Seattle.
So do I. But it looks like you'd better stick here in Farmington, fella. See a doctor. As it is, you can hardly move.
I know. Pain across my chest. It hits me like this sometimes. All I need is...
Yeah, what?
That drugstore. across the tracks. Take this, please. Bottle of Alcoid. Oh, I mean, it always helps me.
Well, yeah, sure, anything. But look, I don't want this train to pull out and leave me in this burg.
It just takes a second. Believe me, you've got plenty of time. I know.
Well,
every drugstore carries it. Hurry, please.
Okay. Better lean against this wall. Stay that way. I'll be right back. Look, Pop, I don't know how you spell it. I only know how to say it. Alcoid. Alcoid.
Yeah, so you said. Funny, I never heard of it. You say your friend is ailing in the chest?
That's right.
Now, I could make up something with a little of that...
Yeah, hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. There goes my train. Oh, Valentine, the Good Samaritan. Hey, station master.
Yes, sir?
When is there going to be another train out of here for Seattle?
8:10 in the morning.
Oh, great.
You want to know of a good hotel?
Hey, just a minute.
Yeah?
Do you remember a short, stocky guy leaning against the wall here, right here? He wasn't feeling so hot?
Sure, I noticed him, but I wouldn't say there was anything wrong with him.
What do you mean? Did you go over him with a stethoscope?
No, but you should have seen him streak after that train when it started to pull out.
Riley speaking.
Hello, Lieutenant. This is Valentine.
Well. Say, pal, you better get down to town, and I mean pronto.
What are you talking about?
Well, I met your girlfriend. She's cutting capers out of school. She took some nightclub thrush under her wing, a dame in a hotel on Marlborough Street.
Wait a minute. Let's have that again, Riley, and translate it as you go along.
Private investigators don't peach on their clients, Miss Brooks informed me, so I don't know the whole story.
Riley, will you get to the point?
Well, it seems that Miss Vivian Drake imagines she's in some kind of a mess, and the letter was urgent, and you were out of town, and there you are.
Yeah, here I am, planted in Farmington, population 2,814, and I mean planted.
Huh?
Yeah. Someone was anxious to get me out of town, and then they made sure I got stranded here.
Well, I'm working on a very interesting case, too. Would you like to hear about it?
Stop horsing around, will you, Riley? I was on my way to Seattle to meet a client. Well, I just called up, and there ain't no such person.
Okay, pal, let's play it straight. How do you figure it? You think Brooksy was sucked into some kind of a phony deal?
If I can find a cab in this place, I'll be back in town to find out for myself.
Could you tell me where I could find Mr. Geary or Mr. Cooley?
Sure, honey. That table, other side of the room.
Oh, gee, thanks.
Don't mention it, honey. You know, this is the funniest thing.
What's the matter? Is my slip showing?
I just heard what you said to the hat check girl.
Well, it wasn't supposed to be a secret.
I mean, I was sitting at that very same table. Then I went to the powder room, and now I meet you going back to where I just came from. Imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you picked the worst night if you want to see the boys. They're expecting someone, and they're going to be terribly busy.
Oh, well, don't fret yourself, honey. I think I'm the one the boys are expecting.
Vivian Drake? Oh, no, you couldn't be. Just couldn't be.
Well, of course, my birth certificate could be wrong, but
I'm Chicky Larson.
You want I should tear up telephone books and shower you with confetti?
But for a whole year, I danced right next to Vivian at the Empire Club in Kansas City.
Uh-oh.
When I heard the boys was going to give you the top spot in the show, I was so happy for you. And now you aren't you. Are you?
Now, look, listen to me, kid. Vivian's sick. She sent me to take her place. But this is a big break for me. And I'll take care of Vivian, too. My real name is Mitzi Raymond.
Now I'm all mixed up.
Well, the point is we have to stick together. We're all showgirls, aren't we?
Yeah.
Well, what the boys don't know won't hurt them.
Well,
That's fine. I knew you'd see it my way.
Did you? Well, if you say so. I guess I do.
You certainly know how to pick 'em. How do you do it, man?
Well, let's say I have an eye for talent, Glenn, and you're the money man.
Oh, she's going to go over great in the show. One look at her and you can see that.
Could you gentlemen stop talking about me in the third person? Poor little me is right here with you, remember?
Smart as a whip, too.
Sure. You should hear Vivian sometimes, Glenn. She says things I don't even understand.
Chicky, darling, I'm very fond of you. Don't make me wonder why.
Huh?
Oh, Mr. Cooley.
Yes, dear?
May I make a suggestion?
Of course. Anything.
Well, why don't I sit on your lap now?
Oh. You mustn't mind Glenn, Vivian. He just naturally admires talent, but he likes to do it up close.
As I remember, there was some mention of a job for me. When do I start?
Oh, we got a wonderful set for you, honey. Full routine. But, we won't start working on the new show until next week.
But you've got nothing to worry about. We rented an elegant suite for you at the Remington Arms, as of today.
And it's perfectly gorgeous. The dressing room has mirrors on the ceiling. I almost got a sprained neck.
I'm all for rounding up some of the crowd and going over there right now. A celebration in your honor, Vivian. Let the champagne flow.
Gee, the USS Vivian, about to be launched.
All right, Miss Drake, maybe it was a coincidence that your letter came in when I happened to be out of town. But don't you think it was sort of a dirty trick to play on another
I
girl,
was
letting
scared.
her walk into a shuffle like that?
Miss Brooks seemed to know what she was doing. And I didn't know where to turn.
Okay, you just say okay. Stay put. I'll see what the score is with the Misters Geary and Cooley.
Huh. Oh, yeah. It can't miss. Famous last words. Come on, answer.
Never mind that.
Huh?
The call can wait until later.
Artie.
Quick, give me a hand with it.
Yeah.
Close the door.
Yeah. Oh, boy, you're a lifesaver, Artie. It was headed for the Peacock Lounge.
I just got in on a plane. Lucky I ran into Valentine like that. There was nobody in the hall.
What'll we do with him?
He's got to stay put till this deal's over.
When's that gonna be? I'm getting the jitters.
It's on the griddle right this minute. We'll dump him in the closet and let him sleep through it.
You heard me. Riley. Put Riley on the phone. What? Say that again. Not my usual bright self for the moment. All right. Let me have the number he left for me. What are you talking about, Riley? What happened to Brooksy? Well, you can speak freely. This is a private phone. Oh, you said that before you... All right, Remington Arms. That's me knocking on the door.
I'll have the fingerprints checked in a minute. What do you say, Doc? What did it happen?
Please, Miss Brooks, please try to control yourself, will you? You're not helping things any.
I am trying, Lieutenant.
May I come in? Huh? Just what's going on here?
George. Oh, George.
Oh, easy. Stop this, Angel. Hey, how am I going to sock somebody in the jaw if you hold me like this? Now, who's been pushing you around?
I don't know what happened, George. That's the way it was when I came to. I don't know whether I did it or not.
All right, shut up, Brooksy. You're not making sense. Come on, Riley, let's have it.
Well, the guy on the floor there with the letter opener in his back, that's Glenn Cooley.
Yeah?
Fingerprints belong to Miss Brooks, all right, Lieutenant.
Okay. Well, I can skip that then, Valentine.
What's the rest of it?
Look, pal, why don't you wait till she pulls herself together and let her tell you, huh?
I want it from you, Riley.
Okay. Well, there was a party here tonight. Everybody else left except Miss Brooks and Cooley. And there he is.
And I really don't know what happened.
I'm sorry, Valentine. The next edition hits the street at 6 o'clock. It's going to have to read, we're holding Miss Brooks on suspicion of murder.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Car owners, the big news of the month is the arrival of that new improved Chevron Supreme gasoline. If you haven't tried new Chevron Supreme, what a motoring thrill you've got ahead of you. For today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. It's specially blended to give your car faster starts, faster warm-ups, extra pep in traffic, ping-free power on hills. And it's a premium quality gasoline that's climate-tailored. In any of the West's temperature and altitude zones, you can count on new Chevron Supreme to get the best out of your car. So wherever you live, wherever you drive, try this new motoring thrill tomorrow. Get a tank full of new Chevron Supreme at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You find yourself highballing to Seattle to service a client. En route, you discover your client is the figment of somebody else's imagination. And in your absence, Brooksy takes on a case of her own. One thing leads to another, as the saying goes, and presto, a tableau of Brooksy and a dead man, a former charged with murder. If you're as allergic to being taken for a knothead as George Valentine is, you perceive something like this.
Look, if you don't sit on your emotions, Brooksy, I won't be able to help you. Now, come on, let me do the talking.
All right, George.
The reason you didn't know when the party broke up is that somebody slipped you a man-sized Mickey while you were making like Vivian Drake.
Then suddenly I didn't know where I was or what was going on.
Riley's going to put Geary, that chickie girl, and the others under the lamp the first thing in the morning and sweat them. But suppose they all tell the same story.
What story?
That Cooley had been making a play for you all evening, and you were straight-arming him.
But that's true.
Which makes it bad, Angel, bad. Because people being people, they'll think just one thing. When he hung around after everybody left, slapping his wrist wasn't enough, they'll think. You had to let him have it.
No. But I can't be sure. Not really sure. But, George, you don't think...
Brooksy, I'd let you stay right here for asking a question like that.
I'm not very smart, am I?
You just forget that in this combine, I'm vice president in charge of sticking his neck out. But let's look a few more of these unpleasant facts in the face. Vivian Drake's taken a powder if she hasn't been taken for a ride.
But, George...
And there's no such place as Julio's in Des Moines.
You don't have to say any more. In other words, they've got me right in the middle of the field for the crows to pick on.
I'm drawing you diagrams like this to make Brooksy understand this is no time to fold up.
You mean stop being feminine?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'll start working on a beard right now.
Good girl. Now, let's see. It's almost 5 a.m. I'd better get busy because we got a date for lunch today.
Have we?
Yeah. And you're not going to be eating it off of a tin plate. Having fun?
Who are you?
The name's Valentine.
Valentine? I know you. You're a high. When everybody loves everybody else. Will you be my Valentine?
You must have a pull around here, sister. A whole nightclub to yourself, 5:30 in the morning. Bar and all.
I'm Chickie Larson, fiancée of Mr. Philip Geary, I think.
Who gave you that shiner?
Mr. Philip Geary.
Where's he?
Back there in his office. How'd you get in here anyway?
I'm a second story man, sister. There's only one story here, so it was twice as easy.
Sure, that's right. I don't get it.
Why did Geary paste you in the eye, Chickie? What's he sore about?
That girl, Vivian Drake, who wasn't Vivian Drake because I know Vivian Drake. I didn't tell Phil that she was Vivian Drake at all.
Yeah?
And killed Mr. Cooley.
How do you know that?
And then police called Phil and told him. We're all going to be questioned in the morning.
Oh.
I don't think my fiancé is a gentleman. I don't mind being socked in the eye. But do you know something? After the party, he wouldn't even take me home. He'd just shove me in a cab.
Oh, he's a real heel, Chickie. But let's make some more nice talk, huh? Did you notice whether Geary went back into the Remington Arms after he put you in a cab?
I didn't notice anything. I was too insulted. I didn't know him either. I came right here and waited for him. I guess I showed him.
Oh, now take it easy. It's not that bad, Chickie. Or is it? Why don't you tell me?
I bet Phil will never trust me again. After me not telling him about Vivian, I bet he'll even make me take out all the money he gave me to put in my safe deposit box.
Money? What money? How much?
$30,000. That's how much he trusts me. Here, you're trying to get something out of me.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it, Chickie. I'm just trying to be your big brother.
I have a brother already. I don't like him either because he's a man. It's the girl who pays and pays.
Yeah, Chickie, that's right.
I just hope nothing happens to that nice Miss Brooks. That fat Godo Cooley had it coming for him.
Well, I got to talk to your fiancée. So you'd better get a piece of steak for that eye.
Oh, no. It'd probably be from a bull. That's a man cow, and I hate all men.
Who's that? What do you want?
I've been looking all over for you, Buster. I didn't think you'd be at your club this time of morning.
What I do or where I am is no business of yours, whoever you are. Now get out of here.
What are you doing, Geary? Straightening out your accounts after what happened to Cooley last night?
What?
You could have done this before, you know. As long as you decided to get the money partner out of the way. Now you won't have to explain about the 30 grand you chipped him out of, will you?
Even if you're a cop, I don't have to answer any questions. I've got a date with you in the morning, and I'll have my lawyer along with me.
No, Buster, I can't wait that long. Now, stay on your feet, Geary. I got no time to pick you up.
Leave me alone.
Now, listen, I'm Valentine. You arranged that Seattle junket, didn't you?
I never heard of you.
You had me slugged so I couldn't barge in on the little party you had all set to frame Miss Brooks.
You're crazy. Who is she? What are you talking about?
When the others left the Remington Arms, you stayed behind. Come on now, what's the fix? You're going to answer my questions if I have to stay here and change the shape of your face.
Valentine, what are you trying to do? I'm working my head off trying to help you and Brooksy, and you go and nearly massacre Geary. If I didn't know a few unsavory things about him, he could have you thrown in the clink for assault and battery.
There's more of the same for anyone else I think did this to Brooksy. Now, I want to see her.
Oh, just like that, huh? Oh, ye gods, man, how far out on a limb do you think I can go for you?
I want to see her, Riley.
I can't give you a visitor's pass to the city jail good for all hours of the day and night. Honestly, Okay, I know how you feel. I think I can swing it.
Oh, I'm sure one smart cookie, Angel. The one person I want to help, I can't.
Oh, you did what you could, darling.
Oh, yeah. The only way I know how, it seems, with my fists. I can't use my head. I can't think beyond Geary. Everything stops right there.
Now, you'd better sit on your emotions.
But, Brooksy, I couldn't get a thing out of him. And when he gets ringed around with a lot of high-class legal talent, it's going to be even worse. It may take months to get hold of the so-called Vivian Drake. And in the meantime, you'll have to sit the whole thing out right here. If I can't do any better than this.
Well, it's not a bad cell. Southern exposure, the matron tells me.
Hey, what's that you're trying to hide there, Brooksy?
It's nothing, Jordan. Nothing,
let me see. Oh, Brooksy.
Oh, I guess I'm just a ham at heart.
Why do you want to torture yourself like this?
Oh, I know I asked the matron to get me the newspaper. I didn't get much of a play, did I? Only page 2. George, why don't you go out and get some breakfast? And a little sleep wouldn't do you any harm either. I don't want to be a Pollyanna, but things will work out and... Oh, put that paper down and listen to me.
Oh, no, but it's a wonderful paper, Angel.
What?
Yeah, beautiful, blessed paper. People don't realize the miracle of journalism, what you can learn by reading a daily newspaper intelligently, carefully.
Huh?
Yes, Angel, you're so right. I think I got something. Hey, jailer, turnkey, lover boy, let me out of here. What I'm trying to tell you, Geary, is that you're yellow.
Lieutenant, did you have me brought down here just so Valentine could tell me that?
Shut up and listen to him.
Gee, have I got a head? I had a little too much last night.
You'll live, Chickie. Geary, your scheme to get rid of Cooley was a thing of beauty. And in a way, it worked.
What do you mean, in a way? Cooley gets buried tomorrow.
Now, get the picture. A showgirl from out of town who means nothing to anybody kills a notorious wolf. Chances are she'll get off on a plea of self-defense. And Geary is in the clear with everything he filched from his partner. Now, that was the plan.
How are you going to prove anything like that?
I'm not going to bother. Because the whole thing happens to be immaterial, irrelevant, and has nothing to do with the flowers that bloom in the spring, Trella.
Get to the point, will you?
Not so loud, Lieutenant. My head.
What head?
You see, Geary, after all your masterminding, the human factor crept in. Yeah, you lost your nerve and couldn't kill Cooley.
Well, thank you. That leaves Miss Brooks on the spot, doesn't it?
What about that?
Let me go on with the character analysis. You're not only yellow, Geary, but you're a patsy. A fall guy. A grade-A schnookle.
Now, wait a minute.
Somebody's making you jump through the hoop without you even knowing it. And using your own little maneuver to do it. Oh, that takes real brains, friend.
Okay. Who is this genius?
Come on, Chickie. Stop holding your head and take a bow.
You're talking to me, Mr. Valentine?
In person. You produced a Vivian Drake, all right, but you got a brighter notion.
Did I?
Why not get somebody like Miss Brooks to pose as Vivian Drake? Then when Cooley went to his reward, it wouldn't be just another one of those things. There'd be all that extra publicity. And I'd be more than a little interested. You know I couldn't rest till I traced it down to Geary.
Just a minute. Sure. Then that 30 grand in your safe deposit box, Chickie, that would be yours for keeps.
You can hold that innocent stare, sister. But you were far from innocent when you decided to go through with it anyway when Geary lost his nerve. You sneaked back and did things with that letter opener.
Come on, Miss Larson. Say something.
5:30 this morning, when we were alone at the bar, you did everything to put me on the trail of Geary. But you also talked too much. You said, I just hope nothing happens to that nice Miss Brooks.
Well?
Chickie, you couldn't have known her name was Brooks. The first edition identifying her as such, the one I saw in her cell, didn't come out till 6 o'clock.
You gonna let that pass too, Miss Larson?
All right. Ever since I can remember, I've played the wide-eyed, simpering idiot to please men. This once I almost fooled all of you. Men, I hate them.
Go on, Angel. Let's see what's in the morning mail.
Oh, well, George.
Yeah?
For a while, darling, would you mind opening the mail? Right now, wielding a letter opener. Well, I have a crazy fear I'll go off looking for another Vivian Drake.
Oh, how do you like that? Now, look, if you ever get into a jam like that again, Angel, I'm gonna... Well, I'll...
Yes. Darling. Hand me the letter opener, boss. Where's that mail?
When you start out in your car tomorrow morning, remember there's a new motoring thrill available at your standard station or your independent Chevron gas station. It's that great new Chevron Supreme gasoline. For today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. Through constant research and road tests, new Chevron Supreme has been perfected to give your car its best performance. Faster starts, faster warm-ups, extra pep in traffic, and ping-free power on hills. This premium quality gasoline is climate-tailored, too. Wherever you live in the West, wherever you drive, new Chevron Supreme gets the best out of your car. Try it tomorrow. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when we catch up with George Valentine, we'll find him and Brooksy in a deserted doctor's office.
Now, here's a book I'd like to curl up with. The Human Foot. Its Anatomy and Pathology. Darling, what are you doing? What are you scribbling?
Brooksy, I have just verified a universal truth.
Oh, goody.
Every cause has an effect, and by the same token, vice versa.
Oh, goody again.
Or in other words, anybody who gets poisoned twice ought to drop dead at least once.
Louvain.
Yeah, Angel. He may be a mental marvel, but I won't buy that he's also a medical freak.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Gene Bates as Vivian, Harry Bartell as Geary, Virginia Gregg as Chickie, Bill Clary as Cooley, and Jody as Artie. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Duck, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. from the ABN Reel-to-Reel Library. You just heard an episode of Let George Do It, which originally aired Monday, April 25th, 1949, 72 years ago today, from the ABN Reel-to-Reel Library. Here's an episode of The Adventures of Philip Marlowe Detective. This episode originally aired Tuesday, April 25th, 1950, 71 years ago today.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. And those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. This time a nervous breakdown in a driving rain. A cape with a high collar and a tiny sliver of glass led me from the ballet and a beautiful dancer to the edge of a cliff and death. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The High-Collared Cape.
Nothing like a drink and a good book on a rainy night. And what a night. Oh, no. All right. All right, don't sprain your finger.
I'm most sorry to intrude on you this time at night, but I may have waited too long already.
Yeah, well, look, miss, my office hours are 9 to...
Poor Andre. I felt something dreadful was going to happen to him, and now I'm sure that you must find him for me. The poor man...
Lady, wait a minute. Hold it, will you? Who is Andre? And for that matter, who are you?
I am Vivian Ordway, prima ballerina ballet du monde.
Prima ballerina?
The impresario of the company, my dear, dear old friend, my teacher, the man who's been like a father to me. That is Andre Ledoux. We must help him at once.
Well, listen, Miss Ordway, why don't you...
Mr. Marlowe, I feared for some time that Andre was on the brink of losing his mind.
Yeah, I can understand
you see, he's a genius, tormented by 1,000 frustrations. He will never dance. He's been crippled, but he is consumed with a passion for dancing and drives himself to express his genius through the clumsy feet of others.
Yeah, well, that's very interesting. You've no idea, but I don't see why you came to me tonight, Miss Ordway. What can I do?
Help me to find him. Yesterday, so something else happened to Andre. I don't know what, but it upset him. Then today at noon, when this awful rain started, he disappeared and... Oh, good heavens.
Huh?
8:05.
Yeah, what about it?
I'll be late for the performance. Here, take this ticket and please come to the theater, Mr. Marlowe. I beg you. I'll pay you anything you ask. Only promise me you'll come.
Well,
please.
Okay, Miss Ordway. I'll be there as soon as I can. The ballerina swept out of my apartment like a frightened whirlwind. As I got dressed all over again for an evening ballet, which I needed like acute appendicitis, I saw that the ticket she'd left was number 27J at the Great Arts Theater, showing Ballet of the World, sponsored by one Mrs. Imogene Wyatt. Well, I got to the lobby, half soaked near the end of the second act, when an icy usherette shoved the program at me and hushed me inside. The audience was a small cluster of arty diehards down front, which left me in 27J feeling like Midway Island. My client, Vivian Ordway, was the whole show. When I saw the finale coming, I slipped down a side aisle and into the wings, just in time to catch a beef at the stage door between a long, wolf-faced intruder and a pudgy doorman.
I ain't here, Scully Haskell. But even if she was, you wouldn't get in. She left strict orders. You're finished. Now get out and stay out.
Okay, but let me tell you something. I broke my back getting publicity for that diamond-studded widow in this outfit. Imogene Wire's going to be sorry she fired me. I'm going to see to it personally.
Get out of the theater, Scully.
You're nuts. You and his whole troop of stuck-up grasshoppers.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah.
Here. Come this way to my dressing room.
Tell me, have you heard from Andre Ledoux, Vivian?
No, nothing. But I did remember something that may help.
Oh?
Andre once mentioned that he had a friend here in Los Angeles, a Mr. Baker, who lived at the Winthrop Arms, the Winthrop Hotel, the Winthrop something.
Uh-huh.
Come in, Mr. Marlowe.
Thank you.
Andre may be there. I'm grasping at straws, I know, but if if his mind is gone and he is lost. Oh, I'm so afraid for him.
Oh, now take it easy, honey. Take it easy.
Vivian, is there news of Andre?
Oh, no, George, nothing. Mr. Marlowe here is going to find him for us. He's a private detective.
Oh, I see. Wonderful. I am George Melikov.
Glad to know you.
Vivian, I'll be at the hotel. If I can help, please do call on me. And, oh, my dear, you shone as beautifully tonight as the full moon. Как красивая луна. We mere stars were hardly visible beside you. До свидания, душа.
Fast man with a compliment, huh?
He's very sweet.
Yeah, what hotel did he mean?
The Wilshire Gardens, most of the ballet stay there.
Oh. How about you, Miss Ordway?
I have a house, a studio on Lookout Mountain, 857.
857. Can I reach you there?
No, I'm going to wait here in the theater. If Andre should remember and come back, I'd want to be here. He's a very sick man.
After I left the theater, a quick check in a phone book showed a Winthrop Arms apartment hotel on Havenhurst Drive. It's just below Fountain Avenue. And when I got there, I found the name Baker stuck over the mailbox to apartment 1A. I went inside and up to the door.
Yes?
Andre Ledoux?
What do you want?
Well, your friends at the theater are worried about you.
My friend, I have no friends.
George Melikov's worried about you.
George Melikov, my friend, worried.
So is Vivian Ordway.
Vivian.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that dear child. What will become of her now?
Well, what do you mean? What's happened?
Who are you?
Miss Ordway sent me to find you. She's waiting for you at the theater.
Waiting at the theater? Why? Why? The ballet is finished.
What's that?
Mrs. Imogen Wyatt withdraws her support completely. There is no more Ballet du Monde. I'm penniless. And all our work has been for nothing. I tried to reason with her, but... Oh, it was hateful. Afterward, I drove here on the dark street. The rain splashing, clawing at me. Rain.
Andre, where's your friend, Mr. Baker? This place is packed in mothballs.
Oh, he is in Europe. It is all right that I am here. He sent me the keys long ago. Said I could use his apartment. In his car. I came here to be alone, to think. My head aches.
Andre, what time was it when you left Mrs. Wyatt's yesterday? Do you remember?
I can't remember. Only that it was dark. Very dark. And it was such a difficult drive. Tomorrow she will notify her lawyer to alter the papers and order that imbecile. I wish she were dead. You hear me? I wish that Imogen Wyatt were dead. What was that?
Stay where you are.
What is it? Do you see anything?
No. Now, look. Andre, about your headache. Wouldn't you like to see a doctor?
Doctor? No, I'll be all right. I am all right. Understand?
Yes, sure. Well, do me a favor, for your own sake. Stay here tonight, inside. I want to check a couple of things, and then I'll be back.
Yes, I'll stay. Where else would I go now?
When I left, I was convinced that if the ballet impresario hadn't already slipped his trolley, another slight bump would do it. But two things bothered me. So first I walked around to the window again, but any trace of an eavesdropper had been washed away by the rain. Item number 2 was the strong imprint the drive home in the rain had made on Andre's troubled mind. I wanted to know why. The garage was under the building on the far side. The door was unlocked and a small light burned in the back. I finally found the car asleep close to the ground Hudson registered to Olin Baker and found it with the first grim discrepancy. The left headlight and fender were still streaked with rain marks, but the right had been wiped clean. And when I reached in and switched on the lights, that cinched it. The glass in the right headlight had been replaced. It was brand new.
Hey there. What are you up to?
Just testing my friend's car. I may borrow it. You the attendant?
That's right. Was you in here last night tinkering around with this here car?
No. Maybe it was Mr. Ledoux. He had it out last night.
Oh, no, it wasn't him. That was somebody else. I heard a noise, see, when I come out of my back room. There This guy beat it. He took off like a scared turkey. He had a big black cape on with a high collar, flapping in the wind.
You better watch it, old-timer. That stuff's getting your eyesight.
Looks like a cape to me.
Huh?
Well, I looked around, but I didn't see no harm done, so I went back to my room.
What time was all this?
Oh, way past midnight. Maybe 1, 2 o'clock. I didn't pay much attention.
Uh-huh.
By the way, mister, careful of the nip.
No, thanks. I'd like to use a phone. You got one?
Oh, sure. Back in the corner. I'll show you.
I'll find it. The call is personal. Do you mind?
Me? She'll say not. Help yourself, Sonny. I'm too old to even be curious.
My first call was to a desk sergeant in the police traffic bureau. When I identified myself and asked about a hit-and-run accident possibly on Fountain sometime before midnight yesterday, there was a pause while he checked the record. And then...
On the button, Mr. Marlowe. We identified him by his Blue Shield medical card.
Oh?
One Lyle Kretschauer.
Uh-huh.
Apparently stepped out from between parked cars on Fountain Avenue between Orange Drive and Roxbury. Was struck by an unidentified vehicle at about unidentified 11:10 last night. Condition serious. Now, what do you know about this, Mr. Marlowe?
I'll get in touch with you later, Sergeant. Thanks. Stepped out from between parked cars.
Great Arts Theater.
It's Philip Marlowe. I want to talk to Vivian Ordway.
Oh, hang on a second, Mr. Marlowe. Right here.
Okay.
Have you found him? Is Andre all right?
Yeah, for the present. But listen, Vivian, I got to talk to Imogene Wyatt. Where does she live?
Mrs. Wyatt.
Yeah.
Beverly Hills. 21 Cameo Terrace.
21 Cammy. Meet me there right away, will you? I may have a couple of rough answers for you, babe.
I'm still in costume.
That doesn't matter.
Okay, all right, I put something on over it. I'll be there just as soon as I can.
Between slick streets and visibility zero, it was a solid half-hour drive from the Winthrop Arms out to the Swank Cameo Terrace. But when I pulled up at number 21, I wondered what the wealthy widow had spent her money on. The house was so small, it must have been shingled with $20 bills to meet the zoning restrictions. I just started up the soggy gravel path toward the door when it came. As I started to run for the house, a green convertible I hadn't noticed before roared to life suddenly and disappeared down a side street. But I didn't have time to worry about it. Inside, I found Mrs. Wyatt on the dining room floor, fighting a losing battle with the distance to the telephone.
Accident last night. I was going to ruin it all. Now, Andre let me.
She was dead. I looked through the rest of the small and now silent house in a hurry, but found nothing more constructive than the rear door wide open. I got back to the living room just in time to see my client, Vivian Ordway, bizarre in a short, frothy ballet skirt and long white hose, standing in the front door.
Something's wrong, isn't it?
It's one way to put it. How'd you get here, Vivian?
In the cab.
Who do you know that drives a green convertible?
Green. With Scully Haskell, a publicity man, but why?
The guy I saw in a beef at the theater tonight.
What's happened?
Imogene Wyatt was just shot to death. That puts 2 items of business up on deck. First, a check call to Andre Ledoux.
Andre? Why Andre?
On the off chance that he can drive faster than I can. After that, a personal call on Mr. Haskell. You can fill that one in yourself.
Marlowe, Andre couldn't have. He couldn't have
We'll
done...
see. Now, hang on tight, baby. Let's get it over with.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, the great international comedian Beatrice Lillie will be Bing Crosby's guest on CBS this Wednesday night. The CBS Bing Crosby Show always guarantees enjoyment. So be listening when B. Lillie joins Bing on most of these same CBS stations this Wednesday night. And now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe. And tonight's story, The High-Collared Cape.
Made a cockeyed picture. A beautiful ballerina miles away from the stage, yet in full color-drenched costume and gaping through tear-streaked grease paint. Sudden death. a good time for me to start checking up. Andre Ledoux, the high-strung impresario, was first. If he was still at the apartment, I could cross him off as having done it personally.
Hello? Hello, who is it you want?
Sorry, wrong number.
Marlowe, he was home, wasn't he, Andre? I mean, you couldn't suspect him, Marlowe. Why, Andre's the sweetest man in the world.
Take it easy, honey. I didn't say Ledoux did it. And his being home doesn't say he didn't. People sometimes pay other people to do their dirty work for them, you know.
Just what are you trying to say?
You hired me to find Ledoux, and I did. But also, I found he was suffering from shock, and has been since last night when Mrs. Wyatt told him she was going to fold the show.
For the show.
Yeah. And that Vivian would ruin him.
And half a dozen more I could name.
You're so right. So you've all got plenty of motive.
But what about Haskell? We know he hated Mrs. Wyatt. Isn't revenge motive? Revenge and the fact that you saw his car. Why do you insist on defending him?
I don't. Only there's another angle. It's called hit and run. And I know that it ties in tight with Ledoux, Mrs. Wyatt, and the actual killer.
Hit and run? I don't understand.
Well, neither do I yet. Now, look, do you know where Scully Haskell lives?
No.
Where does he hang out?
Sometimes at the bar at Wilshire Gardens Hotel.
Okay, I'll try it. Now, you go back to your place up in the hills. I'll find it when I got some answers. Now, hurry up and get out of here, will you? Somebody might have heard the shot and called it. Somebody did hear the shot. Go on, get out.
Yes, but Marlowe...
No buts. Go on, Vivian. Get in the cab and go straight home. Do your crying there.
All right.
Good. I'm trying to... Hey, Vivian, you forgot your coat. Vivian, you... Oh, no, baby. You forgot your cape. For a long second, I just held it tight and stared. High Elizabethan collar, enough gathered cloth to rig old Ironsides. It could have been what the garage attendant thought he'd seen running away from the car Ledoux had used. But the garage attendant could have been mistaken, too. I told myself that leaping high to conclusions was strictly for ballet dancers. I jammed the cape into a small bundle and left via the service entrance just as the police sirened up. I took the Great Circle route back to my car, tossed the cape on the seat next to me, and drove fast to the bar at the Wilshire Gardens Hotel. It was a kind of flattering pink mirrored place where the hors d'oeuvre had long ago replaced the pretzel. But Haskell wasn't in sight. And the only person around who could possibly be of any help to me was the delicate George Milikoff.
Mr. Marlowe, have you seen Vivian? I am beside myself with worry.
She's all right, Milikoff.
She's not. I know. It is Monsieur Ledoux that she still worries about him.
Yeah, him and a little bit more, George. Now, tell me, you know where I can find Scully Haskell?
Why, yes, I do. He was just here for a drink.
Where'd he go?
You're being very brusque, Mr. Marlowe.
Being very what?
You're brusque.
Yeah, well, now look, George. Without grand jetting out of your satin loafers, get this. There's been a murder, and Vivian's in it up to her pretty fluff skirt.
A murder? How is Vivian concerned?
Come on, Butch, let's get out of here.
Where are we going, Mr. Marlowe?
Out to my car where we can talk. The rain stopped. Come on. Over here.
You said somebody was murdered. Who was that?
Mrs. Wyatt. She was shot, and it might have been Haskell.
Because she discharged him?
Maybe. Or maybe something more complicated, like a hit-and-run accident that belongs to Ledoux, but somebody wants to cover. Does that make any sense to you? Here's a card.
No. Should it?
No. What's more, it shouldn't to Vivian, either.
What are you getting at?
There isn't time to explain. Call it thinking out loud. Thinking about this cape, for example, that belongs to Vivian. And about the testimony of a whiskeyed garage attendant. All of which makes me hope real hard that Haskell's the boy.
More thinking out loud?
Yeah, maybe. Now, look, where can I find Haskell?
The Paradise Court Motel on Vine. He has a bungalow there. Number 3.
Oh, thanks. Well, if you're really worried about Vivian, George, go on up to a place on Lookout Mountain Road. She's not in good shape. And here, take this cape with you. Ooh.
What? Why, you cut yourself. Your finger's bleeding.
Yeah. On a sliver of glass, George. Glass that could have come from a broken headlight, huh?
From a broken what? What are you talking about, Mr. Marlowe?
The benefit of the doubt, George. Keeps getting harder to give it away. Bring this back to Vivian, will you? Tell her she left it at Mrs. Wyatt's, and then I'm positive Haskell's our man. So long, George.
That you, Nancy?
Not quite. The name's Marlowe. I want to talk to you, Haskell.
Don't waste your breath, Skip Chaser. I'm broke, and I'm going to stay broke until the 1st of next month. After that, you can get in line. Who are you funny for, the finance company?
Imogene Wyatt's dead, Haskell.
What did you say it? What's a gun for?
You lousy temper. Get back.
Hey, wait a minute. I saw you at the theater tonight.
And I heard you, which puts me out in front. Now do we talk, Haskell?
About what?
Mrs. Wyatt's murder. You were sloppy.
And you're off your nut. I didn't shoot her. I didn't even...
Slips, huh, kid?
So I know she was shot. Doesn't prove I did it.
Come on, why'd you kill Mrs. Wyatt?
I didn't.
How'd you know she was shot?
Because it happened just as I got out of my car and started toward her place. I was going up there to read her off the shot scene. Use your head, Marlowe. I had me a saw, but I didn't kill her.
No, but interference on that hit and run you were covering was plenty of reason.
What are you talking about, hit and run?
Hit and run. Don't move, Haskell.
Nuts. Come
I
on
said
in,
don't move.
Congratulations, handsome. That's just what I had in mind.
Close the door and stand still.
Sure. Now what? The name's Nancy Connor.
Occupation?
Ex-friend of the unconscious. Don't look so worried, handsome. I'm on your side. I had something in mind exactly like that left cross you just threw. Is that cold, huh?
Yeah. What's your beef?
I took this louse to a party with me last night, and he got so stinking drunk that I'm still apologizing to people.
He was with you last night?
Mm-hmm. Me and a couple of fifths of bourbon. From 8:30 till 5 a.m. And on Malibu.
He never left?
Not for a second. The loudmouth was positive. Nobody could get along without him. What's that got to do with you?
Too much. Tell Haskell I'll be in touch, will you? I gotta run now. Oh.
What are you looking at? It's just a program from the ballet, isn't it?
Huh? Yeah.
Oh, Haskell has them all over the place, after all.
Yeah, sure.
So?
Oh, so like I said, Nancy, I gotta run. It was 15 stop-and-go minutes from Haskell's place to the Hollywood Hills. And another 5 screeching up the paved snake that was Lookout Mountain Road. Finally, I was there out of my car and running toward number 857, which was a collection of windows and a rustic log frame half jutting out into space. And around in the back, there was a wooden sun deck. Below it, on either side, huge rocks that lined the edge of the cliff. Directly below, only the dark, bottomless canyon. On the end of the porch near me, there was a long flight of stairs. I started up, one careful, noiseless step at a time. My hand tight around the 38. Suddenly, in the weak light of the thin slice of moon, I saw Vivian Ordway. Her back to the flimsy porch rail, her face an ugly knot of terror.
Oh, George.
And only inches away from her and brandishing the gun he'd used to kill Mrs. Wyatt was the half-crazed answer to everything. The delicate jaw, Melikov.
It's too late, Vivian. Marlowe knows this cape was what the garage attendant saw. And do you know how? Because of a stupid little thing. A sliver of glass that was caught in it, which came from the broken headlights that the wearer of the cape replaced. The wearer who was covering up Andre Ledoux's hit-and-run accident so that he could have the pig where he wanted it.
You're wrong, George. Marlowe was after Haskell. He thinks Haskell killed Mrs. Wyatt.
He only hopes that. And he'll find out one way or another that the beautiful ballerina is guilty. Then he'll be forced to come back here after you.
But, George, I'm not guilty.
Of course you're not, Vivian. I am. The cape is mine, not yours. You only used it tonight. The only thing that he doesn't know, and never will. Because you will have killed yourself after confessing to me.
No.
It's the only way, Vivian. You or me. But it's always been that way, hasn't it? Even in the ballet, where one or the other of us had to be stars. Too bad it wasn't I.
Yeah, crying shame, Melikov. Get away from that rail, Vivian.
He's going to the other end of the porch, Marlowe. He's going to jump with the ground there.
Melikov, no!
Oh, no.
So great a leap. Even for a ballet dancer. Let's get out of here. A long time at police headquarters, but finally all concerned had made their statement. The law was more or less satisfied, and Andre Ledoux, who never knew he'd hit anyone, was cleared of hit and run. That left me and the ballerina driving to a friend's house. where she was going to spend the night.
Phil, I know you must have had enough of questions and answers, but...
But?
Yes. The reason George killed Mrs. Wyatt.
Well, you see, Vivian, it started last night when George went to see Andre Ledoux because he was so bitter about his part in the show being cut down. And that was when he saw Andre returning from Mrs. Wyatt, shaken up and half-dazed.
And with a broken headlight and other signs of having hit someone, huh?
Yeah. And from there, George thought fast, covered it all up, found out exactly what had happened from this morning's paper, probably, and waited. But when you hired me tonight, he must have followed me to Ledoux's and overheard Andre tell me that Mrs. Wyatt was going to pull out.
Oh, so he went to her, tried to stop her, and couldn't.
Yeah. Anything else?
Oh, yes. One thing. Oh, that's the house there, Phil, the white
Oh,
one.
okay.
What made you hurry back to my place from Haskell's motel when time meant so much?
A hunch, honey. As I was leaving Scully Haskell's, I saw a stack of ballet programs on a table in his living room. The cover on it was very interesting. It features you and a picture of George, majestic in his high-collared cape.
So that was it.
Yeah. That was it.
Good night, Phil. Oh, will you call me tomorrow sometime, please?
I'll call you. Tomorrow, Vivi.
Good. It's a nice night, Phil. It's so good to be alive. Well, good night.
And I drove straight home in the quiet, empty hour through the quiet, empty streets, thinking all the way about ballet, which to me had always been something very delicate. You know, for the long hairs, strictly the arty side. And I thought about the people I'd met who were connected with it. The ballerina with a lot of courage when courage counted. The high-strung Andre Ledoux, Haskell the muscle man, and George. As vicious as anything I'd ever met on Skid Row. And I was still thinking about them when I got out of my car. But then for the first time, I noticed a little white envelope on the seat next to me. Had my name on it. And inside was a ticket for tomorrow's matinee. Same seat I had before. Yeah, well, I figured I'd go. You know, those leaps they do, they're pretty good. What do you call them? Yeah, they're pretty good.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous characters, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in our cast were Georgia Ellis, Edgar Barrier, Elliot Reed, Lou Krugman, Wilms Herbert, and Michael Ann Barrett. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time it was a fishy horseplay from a red-headed beauty wild about ponies past a black-bearded sailor who bled to death on a racing form. To a neck-and-neck finish over a wandering seahorse worth $50,000. And you know what? I was the jockey.
Remember, every Wednesday night, CBS brings you Groucho Marx with his wonderful quiz, You Bet Your Life. It's one of the brightest, most spontaneous, most genuinely funny shows on the air, so be listening this Wednesday night on CBS. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where Burns and Allen are heard every Wednesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. serving listeners on the Internet and community radio stations with a variety of old-time radio. Visit radio.macandmine.com for more information. We now present The Whistler on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. This episode of The Whistler originally aired Sunday, May 27th, 1951.
And now stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who is guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Seattle, take 3.
It was a pleasant sensation Ted Cordray was experiencing, staring down at the big pile of money on the bed cover, his eyes lingering over the hundreds of small bills a moment before he would shove them into this half-packed suitcase. Yes, a pleasant sensation, because the job was done, and soon Ted would be on his way out of Los Angeles without a worry in the world, probably forever. A strange contrast, all that money and the shabby hotel room that Ted Cordray had been forced to take until his departure. But that sort of thing could be over forever, too, Ted was thinking. And then, quickly, Ted shoved the money under some clothing in his suitcase, snapped the case shut, and crossed slowly to the door.
Come on, Ted, open up. I know you're in there.
Andy?
Yeah, it's me, Teddy boy. Surprised?
No, not to see an old friend. What do you want?
So, Teddy boy and me, his good friend Andy, we got ourselves some dough, huh?
A shakedown, huh? It's not like you, Andy, not like you at all.
I'm getting Ted real tired. I won't even argue if it ain't half. Give me a third and I'll be on my way.
You think you will, huh? For how long, Andy?
Oh, now, Teddy boy, I said I'm tired. I won't chase after you.
No, I know you won't.
That's a boy.
Because you won't know where to chase. The only thing you won't do is tell the boys, because that cuts you out entirely. And because you know what they'd do if they found out you'd waited until after I left town to tell them.
Now, look, Ted,
No, you look, Andy. Right this way. I'll get a cleaner shot at your jaw. It won't hurt so much at Andy.
Yeah.
You said you're tired. This'll give you some rest.
One blow does it, doesn't it, Ted? Andy sinks slowly, passes out on the floor of your hotel room. There's only one worry. He'll be covering every bus and railroad station in town in an hour or so. You tie him up securely, put a handkerchief over his mouth. Decide this will keep him quiet long enough for you to catch a plane. You grab your suitcase, step out of the room, and lock the door. Downstairs, you pay your bill, step into a phone booth, and call the airline.
Central Airlines, reservations.
I want passage for one, please. The next plane to San Francisco.
Yes, sir. We can accommodate you. That will be flight 6, 11 tonight.
11? Well, that's 3 hours. Haven't you anything else?
Sorry, sir, if you'd called earlier.
No, skip it. I'll try another line.
You don't like to stay too long on the phone, do you, Ted? Not with Andy unconscious just upstairs. But you take time to call 2 more airlines with the same results. No space or a later departure. You're wondering what to do when you hear an odd tapping on the glass door of the phone booth. You turn, almost freeze to the spot at the sight of a girl who's staring in at you, smiling amusingly.
Well, hello, Betty.
Hello, Ted. Get your party?
No, they're calling me back.
You never call me anymore.
Oh, now look.
Please, Ted. I wish we could talk things over. I made a mistake. It's you I want.
Great. Tell that to your husband.
Please, Ted. Let me talk to you.
I'm in a hurry. I got things to do. Hey, how'd you know I was staying here?
All right, I'll admit it. I followed you. Saw you on the street the other day and followed you. A little puppy dog.
Uh-huh. You sure that's it? You weren't talking to Andy?
Andy Clark? I haven't seen him for months.
Oh.
Come on. Talk to a guy, will you? I might scare up enough for a drink.
Look, I have to make this one call. It's important. Then I want to get out of this place. It gives me the creeps.
I'll wait for you.
Okay. Only wait around the corner. There's a little bar there. It's kind of nice. I'll be right over, Betty.
Sure?
Sure.
Funny. I believe you. Make it fast, huh?
Yeah, 10 minutes. I'll be sitting right here reading the paper until this phone rings.
You pick up a paper, Ted. Make it look good as Betty smiles and walks toward the hotel exit. You're about to leave when your eyes fasten on something in the paper you're holding. A little item in the classified section.
Driving Seattle Monday a.m. Can take 3. Share expenses. Call Midland 9789. Mr. Bemis.
There it is, Ted, your answer. You circle it with a pencil. It's your way out of town no matter who might be watching. Andy or any of the boys he referred to. They'd never expect you to travel this way. It's so simple, Ted, that Andy can check every depot in town.
9, 7, 8, 9.
Hello?
Mr. Bemis?
Buell Bemis, that's right. What can I do for you?
Well, my name is Cordray. I saw your ad in this morning's paper.
Yes, Mr. Cordray. Like to make the trip with me? Nice, comfortable car.
Yeah, how many are you taking?
Well, now, to be perfectly honest, and I expected of people myself, no one, just no one's phoned me yet. First time I ever tried this sort of thing. Thought I'd save something, but...
Look, Bemis, I like it better that way.
Oh?
Yeah, I'll go the whole thing, whatever it costs. How soon can we get away?
Well, sir, you take me by surprise. Let me see now. No use starting right out. Night driving's bad, you know. How about 5:30 in the morning? I'll pick you up.
Never mind. I'll meet you. Where are you staying?
Why, it's no trouble.
Where are you, I said?
The Midtown Hotel.
The Midtown. Good enough. I'll be there 5:30.
Very good, Mr. Cordray.
The Midtown, Ted, at 5:30. And you'll be on your way out of town. You wish you could share the luxury of Mr. Bemis' address tonight, but you can't. You've got to hide out, Ted, from Andy and anyone else who might be interested. And, of course, from your old girlfriend, Betty. You can't risk seeing her. A motel on the outskirts of the city solves the problem, doesn't it? And the next morning, promptly at 5:30, you're waiting in the chill air outside the Midtown as a big car pulls up near the curb.
Hello there. You looking for Buell Bemis?
Yes, Mr. Bemis.
That's right. Here, I'll put your bag in back.
If you don't mind, I'll take care of it.
Suit yourself, Miss Cordray. Get right in. What's your first name?
Ted.
From now on, I'll make it Ted. Save time. You call me Buell, huh?
All right. Buell. Let's go, huh?
We're on our way. How do you like this boat? Beats walking, huh? Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a nice car. What route are we taking, Mr. Bemis?
Make it Buell, please. I think 101 is best. More divided highway.
Well, I think there's a quicker way to get on 101 if you'll turn up the...
Forgot to tell you. I'm saving you money. Yes, sir. A nice little couple are joining us. Call shortly after you.
Well, look, I told you...
Now, I know. Very decent of you, too. But since they called and the car's so big, so roomy... Anyway, picking them up in Glendale.
Well, that's kind of out of the way.
Now, don't worry. I'll get us there, Ted. I know a shortcut. Been using it for years. Yeah. Like the fella says, you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Yeah.
You aren't pleased, are you, Ted? But there's little you can do about the young couple Buell Bemis is picking up, or about Buell Bemis himself. You hadn't bargained on such a constant conversations. And in Glendale, waiting outside a little duplex as Bemis goes inside after the couple, you're tempted to start the big car and run off with it. You decide against it, and then have cause to regret the decision. The couple with Bemis, Ted. You've never seen the man, but the girl. It's Betty, isn't it? Getting right into the car with you.
Mr. Cordray, meet Mr. and Mrs. Wilson. Bob and Betty, huh? And this is Ted, folks.
How do you do?
Hi.
Ted. That's a nice name. I knew a Ted once. Ever mention him to you, darling?
No, I don't think you did.
Have. But I should. Oh, I think this is going to be fun. Mr. Cordray. Ted, how did you happen to find out about Mr. Bemis?
That Buell, my dear.
I ran across his ad in the newspaper.
Really? Isn't that funny? I just happened to pick up a newspaper, too. Outside a phone booth. Mr. Bemis.
Buell.
Buell's ad had been circled.
Somebody who didn't call, huh?
I suppose.
Too bad. There's so much room here. More the merrier. Well, all set, folks?
I'm fine. Bob?
I'm all right.
Good. And you, Ted? All set and all acquainted, huh? I think it saves conversation.
Yeah, let's save a little right now, Buell. Get this thing rolling.
Huh? Oh, a kidder. That's good. This trip will be dandy. Real peachy dandy. And, folks...
Yes?
We're off. Off to see the wizard. Yeah, that little ad of mine was a good idea. A very, very good idea.
Yeah, just great.
After last Sunday's broadcast, a Whistler fan came up to me and asked, Marvin, how can you keep on thinking up new things to say week after week about Signal Ethyl? Well, friends, keeping enthusiastic about the premium grade of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline is no problem at all. All I do is drive into the nearest Signal station and fill up with Signal Ethyl. Then I step on the gas. When I see how my car steps out ahead in city traffic, I know what I'm going to say about Signal Ethyl's Get Up and Go. When I point my car up some steep hill and see how Signal Ethyl keeps me in high right over the top, I know what I'm going to say about Signal Ethyl's power. I just say the same things you'll be saying once you try this great gasoline that's scientifically engineered to bring out the best in any car of any age. In fact, once you treat your car to a tank full of this super powerful super fuel, I can just hear you saying, Marvin Miller was sure right about Signal Ethyl.
It was a shock, wasn't it, Ted? Your perfect plan for slipping out of town backfired. Yes, when your former girlfriend, now Betty Wilson, stepped into the car in which you thought you'd be driving alone with Mr. Buell Bemis. You realize now what a fool you were to leave your newspaper with the ad circled in it. You should have not come down Betty looking for you when you didn't keep your date with her. And you begin to realize you were stupid to have used your real name with Bemis. Slipped out before you thought about it. But those mistakes are behind you now, Ted. And Betty's sitting only a few feet from you in the big car, listening along with you and her husband to the rambling, ceaseless talk supplied by the driver and owner, Mr. Buell Bemis.
But you'll see. Nice little valleys, beautiful hills, even see the ocean every now and then.
But do you suppose we'll see a coffee shop, Buell? I could stand some.
Oh, no, just the spot. Castaic. That's where I'm swinging back over to pick up 101. Yeah. You Glendale folks took me a little out of the way.
Sorry.
No, perfectly all right. Worried Ted here, though.
Really?
You skip it. Let's not wait till Castaic, Bemis. The joint up ahead's fine.
Ooh, all right. But don't get sore. Don't get sore.
He does stop, doesn't he, Ted? After you'd almost given up hope. Betty excuses herself while her husband, Bemis, and you enter the coffee shop. Later, after your coffee, when Bemis returns to the car, you manage a few moments alone with her as she waits for her husband to return from a drugstore half a block away.
Surprised, weren't you?
Frankly, yes. How'd you know I'd be in that car?
Because you're a heel.
I mean, specifically, how did you know?
Specifically, you're a heel. That's why I came back into the hotel and listened outside the phone booth. That wall's like paper.
You heard every word.
Practically. The newspaper told me the rest.
So where do we go from here?
Seattle, I believe the ad said.
Your husband, does he jump whenever you give the order?
Sometimes. This was one. He isn't too well. Out of work. I said there was a job for me in Seattle. Nightclub. He wouldn't let me go alone, that's all.
It's pretty slick. And when there's no job?
There'll be no Betty either. She's going with Ted. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I guess so. All right, I've got no objections. Have you given any thought to what we'll use for money?
No? You?
I'm broke, Betty.
You always manage.
Satisfied to take that kind of a chance, huh?
With you? Yes.
Okay. You seem to be calling the plays. There's your husband getting into the car. Come on, let's get started.
You're not too worried, are you, Ted? With Betty's husband along, watching her, worrying about her. You'll be able to get away, perhaps in San Francisco. Meanwhile, you can keep her assured that everything's all right. But back in the car and on the road, everything doesn't go all right. Betty's husband. You happen to turn around just in time to see him pitch forward slightly, clutching at his stomach.
Bob, what is it?
I don't know. My stomach is sharp pain. Probably those donuts back there. I told you we should have waited till we got to Castaic. There's a spot there.
Skip it, he's in bad shape.
It's happened before. He isn't well. Mr. Bemis, you gotta find him a doctor.
You heard her. Find a doctor. Turn around. Somebody back there can tell us where to go.
Well, all right. Whatever you say.
Sometime later, you're sitting in the waiting room of a small hospital just off the main highway. Bemis nervously pacing the floor, stopping occasionally to glance at the wall clock over your head.
Oh, dear. Wonder how much longer we'll be here.
What's your hurry?
Well, it'll be getting dark before too long, and I just don't like to drive at night, my boy.
Relax, we can stop over somewhere along the road.
Oh, Mrs. Wilson, how is he?
Doctor says Bobby's too sick to go on.
Oh, that is a shame.
Yeah, that's too bad, Betty.
Yes. Isn't it?
Well, that's that, I suppose. You'll be staying here, of course.
Of course, Mr. Bemis.
In that case, we might as well be on our way, Buell.
Oh, yes. Sorry it had to turn out this way, Mrs. Wilson. Betty, certainly enjoyed your company, didn't we, my boy?
Yeah, I really hate to say goodbye, Betty.
But we must, Ted. We've got a lot of road ahead of us, a lot of road. Goodbye, my dear.
Goodbye, Mr. Bemis.
Come along, my boy.
Ted,
Yeah,
you're really going?
I got business up north. Can't wait.
I can't leave Bob. Not now, not like this.
That's right. You can't leave him.
Coming, Ted?
Hey, you're coming. So long, sweetheart. See you around.
Back in the car, speeding north, you lean back in your seat, pleased with the way things have turned out. Yes, you're rid of Betty now, aren't you, Ted? Once and for all. You're certain of that. And it's a big load off your mind. Finally, with the coming of darkness, Bemis drives into a motel. After a few drinks at the bar, dinner, you retire to the privacy of your own room and open your suitcase.
Where's it? The money. Where's the... It's gone. The money's gone. Betty. When we stopped for coffee, she went back to the car. That's where... She took it. Bemis, open up.
Yeah. What is the matter?
Get your stuff, Bemis. We're leaving.
Leaving? I was just about to...
Get your stuff. We're going back.
Well, see here, my boy. What are you talking about? Going back where?
To the hospital where we left the Wilsons.
The hospital? Oh, that's miles back. What?
Never mind the questions. Get dressed.
Now, see here, Ted. I don't think I care to drive all the way back there. Not at this time of night.
This gun says we're going back.
Oh, no, my boy. Don't get excited. I'll do whatever you say. Only put that gun away now, please.
Get moving.
Dr. Fell, just a moment, please. I'll connect you.
Pardon me, miss.
Yes, sir.
You have a patient here, Mr. Wilson. Came in this afternoon.
Mr. Wilson? Oh, yes. You're a friend of his?
Yeah. I was wondering if Mrs. Wilson...
I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Wilson died on the operating table 2 hours ago.
He died?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Is Mrs. Wilson still here?
No, she left some time ago with Dr. Mason. I believe he was going to drive her to the bus stop.
The bus stop?
Down at the end of the street. She said something about going back to Los Angeles to inform relatives.
Thanks.
It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning before you catch sight of the southbound bus, parked off the highway in front of an all-night cafe. As you order Bemis to stop the car, you glance inside the cafe and see Betty sitting at the counter. You're not too late, Ted. And this time, you're really glad to see Betty.
Okay, Bemis. Thanks for everything.
You mean I can go now?
Yeah, that's right. I won't need you anymore. Go on, get lost.
Believe me, this is the last time I'll advertise for passengers.
Yes, sir, honey. Nobody ever puts anything over on Charlie Sims. Been in the business too long for that. What did you say your name was, honey?
I didn't say.
Oh, that's right, you didn't. well, as I was saying, a guy on the road like me gets to know all the angles. See, all the angles.
Excuse me, please.
Ted.
Oh, Betty. Hope I'm not intruding.
Oh, no, of course not. Mr. Cordray, this is Mr. Sims.
How do you do?
Right.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Sims here was just about to get back on the bus.
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. Yes, sirree. Here, have my chair, young fella.
Thanks.
See you folks later, huh? You got my check, sweetheart?
Bus line, Casanova?
He's been pestering me ever since I got on the bus. Won't let me out of his sight.
Uh-huh. It's too bad about your husband, wasn't it?
How did you know?
I went back to the hospital.
Oh. Why did you, Ted?
Well, I got to thinking it over. About you.
You came back? Because of me?
You know darn well I did. What did you think I'd do?
Ted, what's the matter? Believe me, I didn't expect you to come back
Oh,
for
that's
me.
good, baby, because you're not what I came back for.
Ted, then what?
I'll give you a big clue. You got something that appeals to me very much. My money.
Money? Oh, no, Ted.
How come you didn't leave your suitcase on the bus?
I wanted to freshen up a little while we were waiting.
Yeah, I'll bet. Come on, baby. You and I are going to take a little walk. There's a nice little country road right across the highway. It won't take long. It'll be all over before you know it.
Probably the question drivers ask each other most often is, how much oil do you have to add between drains? That's practically the same as asking, how much engine wear do you have? Yes, when oil consumption begins to climb, engine wear is usually one of the principal causes. That's why Signal's new premium motor oil, which reduces engine wear due to lubrication 50%, is such good news for drivers. Just think of it. New Signal Premium, by reducing engine wear 50% every mile you drive, should double the number of miles you'll continue to enjoy low oil consumption, if your car isn't already an oil eater. Should double the number of miles you can drive before your motor needs an overhaul due to engine wear. Should double the number of miles your car will keep its like-new pep and power. Yet all this extra protection of Signal's new heavy-duty type motor oil is yours at no increase in price. If you just remember one thing, get your next oil change at a Signal service station. Where? At a Signal station.
You were right, weren't you, Ted? It was all over before Betty Wilson knew. You killed her without a sound. Quickly opened her purse. The money wasn't there. You discard it. Then pick up her traveling bag you're certain contains the $30,000 that was stolen from your suitcase. And hurry back toward the highway. Once there, you decide it's safer to forego the bus and thumb a ride. This time, you don't want any complications, do you, Ted? No Betty, no Mr. Bemis, no one but you. You wait until the bus leaves. Then as you start walking rapidly down the highway, a voice calls on you to halt. It's the sheriff, isn't it, Ted? You wonder what could have gone wrong, how he could have spotted you so quickly, especially how he could know your name. But once in his office, it doesn't take you long to find out.
Look, Cordray, we know you killed her. We've got witnesses. Charlie Sims, one of the passengers on the bus.
That's what he told me did it himself. She told me he'd been annoying her.
That won't do, Cordray. Sims followed you and the girl from the cafe down the road. He saw you kill her. Turned back and phoned me. If I hadn't lived close by, you'd have gotten away.
Oh, why would I kill her? She was just an old friend I bumped into.
That's what we want to know. Why? We know you killed her, but we don't know why. In your suitcase will tell us. Get that phone, will you, Slade, while I go through the girl's suitcase?
Right, Sheriff. Sheriff's office. Slade speaking.
It beats me, Cordray. Nothing here but clothes, makeup.
What?
That's right.
Oh, that can't be. There's 30,000. Are you sure?
Oh, so that's why you killed her. Money, huh?
Okay, I'll tell him.
What was it, Slade?
That guy got himself killed in a car crash. Guy we're on the lookout for, named Bemis. Wanted by the L.A. police.
Bemis?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was running a pretty slick racket, advertising in the newspapers for passing. People to share costs of motor trips, and then he'd rob them. Sure made himself a haul on this trip. Had over 30 grand in his pockets when they found him.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Meantime, Signal Oil Company and the friendly independent dealers who help you go farther with Signal gasoline hope you'll remember, regardless of what gasoline you use, you'll enjoy more miles of happy driving if you drive at sensible speeds, obey traffic regulations, and avoid taking chances. When you take a chance to save a moment, you take a chance on that moment being your last. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Hy Averback, Gene Tatum, Herb Butterfield, Nancy Cleveland, Don DeLeo, and Peter Leeds. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of The Whistler, which originally aired Sunday, May 27th, 1951, from the ABN Reel-to-Reel Library. This episode of The Whistler originally aired Monday, May 19th, 1947.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Top quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Hasty conclusion.
Professor Wagner sat in his office in the old brick chemistry building, a late issue of the Chemistry Journal open on the desk before him. The drowsy afternoon sounds of the campus and the reassuring tick of his secretary's typewriter made him sleepy, unable to concentrate on his reading. The article was in fine print, and the professor found himself tempted to drop it into the wastebasket. But he was forced to continue reading. When the dean published, the rest of the department was expected to read it. Suddenly, he turned back the pages and reread the article more carefully, his mind shuttling between memory and suspicion. Why was all this so familiar? Could it be what he suspected? His secretary, with her spincy wit as official. No.
Very interesting. Very. Oh, Miss Rose.
Yes, Professor Wagner?
Did you type this latest article of Dean Emerson's?
Why, yes. Good, isn't it? He's had much favorable comment.
The subject interests me. Didn't it seem familiar to you?
Yes, it did. I remember thinking so when I typed it.
Any idea where you might have read it before?
Why, some thesis notes. One of the students.
That's it, of course. Nielsen's notes.
Nielsen? Oh, yes, the graduate student.
Where are they, Miss Rose?
In the files. I remember you particularly wanted them saved.
Get them. Oh, this is too good to be true.
Let me see. Lloyd Nielsen. Poor man, such a tragedy. So young to be taken like that.
Yes. Very unfortunate. Are they there?
Yes, here they are. Oh, all that research and never to finish it. It doesn't seem right.
I'll take them, please. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Now let's see the dean's article. Here. Yes, identical. I thought this was better than his usual drivel. Get him on the phone, Miss Rose.
But he's lunching at the faculty club.
Call him there. Tell him I want to see him at 3 o'clock. Hey, if there's any question, tell him it's about the late Mr. Nielsen.
I'm pleased that you like my paper, Wagner.
An important contribution, Dean Emerson. You have every reason to be proud.
I'm glad of any prestige I may bring to the college.
And rightly so. The next dean will have quite a position to maintain.
And that's not immediate. I have many more good years.
Still, there's always the unforeseen. The little mistakes that can end a career so untimely.
Wagner, what's on your mind?
A student named Nielsen. Lloyd Nielsen.
Nielsen?
The name means something to you?
No.
Oh, surely you remember him, the one who died?
We've had so many students.
Not like him. He did a brilliant piece of research. Something about the valence of barium.
Oh, I recall it vaguely. Too bad he didn't finish.
He did. His findings have been published.
But that's impossible. How could he?
Come, Emerson. I just told you I read your paper.
What are you suggesting?
You stole Nielsen's material and published it as your own.
You can't mean that. You have no proof.
In my files, there's another version of those notes. Enough to prove you're a plagiarist, a thief.
You're lying. There are no other notes.
Oh, yes, there are. You forget Nielsen was my student, too.
It must have been a mistake, a coincidence.
If the papers had been in your own field, toxicology, yes. But they weren't, Emerson.
You've never liked me, Wagner. This is nothing but malice.
Call it ethics.
And you want to expose me for the sake of your ethics.
Oh, then you admit there's something to expose.
Well, I mean, Wagner, isn't there some way we can settle this quietly?
That's better. May I smoke?
Yes, certainly. Have one of mine.
Thank you. Yes, Emerson. There is a way. Quiet, but honorable, of course.
Anything.
Naturally, for the good of the college, I'll have to ask you to withdraw.
Withdraw?
But I'll be fair. I keep the reason to myself.
Generous of you.
I think so.
But to give up my whole career, you don't know what you're asking.
Better than having the truth come out.
Wagner, for heaven's sake, must it be this way?
Just what you would do in my place, isn't it?
I see. And I have no choice but to resign.
Very wise.
I suppose I should thank you.
Well, there's a way to show your gratitude. As chairman of the appointments board, you can name your successor.
My successor? Do you mean that
yes. I'll expect to replace you as dean.
So that's your ethics. Why, you... I won't do it.
Oh, you're suddenly very scrupulous.
You contempt... Get out of my office.
Very well. Then the truth will have to be known.
I'll deny it. I'll discredit you.
All right, a scandal if you like.
Get out of here.
You'll hear from me later, Emerson.
No, wait, Wagner. I'll come back. I'll do as you say. Anything to...
I thought you'd see it my way. I want your resignation right away.
Right away? Can't you give me some time?
How much time?
Well, a day or two anyway.
So you can squirm out of it? No. I can't wait that long.
But a few hours at least, this evening. Come to dinner at my house tonight. Mrs. Emerson retires early, and we can talk about it afterwards.
What time?
6:30?
All right. 6:30.
I'll have an answer for you then.
There's only one possible answer. Good afternoon, Dean.
You're sure you won't have some coffee, Professor?
Thank you, Mrs. Emerson. Nothing more.
Marion, don't insist on coffee when I've told you I'm serving port.
But everyone doesn't like port, Charles.
You mean you don't?
Well, that isn't what I meant at all. You're so irritable this evening, dear.
Nothing of the sort.
Well, it's always a sign when you're worried. Is something wrong?
I've told you nothing's wrong, Marion. Drop it. Here you are, Professor. Rather good color, don't you think?
Thank you. You're not having any?
Oh, not supposed to. Trouble with my eyes. Go ahead.
Very good. Very good indeed. Pleasant here in the summer house.
Yes, the dean enjoys dining out here. Although I feel it's still early in the season. There's a chill in the air.
If you're cold, Marion, perhaps you wouldn't mind...
Oh, of course. You talk. We have business to talk over.
If you're asleep when I leave, I'll see...
Leave?
You Monday.
Oh, yes, the ski club. I'd forgotten.
I'll be going as soon as the professor and I finish.
Well, I hope the snow is still good, Charles. Well, good night, Professor.
Sorry to hurry you off, Mrs. Emerson.
Oh, you're not. I want to get back to my detective story. So interesting. Now, I tell the Dean he ought to write one. With his knowledge of toxicology, he must know many clever poisons that leave no trace.
Marion, for heaven's sake.
Well, after all, they're only stories. No one behaves as they do in books, do they, Professor?
Huh? Oh, I don't know.
I mean, the victims are so stupid. If a man's your enemy, you don't blindly allow him to poison
Will you go, Marion? You rattle on and on.
Charles, I hate to have you drive to the ski club in this state. You are worried.
I'm not worried, Marion. Besides, I'm driving up with Dr. Phillips.
Oh, dear. Well, good night, Professor.
Good night.
Right.
Let me go! Oh, listen to me. I didn't Let me go! You. Let me go, I say! Wagner, don't! Put down that decanter, Wagner!
For a stunned moment, you stand there, and then suddenly find yourself running pell-mell down the gravel path toward the garden gate, doubled over, clutching at the burning pain in your stomach, knowing it's your life now, unless you can get across the street to the doctor's office before the poison strikes you down. A minute later, you stumble up the steps and burst into the doctor's office. Phillips acts quickly, efficiently.
Pulse a shade fast, blood pressure up a bit. Well, that's probably due to excitement. You say the pain's gone now, huh?
Yes. Seemed to have vanished the minute I got here.
You've been nervous lately? Working hard?
Why, yes. But...
putting in a lot of nights at the lab?
Well, there's the usual rush around exam time.
Tell me, what did you have for dinner over at Emerson's?
Let's see. Shrimp Creole, avocado salad.
That's enough for me. Wagner, old boy, you can forget them. You've got to poison yourself a case of gastritis, that's all.
Oh, I see. Well, I've got to get back to Emerson. Emerson will wonder what'll happen to me.
Well, he doesn't know?
No, I didn't want to worry him. Said I was going into the house to phone. Well, I'll say good night, Doctor. Thank you.
Oh, I'm going to walk over with you.
To Emerson's?
Yes. Do you mind?
No.
I was just on my way over when you came. Come on.
Well, the dean's rather busy.
That's all right. He's expecting me at 9 o'clock.
Expecting you?
Yes. After you, Wagner.
With the prologue of Hasty Conclusion, the Signal Oil Company presents another strange story by The Whistler. But now, 2 points it'll pay every driver to remember if you want to be sure you're getting the tops in quality when you buy gasoline. 1, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to give you extra mileage, to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. After all, the only way any gasoline can put more thrilling performance into your car is by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally, you get better mileage. So mileage is really the best yardstick of gasoline quality. That's why we're so proud of Signal's good mileage. And it's why Signal says, when you buy gasoline for your car, to be sure you're getting the tops in quality, there are just 2 things to remember. 1, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Professor Wagner, it's all changed, isn't it? Your discovery of Dean Emerson's plagiarism almost provided the means of settling yourself into a very comfortable spot. But it's anything but comfortable at the moment. As you stand at the Dean's front door with Dr. Phillips, your mind is racing wildly. You were foolish to believe immediately that the Dean had poisoned you. Foolish to run to Philip so quickly. Now you're wondering what they're going to find out there in the summer house, whether Dean Emerson is alive or dead, and what you will tell them.
Oh, hello, Doctor. Right on time. Charles ought to be through with... Why, Professor, I thought you were with Charles. Well, come in.
I had a slight pain. I went to Phillips to get something for it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you and the Dean almost through?
Why, no. As a matter of fact, there were a few more points we hadn't...
Oh, well, that's all right. We won't rush you.
You to take kind Charles with you to the ski club, Doctor.
You're driving Emerson to the ski club?
Yes. Care to come along?
Oh, no, I couldn't. I have a busy weekend. I couldn't.
Professor, you seem as nervous as Charles did. What's got into you two?
Why, nothing at all. Excuse me, I must get back to the Dean.
You go out the rear door, Wagner, into the quiet night. Your heart pounds, choking you in a surge of anxiety as you reach the green lattice building at the far edge of the lawn. At first, you see nothing in the dim lights of the summer house, and you're almost convinced that Emerson has recovered and walked away. Then your eyes focus on the sprawling shape at your feet, right where you left him.
Emerson! Emerson, for heaven's sake! Emerson, please!
Yes, Wagner, dead. You knew he might be, yet you kneel there, stunned, numbly shaking him, totally unprepared, and then... They're coming out here, Wagner. Out to the summer house. In half a minute, they'll find you with a body, and the whole college will cry murder. Then you see the square, protecting shape of the nearby garage. You gather a strength you'd forgotten in 20 years of desk work, and quickly drag the body around into the shrubbery behind it.
Oh, well, I've been anxious to have you see my fuchsias, Doctor.
Yes, Marion, I'm glad you thought of it.
Oh, Professor, isn't Charles out here?
He went to the chemistry building to get a copy of his article.
Well, how strange. There's a dozen copies in the house. It isn't like him to miss his engagements this way.
Well, that's all right, Marion. I'll tell you. I'll get a ride with Mason and leave my car here for the Dean. He can drive up when he's ready.
Well, I'd rather Charles didn't drive over those mountain roads. He's been so nervous lately.
Oh. Well, I guess I've got to wait for him.
It's too bad.
Wait a minute, Doctor. There's no use in you doing that.
Doing what?
Delaying your trip this way. See here. Why don't I drive the Dean up in your car?
Well, I thought of that, but you said you'd be busy.
Oh, nonsense. It's nothing very urgent. I don't like to leave Emerson in a spot like this. Besides, in view of what you said about my being overworked...
You're perfectly right. The change would do you good. Well, that's it then. My car's in the garage here. The Dean is kind enough to rent me his garage. Here are the keys.
This is very nice of you, Professor.
Oh, no, not at all.
Well, I'll see you to the door, Doctor.
Thanks, Marion. Left my coat in the hall.
It's a wild chance, Wagner, but you've got to take it. A possible way to dispose of that burden in the shrubbery behind the garage. There've been accidents before on that steep, snow-covered road that winds up to the ski lodge. Quickly, you drag the body around into the garage and force the awkward shape into the turtle back of the doctor's car. Then you hastily get behind the wheel and step on the starter.
Professor, wait. Oh, did Charles come back?
No, I thought I'd pick him up at his office.
Oh, well, here, I brought this bag.
Oh, yes, thank you. I forgot that.
Oh, and his glasses, too. He left them on the dining table.
I'll take them to him.
Well, I don't understand he's forgetting them. Well, he can't read without them, and perhaps I'd better drive over with you.
Oh, there's no need for that. I'll take care of everything.
You don't object to driving me to the office, Professor?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, of course not.
Well, thank you. Sure he hasn't been here, Miss Rose?
I'm sure. He rarely comes to the office at night.
But couldn't he have come in without your knowing it?
Oh, no. I have these reports to finish by morning, and he gave me his key.
Oh, then he didn't mean to come here at all. I don't understand it.
Why don't you let me take you home, Mrs. Emerson? He's probably there by now.
Well, I suppose there's nothing else to do, but I'll wait up for him. I want to be sure he's all right.
Quite a spot, isn't it, Wagner? Mrs. Emerson determined to see her husband and his body in the turtleback of the very car you're riding in. You've got to think of something. Some way to get rid of her. Convince her that the Dean's all right. Then, as you pull up to a stop sign, you notice the lights of a drugstore at the corner, and you begin to see a way out. You pull over to the curb.
Why are you stopping here, Professor?
Just had a thought. He may be at the faculty club. I'll go into this drugstore and phone.
Oh, I'll go.
Oh, no trouble. I'll only be a minute.
Dean Emerson's residence?
Is Professor Wagner there?
Why, he and Mrs. Emerson drove off just a few minutes ago.
I see. I'm calling from the faculty club. The dean's just leaving here, and he wants Professor Wagner to meet him in front of his office as soon as he can.
Well, I'll have Mrs. Emerson tell the professor when they return.
Thank you.
You drive Mrs. Emerson home, Wagner, and there the maid delivers the message you so cleverly planted over the phone. Mrs. Emerson's convinced now, and she retires, relieved that her husband is all right. 10 minutes after you leave her, you're away, head on the high in the doctor's car toward the mountains. The 60-mile trip is unchallenged until you near the ranger station at the foot of the dangerous 2-mile grade. And then suddenly you remember. The ranger will make a check, and he's got to see 2 men in the car. You put on the brake and pull up at the side of the road. Get out and open the turtleback, and you drag the body up to the front seat. Then you get back in and prop him up beside you. Pull your hat down over his face. Nervous and trying to keep from trembling, you drive on until you're stopped by the ranger.
Sorry, can't let you go on, folks. We're in for a blizzard.
But they're expecting us at the ski lodge.
I guess you can make it as far as the lodge, all right, but you're taking a chance of being snowed in. When we get a storm this late in the spring, it's usually a good one.
We'll take that chance.
Okay. Sign the passenger check. Yeah, right here. All right. Other fellow will have to sign, too.
But he's asleep.
Oh, sorry. Regulations.
Yes, but he's had a hard day. I hate to disturb him.
Well, okay, you sign for him, huh?
Yes. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. All right, drive on. Take it easy.
You drive another 1.5 miles through a trough of snow, looking for a break in the high white walls, some place where you can send the car over the edge. And then, as you reach the narrowest part of the road, you see it. No barrier on the outside, and a sheer drop to the bottom of the ravine far below. You maneuver the car close to the edge, and then open the door on your side, and jump clear as the car with its grisly load plunges over the side. You stumble the rest of the way to the lodge, clawing at your face and tearing your clothes to create the final evidence for your accident story. The distance is farther than you remembered, and you drop with exhaustion as you reach the door and Phillips and Mason hear your faint knock and drag you into the lodge. And as they chafe your hands trying to thaw you out, you gasp your accident story. You watch their faces for a sign of suspicion. There's nothing but sympathy. You're getting it across, Wagner. They're believing you.
Couldn't see through the windshield. Then suddenly I knew we were going over. I called to Emerson to jump.
Steady, Wagner. Better lie down.
But he didn't jump. He was too late.
Come on now. Don't try to talk anymore.
Think we better try to get Emerson.
From that ravine? We're snowed in already. It'll take days.
It was all my fault. I shouldn't
Forget that. Lie back and rest.
All right.
There you are. Now relax and don't worry. It was an accident. Nobody's going to blame you.
Of course not. It was bound to happen on that road.
Might have been any of us.
You really think so?
Of course. Now, for Pete's sake, relax. You need sleep.
It's going to be all right, Wagner. You can count on us.
Thanks.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a word about the something extra you get when you have your car lubricated at a dealer-owned Signal service station. Instead of taking chances on memory, your Signal dealer checks against Signal's factory-recommended chart, which shows every lubrication point on your car and the exact type of oil or grav for long, it should trouble-free life. And then just to make doubly sure not a single part has been overlooked, your Signal dealer checks each point again, which explains why we call it Signal double-check lubrication. This is typical of the many little differences in Signal service that can make such a big difference in the way your car runs. And the reason? Well, being in business for themselves, Signal dealers naturally have more incentive to serve you better. And now back to the Whistler.
Well, Professor Wagner, you're safe now. Safe in bed where Mason and the doctor put you after hearing your story. They've assured you that no one will blame you for the accident. It was a dangerous road. The snow was blinding. You lost control of the doctor's car and jumped clear as it plunged into the steep ravine with Dean Emerson in it. No way they could know that he was already dead when he took that final plunge. Into the water, you sit in bed, exhausted from your strenuous night, limp with relief. You drop off immediately and sleep heavily and undisturbed for several hours. Then suddenly you're wide awake, trying to recognize this room, this strange bed. You're fighting to clear your mind when it strikes again. A shattering stab of pain in your stomach. You find yourself doubled up in agony. The same knife-like pain you felt hours before in the summer house.
Doctor! Doctor! Phillips! Wagner, what's the trouble? My stomach. That pain again. Like before. Pain. Hold on, I'll take a look. Take it easy now. Hurt when I press here? Oh, stop! Yes, there. Good Lord, man. It's your appendix. Appendix? You threw me off with that poison idea. Afraid I made a hasty conclusion. Hospital. Get no time. Too much snow. To a hospital. That's going to break in 1 minute. I've got to operate right now, Wagner. Right here. You game? Yes. Hurry.
What is it, Phillips?
His appendix. Got to work fast.
Bad?
Bad enough to kill him if I don't get to it right now. Stay with him, Mason. I'll get my instruments.
Right.
Good thing he drove up in my car. There's not a thing to work with here. Good Lord, Mason.
Phillips, what's the matter? What is it?
Mason, my instruments. They're in the car.
I'll go get them.
Oh, you can't. My car's at the bottom of that ravine. He hasn't got a chance, Mason. Wagner hasn't got a chance.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Monday at 8. You by the brought Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, this is Naval Reserve Week. Veterans of any branch of the service may keep their wartime rates by joining the peacetime Naval Reserve. Ask about it at your nearest Naval Reserve headquarters. Featured in tonight's story were Charles Halton and Norman Field. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with music by Wilbur Hatch, story by William Engvik, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company.
You're listening to Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, serving listeners on the Internet and community radio stations with a variety of old-time radio. Visit radio.macandmind.com for more information. We now present Suspense on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. This episode of Suspense originally aired Thursday, April 25th, 1946, 75 years ago today.
Now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines present Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Miss Nancy Kelly and Miss Kathy Lewis in Dark Journey, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Nancy Kelly and Kathy Lewis in the Lucille premiere Fletcher's radio play for two actresses, Dark Journey. Tonight's study in Suspense.
Today I am going on a journey. I am going to see Anne Brodie again, 18 years to 50s. When the news came yesterday, terrible as it was as though a shadow had lifted from my life. A secret horror that I could never quite forget. I have been afraid of Anne Brodie now for 15 years, but there is no need to be afraid of her anymore. Anne's secret has been locked in my heart together with all shameful, horrible things. Yet I've never gone on a journey like this one, but when it comes back. There have been times when I couldn't bear the whistle of a train flung out long and mournful over the lonely countryside. I couldn't bear the smell of a day coach, the feel of the plush seats, the rattle and bustle. Only because everything came back. Every detail of that long and terrible weekend we spent together 15 years ago.
Oh, Alice, we're off.
Thank goodness.
I don't think anybody saw us, do you?
No, only old Mr. Hodges, the station master, and he's no gossip.
I wouldn't want anybody to know. Not that I care, but you know how the tongues wag in this town.
Well, it's much better to be perfectly sure of your plans before you pass the word around. Then if you and Clyde don't settle things, well, nobody will be any the wiser.
If we don't settle things, well, there's no if about it. But Clyde and I are practically engaged.
Did you get his letter yet about us coming to New York?
Uh-huh.
Well, for goodness sake, why didn't you tell me? What'd he say?
Oh, nothing much. He's no letter writer, just that he was glad and that he's been busy, and he's going to call us at the hotel.
Oh? He can't meet us at the train?
No. It seems it's his mother's birthday, and he'd promised to take her to lunch in town. We'll be getting in just around that time. He's terribly devoted to her, you know, has been ever since his father died.
Oh, I see. You're very much in love with him, aren't you, Anne?
Terribly.
Yet you really see him so little. How long has it been now? 3 months?
3 months and 6 days. But it doesn't really matter.
No.
I know Clyde loves me and I love him. There's a bond between us, and nothing will ever break it.
Well, as long as you feel that way, it's a wonderful way to feel. But I don't think you ought to let it drag on like this much longer, Anne. I really don't.
Oh, don't worry. We'll settle it this time once and for all. You'll see. When we get on this train again, I'll be wearing his engagement ring on my finger.
he ever open a hotel window?
3 o'clock. You'd have thought he'd have called me by now.
No, he's probably tied up with his mother. Come on, let's go down to the drugstore and have a sandwich. Aren't you just starved?
No, I don't feel hungry. You go, though. I'll wait.
Oh, come on. The clerk will take the message for you.
No, I want to be here myself.
Why don't you call him?
I can't if he's at a restaurant.
Oh, maybe he didn't go. Maybe he's home, sick, or at the office.
No, it wouldn't look right. He's got to call me. I don't know why he doesn't.
I don't know why either. In fact, why couldn't we all have had lunch together at that restaurant? I mean, he's not exactly poor, is he? Don't you want to take a bus ride or see the sights or anything?
Later, Alice, after he's called. Hello? Yes? Oh, yes, this is Miss Ann Brody. What? He left a message. Oh. Thank you.
What is it?
He stopped by and left a message. He has a previous engagement. A previous engagement when he knew I was coming to New York this weekend only to see him.
Well, maybe it was something he couldn't get out of, maybe on account of his mother's
But he already gave her today. And after all he knew I was coming, he knew I'd want to be with him every possible minute.
Well, maybe that's the trouble, Anne. Maybe he doesn't want to be pinned down. Maybe you expect too much.
That he was right here in the hotel and he didn't even... Oh, he's grown away from me. He's not mine anymore. Alice, you know what Clyde has meant to me these 3 years, how I've lived for him and worshipped him. It's just as though my world had been cut away. It's like having a lump of ice for a heart. Alice, Clyde is my heart. Oh, I've got to see him. I've got to tell him.
Oh, Anne, dear, wouldn't you like to lie down?
No, I can't lie down. I'm going to sit here in this chair by the window. I wish you'd go, Alice. I want to be quiet and think about him.
Anne, I wouldn't.
Something's happened to him. There's some barrier. I've got to wish it away, to break it down.
What are you talking
I can do it, you know.
Anne?
Please go. Please.
Don't tell me it's 9 o'clock. I didn't mean to sleep so late. We better get up and get breakfast.
Alice, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? He hasn't called me. I haven't slept.
Why don't you call him, Anne? Call him and have it out with him once and for all.
No, I couldn't.
Well, maybe there's something bothering him. Maybe it's some family situation. After all, his mother didn't have lunch with you yesterday. Maybe there was a reason.
What reason could there be except that she didn't want to meet me? She doesn't want him to marry anybody. She wants him all to herself.
Well, isn't that enough to upset any fellow? Oh, come on. We'll get to the bottom of this thing. What's his number? I'll get it for you.
I haven't his number. I never called him at home. But his address is 3254 Sunset Drive, Riverdale, New York.
3254 Sunset Drive, Riverdale, New York. Hello. Hello, operator. This is room 351. We want to put in a call to Riverdale, New York. 3254 Sunset Drive, Riverdale, New York. The name is Dexter. Mr. Clyde Dexter. Will you get it for us, please?
What did she say?
She's looking it up. There it is. She's ringing. Here, you better take it now.
Oh, no. No, just 1 minute. 1 minute. Let me get my breath. Let me think of what I'm going to say. Hello? Is this the Dexter residence? This is Miss Ann Brody speaking. I wonder if I might speak to Mr. Clyde Dexter, please. Thank you. Clyde? Oh, Clyde, this is Anne. Oh, I'm fine, thank you. Oh, Clyde, I've been waiting here at the hotel for you to call, and Alice and I have to spend the morning out, and we thought we'd better let you know we wouldn't be in just in case you wanted... Oh, yes, Clyde, I know you said you had a previous engagement, but I thought... Well, you see, Clyde, I'm only going to be here today, and we get to see each other so little, I was wondering... What's that, Clyde? Yes? Yes? Well, no, I didn't. What did you say, Clyde? I didn't understand. You're what? You're... Oh, Clyde. Oh, Clyde, it's not true. It can't be. But, Clyde, wait. But, Clyde, you can't do this to me. I've considered myself engaged to you.
Anne, give me that phone.
No. Oh, no. I just want to say goodbye to him, please.
No. Anne, don't look that way. What did he say?
He told me he's engaged to marry a New York girl this September.
Oh, Anne. Well, he just isn't worthy of you. He couldn't have been if he treats you like this now.
I love him. I love him. I'll love him till the day I die.
Anne, I'm sorry.
Oh, please, Alice, please, don't talk. Don't come near me or go away, will you, just for a little while?
Oh, no, I won't leave you. I can't leave you when you look like that.
Go away, I said. Oh, do you hear me? Go away. I want to be alone. I want you to go away. I have work to do.
Work to do?
I'm going to will him to come back to me. I'm going to make him come to this hotel through heaven and hell, and they're dragging him away from me.
Oh, Anne.
I can do it. I've done it before. I've made him write to me. I've made him call me up out of a clear sky after months and months. I willed him to speak to me the very first time I saw him when he was just a stranger. I willed him to give me his fraternity pin last year at the spring dance, and I can do it. I can do it. If only I try hard enough, and if you're absolutely quiet. Clyde. Clyde. It's no use. He's too far away. I'll have to come closer to him. We're going out.
Going out? Where to?
To Riverdale.
Riverdale?
I want to look at his house, to see where he lives. There's something there. Someone who's holding him back.
Anne, let's go back to Denford. Let's take a train tonight, any train, and get out of here for good.
No, I can't go home. I told you that before. I can't until I have his engagement ring on my finger.
For suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Nancy Kelly and Kathy Lewis in Dark Journey by Lucille Fletcher. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines with a little domestic drama. It's happened to you before and will happen again. You're relaxed in your easy chair, coat off, contentedly reading your evening paper. Your wife is probably tidying up after dinner. The doorbell rings. Sure enough, it's guests who just dropped in. Now, famed hostess Elsa Maxwell tells us how she handles these surprise visits. She says, I always keep Roma California sherry on hand to welcome unexpected guests. Serving Roma sherry is so simple, you just pour and hospitality reigns. And because Roma is America's favorite wine, you guests know you will enjoy it. Yes, there's no easier way to gain a reputation for gracious hospitality than by keeping Roma sherry ready for guests. And Roma, America's taste favorite, the wine more Americans prefer, costs no more than ordinary wines. So make a note to get mellow, golden amber Roma sherry tomorrow. Once you try the tempting fragrance and intriguing nut-like taste of Roma sherry, you'll always ask for Roma. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Remember, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
And now Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Kathy Lewis as Alice and Nancy Kelly as Anne in Dark Journey, a play well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It's getting dark. I don't think we ought to be wandering around here like this. There might be strange men.
Here's the street, Sunset Drive, and there's the house. I've seen pictures of it. I'd know it anywhere. anywhere.
Oh, Anne, please. This is doing you no good.
Oh, hush. I've dreamed about that house, dreamed of myself and him living in it together. I've dreamed of our children playing on that lawn and the sound of music inside and our car standing outside.
But it wouldn't mean a thing to you, Anne, if Clyde didn't love you.
I've dreamed of the years we'd spend together. I even named the children. Clyde Jr. and Peter and Charlotte. That's his mother's name. I never liked it, but I was going to call one child that just to please him. And now, what have I got? Nothing. Nothing. It's gone.
Come on with me, Anne.
Oh, there's a light going on upstairs. Do you suppose it's his room? I wonder if he's home. Clyde. Clyde. Think of me. Come back to me. Oh, love me, Clyde. Love me. Love me.
Don't, Anne, don't. Somebody might hear you.
There's a shadow at the window. Oh, it's Clyde. Oh, no. No, it's someone else. It's a woman. A gray-haired woman. Oh, it's his mother, Alice. Clyde's mother.
I don't think he's home, Anne. Let's go back to the hotel.
No, I want to see her. I've heard so much about her. She always turned her nose up at me. He never admitted it, but I knew. He was the only son, and she thought there wasn't anybody good enough, and he was always under her influence, just believed everything she said. I could tell the way he talked. It was always Mother says this and Mother says that. I bet it was she who turned him against me, who picked out that New York girl.
Oh, Anne, please, come on. You're just tearing your heart out.
She's up in his room now. She's straightening his things. She's happy up there. She doesn't care that she's made me miserable. Oh, I can feel it now, Alice. I can feel the barrier in my heart.
Shh, somebody's coming. Let's go.
We're doing no harm. We can stare, can't we, if we wish? Come on. Come on, we'll walk past the house. We'll defy her. We'll go up and ring the bell, and then when she comes down to answer it, we'll ask, is Mrs. Clyde Dexter at home? And then when she asks us who we mean, we'll laugh at her face.
Oh, Anne, you're just beside yourself.
Yes, I am beside myself because I feel it, Alice. He's lost to me as long as she's up there. Oh, I can stand here, out here under the trees, trying to reach him with every bit of soul I possess, but as long as she's there, as long as she's alive, he'll never be mine again.
Anne, this is terrible. You've got to pull yourself together and get some rest. You've been sitting in that chair now for 3 hours.
Please, don't talk. Just let me alone.
You're working on that willpower thing still, aren't you, Anne? And it makes me awfully nervous.
Be quiet. It's coming. Something's coming. Something's going to happen. I feel it all around me.
I'm going to get a doctor if you don't stop.
Shh. I feel it. I feel something.
You're just as white as a sheet. You're shaking all over. I absolutely refuse to let this go on. Do you hear? Now, you get into bed.
No.
Let me take off your shoes.
No, leave me alone. It's as though there were a big lump being moved off my heart. As though the ice inside me were going. As though I could cry at last. Oh, it's happened. Oh, thank you, God. Thank you. All right. I'll lie down now. I'll go to sleep.
If you'd sleep, you'd feel better. If you just relax.
I've done it, Alice. You'll see. He'll be here in the morning.
You lie down now.
There he is. Didn't I tell you? There's Clyde now. Hello? Yes. Yes, this is room 351. Yes, this is Anne Brody speaking. Yes. It's Riverdale calling. Riverdale.
Clyde?
She didn't say. Oh. Hello? Yes? Yes, I'm Anne Brody. Why, yes, I'm a friend of Mr. Clyde Dexter. Who did you say this is, please? The police.
The police?
Oh, something hasn't happened to Mr. Dexter, has it? Oh. What? Yes. Yes, my friend and I were out to the house late this afternoon, around 6 o'clock. Well, yes, I did wear a white hat and a green dress, and she... Oh, but we took the subway, the White Plains Express, on the Interborough line from our hotel. We came back around 7. We just walked past the house 2 or 3 times, but... But what's the matter? Why are you asking me these questions? No, I haven't seen them. What?
Give me the phone, Anne. Let me speak to them. You're in no condition
Keep
to...
away. Do you know what they're saying? Do you? That Clyde's mother has been murdered.
What?
Oh, no. No, I haven't. Yes? No. No, we didn't. We just came right home. We didn't even ring the bell. Is Mr. Destiger there with you? I see. Well, I'd like to speak to him, please, when he gets through. Will you ask him to call me? Yes. We'll stay here in the room.
Oh, Anne.
It was a hammer. At 8 o'clock tonight. She was struck from behind by an unknown assailant.
Oh, how awful. Well, why did the police call us? What have we got to do with it?
Clyde was home when we walked by the house. He saw us standing there. I'm going to tell him, Alice. I'm going to tell him the truth.
Truth? What truth?
There's always been that power inside me. I've known I had it, and sometimes it frightened me. Things have happened. I've been afraid sometimes to use it, afraid it would turn against me. And tonight it did turn against me.
Anne, what do you mean?
By an unknown assailant. Murdered by an unknown assailant. Do you know who that assailant was? It was me.
Anne, are you crazy? You were up here in the room every minute.
I was up here in the room, but I was wishing she were dead. I was willing him to come to me. I was trying to destroy the barrier.
Surely you can't believe that, Anne. It was only a coincidence, a terrible coincidence.
I was trying to bring him back, to touch his heart, but the power didn't touch his heart. His heart's like steel against me. It struck his heart and glanced off and struck her dead.
Anne, please, you're talking like a
But
lunatic.
you don't understand. People like you can understand. People like you... But there's violence to will. To store it up takes years. To send it out of yourself is like sending a powerful hand with fingers.
Will can't kill somebody, Anne. Not pure will. The body is one thing, the mind's another. Mrs. Dexter is physically dead. Her heart stopped beating. There was a blow. Somebody real, somebody human did that.
She was struck from behind. She was alone in the house. They said the doors were locked. She had no aim out of them. He's at nothing, and it went away again. Oh, I never dreamed. I didn't want it to happen that way, but it's getting beyond me. It's assuming forms and accomplishing ends I don't plan. It's turning against me, Alice. Turning against me.
Do you think a police court will believe you? You'll only confuse the testimony. You'll only hurt Clyde. Will, you talk about the power of your will. Did you have any real power these last 2 days? Did it bring Clyde to this hotel? Did it make him love you or even call you up?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Don't you touch it. I won't let you speak to him.
Get away from that phone, Alice.
Do you want to get us in trouble? Do you want us to go to jail and spend weeks in court? He'd put you there. He wouldn't care.
Get away from that phone, Alice.
I don't believe you, do you hear? I think you're mad. You're mad as a hatter.
Get away from that phone.
No! Anne, you'll ruin your life. You'll fall into suspicion, and people will always think you had something really to do with it. You'll end up in an asylum. The whole world will know he jilted you. What are you going to say to him? He must be half beside himself as it is. He'll never believe you. What? All right.
Thank you, Alice. You see? It is there, isn't it? I made you do what I wanted. And I can make anyone. Hello? Hello, Clyde. Oh, Clyde, darling, I just heard the terrible news. How terrible for you. I'm so sorry. Yes, Alice and I were out there this afternoon. We came by to say hello, but we got cold feet and came home. No, Clyde, no, we didn't, not a soul. Oh, yes, my darling, I understand how terribly broken up, and my heart goes out to you. Oh, I will, Clyde, dearest, I will. I'll be right over. I'll help you in any way I know. Goodbye, Clyde.
Anne, you didn't tell him. You're not going to tell him at all.
No. Why should I? He's mine now.
And so Anne Brodie walked out of my life, walked from me wrapped in her new and terrible strangeness. Somehow I didn't want to play any part in her life again. I didn't go to her wedding when she and Clyde were married 1 year later. To me, there would have been something evil in hearing her voice repeat the sacred words.
I am. Take thee, Clyde.
There has been for me a nameless horror in the slow, steady way Anne Brodie fulfilled her plans. The house in Riverdale, the car, the 3 children, Peter, Clyde Jr., and Charlotte. Her happiness, her triumphant motherhood have somehow been hideous to me. I've never heard a train whistle crying through the dawn but what I've thought of her and shuddered. I have been afraid of Anne Brodie now for 15 years. Today, I know I've been a fool. Today, I know that it was a real murderer who murdered Mrs. Dexter with a hammer from the service porch. Today, I'm going on a journey to Riverdale. I am going to see Anne Brodie again, lying will-less and struck down in her coffin, lying innocent and pathetic, lying murdered. Not will, nor nameless monsters of the mind could save her from the truth at last. Yesterday afternoon, the weak, long, brooding creature who could not brook domination from mother or wife flung pent-up death against the mistress of his will. Yesterday noon, Clyde day after Dexter struck again.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines with a tip on how to win praise and increase dining pleasure. Today, millions of clever homemakers are enjoying dinner table compliments by giving everyday dishes tempting new meal appeal. Here's the secret. A glass of red Roma California Burgundy at each place. Try it yourself. Serve robust Roma Burgundy with tomorrow night's piping hot savory pot roast, tender juicy steak, or baked fish. Roma Burgundy brings out tasty new flavorfulness from every morsel, wins grateful compliments for your cooking. And notice how the warm, glowing redness of Roma Burgundy adds richness and beauty to your table. Yet the gracious custom of serving Roma, America's favorite wine, is as inexpensive as it is delightful. Enjoy exciting new dining pleasure tomorrow with delicious Roma Burgundy. Insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Nancy Kelly. I'm sure you want to hear next Thursday's Suspense when Joseph Cotton will star as a famous New York criminal lawyer in one of the best-known suspense stories of our time, Ben Hecht's Crime Without Passion. Thank you.
Nancy Kelly will soon be seen in the Paramount picture Follow That Woman. Next Thursday, same time, Roma Wines will bring you Joseph Cotton as star of Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrill.
Produced by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. Next week, part of the country goes on daylight saving time. If your area remains on standard time, tune in Suspense 1 hour earlier. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Suspense, which originally aired Thursday, April 25th, 1946, 75 years ago today. This episode of Suspense originally aired Monday, June 8th, 1953.
And its 98 years bring you Mr. Van Heflin in tonight's presentation of Suspense. Autolite.
Tonight, Autolite tells of one of the great mysteries of the sea as we recreate the mystery of the Marie Celeste. Our star, Mr. Van Heflin.
Hello, Harlow.
Goodbye, Hap.
Goodbye.
Sure, this is our last show till fall, Hap. Last chance to tell folks about switching to those inspiring, incomparable, and inevitable Autolite spark plugs. The spark plugs that are ignition engineered for the finest performance money can buy.
What are you going to do this summer, Harlow?
Keep an eye out for exasperated drivers with poorly performing cars, Hap. And then I'll say visit your Autolite spark plug dealer for a brisk brace of Autolite spark plugs, like the amazing Autolite resistor spark plugs, the double life spark plugs that make riding as smooth as a summer breeze.
So call Western Union by number and ask for our friend, Operator 25.
Yes, sir. Operator 25 will tell you the location of your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer. The man with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, both standard and resistor type. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents The Mystery of the Marie Celeste, starring Mr. Van Heflin, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
On December 9th, 1872, the American brigantine Marie Celeste was discovered adrift and derelict close off the coast of North Africa. She had sustained some storm damage, but she was still an able ship. Her sails were set, her cargo was intact, conditions in her cabins and forecastle seemed normal. There was no evidence of violence. Yet, not a sign was found of the crew that had manned her. Officers, men, and the captain's wife had vanished, and no acceptable explanation of their disappearance has ever been advanced. Perhaps this is that story. It would start in New York City's harbor district on the night of November 7th, 1872, the eve of the Marie Celeste's departure from that same harbor.
Did you see a man running past this way?
No, I didn't see anybody. I heard the shots. Who is it you're after?
He just killed some people.
No.
Listen. Thought I heard something. But I don't now.
Who did this man kill?
A young girl. And the man she was with. And then he killed the girl's mother. He's a maniac that we've got to get.
And through that night, I searched for a ship that was leaving soon. One that was badly guarded so I could slip aboard. When I found her, she was the Marie Celeste. The drunken deck watch stayed in his sleep until I was hidden in the number 2 hole. There I passed 2 days in a dream, neither fully awake nor asleep, but always thinking of the horror I'd done. And I knew that escape was wrong, that I could never be sane until I cleared my soul of it. On the morning, I third proceed to make my presence aboard known, so that I can go to the captain and tell him of my crime and take the consequences I so richly deserve. I climb to the deck and am immediately seen by a crewman.
Hey, Lindley, look! Who's that?
We'd better find out. Who are you, mister, and what are you doing aboard?
My name is Sam Newcomb, and I want to talk to your captain.
You'll talk to him right enough, whether you want to or not. How'd you get aboard?
You'll be lucky if you didn't stand the 12 to 4 watch here last night in port, because that's when it was.
You're uppity for a stowaway, aren't you? You're no better than a thief.
Well, I admit that. Look, I want no trouble with you. Please take Captain. I'll talk to him and no one else.
You take him, Bull. I'd better stay forward.
Come on, Newcomb. If you're going to make the rest of the trip with us, you better drop your airs or there'll be trouble.
I don't have any airs. And I don't think you'll be trouble with my company.
Oh? You mean you don't think you'll quarter with the crew?
No.
You expect to be with the officers, like an honored guest?
No.
Where then?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, you act like you're daft.
Don't say that. I'll...
Of what?
Nothing. I'm sorry. I want to talk to your captain.
You'll watch what you do and say, or you'll be over the side. Here.
Yes, come.
Watch your language. The skipper's wife is in the next cabin aft.
His wife?
Who's this? He just came out of number 2 hole, sir. His name is Sam Newcomb. Got aboard on the 12 to 4 watch hour last night in.
Hubbard's watch. He'll answer for it. Well, Newcomb, what do you have to say for yourself?
I'd, like it if I could talk to you alone, sir.
That's all, Bull. Tell Hubbard I'll want to see him as soon as he's off watch.
Yes, sir.
Now, you realize, Newcomb, that you've committed a crime by boarding this ship without permission. And probably without passport or any other papers, I suppose.
I know, sir. But when I tell you why... I'm not a bad man, sir. Nothing like this has ever happened before, but something drove me. I didn't know what I was doing.
Another one who's always wanted to go to sea, I suppose.
No, sir. I've been sailing for 10 years. I'm an able hand. I came aboard because, I had to get away.
You were in trouble?
Yes, sir. I don't think it was my fault, but I am wrong.
What kind of trouble?
Well, there was a girl, sir, who I was in love with, and, I don't know what came over me, but...
Yes? What'd you do to her?
I found her with another man, and, I just had to get away, sir.
A lovesick young calf, eh? Well, that doesn't condone...
Ben.
Oh, yes, my dear.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard you talking.
Yes, this is Mr. Newcomb. He came aboard illegally the night before we left.
Well, where has he been? It's 3 days.
In number 2 hole, ma'am.
Have you had food and water?
No, ma'am.
Well, why haven't you come to us before this?
I don't know, ma'am.
He was going to tell me why he came aboard.
I don't suppose it's important to anyone but me, but I felt that I had to get away, and...
It was a girl.
I almost guessed that. A broken heart?
I thought it was. I know it sounds silly, but to me it seemed awfully serious, and I couldn't think of another way to leave as quickly as I wanted to.
Yeah. Well, there's no other way I can allow an affair of the heart to influence what I must do in this case. Now, by reputation, I'm a fair and lenient
I'm
man.
a seaman, sir. I could work my way.
I'm not so sure that you deserve the chance.
Whatever you say, sir.
Ben.
Now, please, Grace.
Great.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing, sir.
My name. Grace is the name of the girl.
Yes, ma'am. It was learning that the captain's wife was aboard that made me change my mind about telling him the truth. When I talked to him, especially after his wife came in, everything was turned about. It was though I was the captain, the stowaway was someone else. It was as though my wife, my Grace, had come in from the next cabin and together we talked to this stowaway. And we felt sorry for him and we wanted to be kind to him. The wife can't be more than 3 or 4 years older than I. And I feel close to her right away. I think that even if she doesn't know what I've done, she understands me. It's a good feeling to have one friend on the ship. Through her pleas, I'm sure I'm not restrained and instead sent to take my place with the crew in their forecastle. There I find no friends.
Well, what are you doing here? Couldn't you find a better place to quarter?
I was told where to come.
Hey, Hubbard.
Huh?
Wake up. Here's the one who came aboard during your watch.
Huh?
What'd you figure you'd be fined? A week's pay?
Yeah, that's right. Newcomb, huh?
Yes?
Why'd you come aboard?
Why, I wanted to get away from New York.
Man's got to have a better reason than that. You running away from the police?
No.
What then?
Well, it wouldn't interest you. It's not important.
It's important to me. And I want you to know how I feel about it. Are you going to get up?
No. I don't want any trouble with you.
You don't want no trouble. You caused me trouble, haven't you? I'll be called up in front of the captain because of you.
Well, that's done. There's no way I can change it.
We got 3 weeks before we make Naples. You'll pay for it. I'll see to that.
Through the following days, I knew no peace. There were 4 deckhands and a first officer. And although I had reason to fight because of the way they beat me and used me, I didn't. I was afraid of my own violence now that I'd killed. The one named Hubbard, he was the worst. His eyes were always on me. And I wondered why. There was a night when I woke to find him bending over my bunk. He was smiling. And from that moment on, even in sleep, I felt him watching me. On another night, I'm on deck. I'm crossing from the port to starboard. And when I pass under the mainyard, a marlin spike falls from aloft and sticks in the planks beside me, narrowly missing my head. I look up to see Hubbard smiling down at me from the rigging. I try to avoid him, but he drops to the deck to face me.
I dropped my spike.
Yes, I know you did.
What are you going to do about it?
Nothing.
You take more than any man I've ever known, Newcomb.
Well, I'm not proud of that. Well, why do you keep after me? Why don't you leave me alone?
Because I'm a curious man. I want to know truly why you're on this ship. Your story to the captain about trouble with some woman just doesn't set right.
Well, no, that's the truth.
Not all of it.
Why do you say that?
Anybody ever tell you you talk in your sleep?
Autolite is bringing you Heflin, Mr. Van in The Mystery of the Marie Celeste. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Well, Harlow, this is it.
It sure is, Hap. The Autolite resistor spark plug. The double life spark plug. That's the greatest advance in spark plug design for automotive use in the past 25 years.
Well, I didn't mean the resistor spark plug, Harlow. I meant this is our last meeting till fall. Too bad.
2 bad, 3 bad. No matter how many spark plugs are bad, get them all replaced. with a set of sensational Autolite resistor spark plugs. The spark plugs that last twice as long and give smoother engine performance and really quick starts. And the Autolite resistor spark plug is only one of a complete light spark plugs line of ignition engineered for every use.
Is Operator 25 going on vacation too, Harlow?
No, sir, Hap. She'll be standing by to tell folks the location of their nearest Autolite spark plug dealer. Just call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Van Heflin in Elliot Lewis's production of The Mystery of the Marie Celeste, a true report, well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I'd never been told that I talked in my sleep until the one named Hubbard said I did. He may have been lying, but I couldn't chance that. Therefore, I carefully abstained from regular sleeping habits, allowing myself short naps only when I knew that Hubbard was at the helm or some other ship's business that he couldn't leave. The horror of what I had done became a secret that pressed against my head, wanting escape. But I held it in, and I took the abuse of the men aboard. The only kindness and relaxation I find are during the moments when I chance to meet the captain's wife. Off watch one night, when it's not safe to sleep, I'm alone taking a cup of tea in the galley. When she comes in... Oh, Mrs. Briggs.
Why, Mr. Newcomb, I've been thinking of you. I haven't seen you. Well, you look ill. Is something wrong?
No, nothing, no. My sleep hasn't been so good.
And your cheek is bruised. What happened?
Oh, it's nothing serious. Just some trouble with the other hands.
Have you told the captain?
No, ma'am.
Why not? I shall.
No, please don't. I've caused enough trouble. I wouldn't want there to be any more.
May I have some tea, Mr. Newcomb?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I think you're a very kind man, Mr. Newcomb.
You do?
Yes. To protect the other hands, for one thing. They're a rough lot, I know.
No worse than most men, ma'am.
You're very unhappy, aren't you? This girl, Grace, I know this is hard for you to understand, but really, no one girl is worth ruining your life for. Not even losing sleep over.
Yes, ma'am.
I wish you'd stop calling me ma'am. Perhaps if you did, you could talk to me about this girl. I think it'd do you good, don't you?
Well, I don't know.
Tell me about her. I'm sure she's quite beautiful.
Well, I thought so.
And you plan to be married?
Yes.
But she changed her mind?
She was never sure. She was ambitious for me.
That's natural.
And I disappointed her like I did my family, my mother, everybody. I'm always thinking that I'm doing my best, but I always disappoint people.
What did she want you to be, this girl?
A ship's master, like your husband. We dreamed of the day when she could sail with me, like you do on this ship.
Well, you mustn't lose faith in yourself. It took my husband years to get his papers.
No years for me anymore.
She wouldn't wait?
No, she wouldn't wait. You must have waited, but she wouldn't.
Tell me. It'll be good for
She
you.
promised to wait, but she didn't. She never understood that it took time. She was ambitious, and she pushed me for my officer's papers, and I failed. My family pushed me, too, but when I wasn't ready, they made me fail. And I went away, a 6-month trip to South America. I tried to jump overboard, and they stopped me, and then I got back and found her married to a ship's captain. Her mother was there, laughing at me. Well, I tried to tell him that I was happy about it. Then Grace smiled at me, and something happened.
Mr. Newcomb.
I was only going to kill her. I didn't even know that the others were there. And I hit her, and she went down, and then this man came after me, and I hit him, too. Well, when you get mixed up like that, you don't know what you're doing, and time means nothing, like everything else.
Mr. Newcomb.
Then her mother. Well, no, I don't remember that. But she's dead, too, and they blame me. Maybe I did. Mrs. Where are you going?
Stay away from me.
No, you've been nice to me. Why did it have to be you that I told everything? No, I like you. Why did it have to be you? No, I don't want to kill you. I never wanted to kill anybody.
Let me go.
No, I won't hurt you. You've been nice to me.
Stay away from me.
No, I won't touch you. But you've got to promise that you won't tell. I don't know why I said those things. They're not true. See, I get mixed up. I dream things, and then they seem real after I wake up. That's why I'm such a liar. I always lie. There's nothing that I told you was the truth. Do you believe that?
Yes.
And you won't tell anybody what I said.
I won't tell anyone.
No, I'm glad. Now, come, Mrs. Briggs, and finish your tea. Come on, we'll talk about something else.
No, I've got to go to my cabin.
Mrs. Briggs, don't tell. I knew she would tell. So I hid. I went back to the number 2 hole where I'd felt safe before. They found me there. I don't know how much time passed. I see their lantern as they come closer. The truth is out. There's no place for me to go. So I stand up and wait.
Captain, I hear him, I think.
Yes, Hubbard. Keep your pistol ready. You have to be careful.
Yes, sir. There he is, sir.
Come out of there, Newcomb. Keep your lantern down, Hubbard. Keep us out of the light. He's dangerous.
No, I won't cause any trouble, sir.
Get him out of there.
I won't cause any trouble.
It's all right, sir. He's down.
The dirty little scum. Lock him up.
I'm not sure how many days passed, but I found comfort in being locked up because I could sleep without the fear of Hubbard leaning over me, listening for what I might say. Then there was one night when shouting on deck woke me up. I couldn't hear the words being in the middle of the ship. Soon the shouting stopped, and there was silence. It was a new silence that I studied for a long time. I heard no footsteps on the deck. I heard no voices. I heard no creaking timbers. It was a dead ship. I wait for the one daily meal that they allow me, and no one comes. And then I shout, "Let me out! Let me out of here! Somebody come and let me out!" If one were insane, he'd surely break at a moment like that. I was locked up and alone on a ship that was held motionless as if gripped by some great hand. But I didn't break. I dismantled my bunk and from the wood fashioned a ram with which I attacked the door. The task of freeing myself consumed most of the day, and such was my concentration that I didn't realize the exact moment that the ship began moving, as if a great hand had released its grip and set her free. And I was free. I come out on deck to find a cloudless sky and empty sea horizons all around, as if I'm alone in the world, the wheels spinning idly with no one to attend it. I laugh after it, of course, setting anew the sails she's wearing. The whole ship is mine. I am master and crew. I found peace and well-being, as if I'd been absolved of any wrongs I ever did. Because what, if not Providence, held the ship that night and sent the others to certain death in the endless sea? What, if not kind Providence, decided that I alone would survive? The meek and the humble shall inherit the earth. This narrative I swear to be true. And on the 2nd day of December, the year of our Lord, 1882, I hereby sign it and seal it in a bottle to be delivered to the ocean's currents. in the hope that someday it'll drift back to the hated world from which I am forever parted.
According to scientific theory, a strange phenomenon takes place now and again off the coast of Africa near where the Marie Celeste was found. Great rivers of sand are swept out from the coastal deserts. When certain conditions prevail, this sand is concentrated by the ocean's currents. Millions of tons are massed until an island is born, lives briefly, and then is swept away by a shift in the currents that created it. One such island formed under a small ship during World War II, held it for a number of hours, then released it, much in the same manner that Sam Newcomb's Providence acted. A like occurrence could have caused the abandonment of the Marie Celeste, but no one knows. According to some reports, Sam Newcomb's signed confession did drift ashore many years later. Silently into the sea.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Van Heflin.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. They are members of the Autolite family, as well as are the 98,000 Autolite distributors and dealers in the United States and thousands more in Canada and throughout the world. Our family also includes the nearly 30,000 men and women in 28 great Autolite plants from coast to coast and Autolite plants in many foreign countries, as well as the 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite. Every Autolite product is backed by constant research and precision built to the highest standards of quality and performance. So remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite. Now I'd like to bring to the microphone a member of the Autolite family, the producer-director of Suspense, Mr. Elliott Lewis.
Tonight's Suspense program is the last for this season. Suspense on television will continue through the summer. Starting next week at this same time, CBS Radio will present a new series of true crime mysteries, crime classics by name, which I heartily recommend to be worth your listening until Suspense returns in September. And so until that time, all of us of the Autolite family thank you for your support and attention during this last season. We'll see you in September on
Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Mystery of the Marie Celeste was adapted for Suspense by Gil Dowd. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Jeanette Nolan, Paul Frees, Dan O'Hurley, Gerard, Hal, and William Conrad.
Van Heflin may currently be seen in Shane, a George Stevens production for Paramount.
You can buy Autolite resistor or standard type spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts, and Autolite Stay Full batteries at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Have a good summer. And good night.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
You're listening to Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You can find us on the web at radio.macandmind.com. Mac in mind, as in, I had the Mac in mind when I wrote this software. That's radio.macandmind.com. We now present Mystery and Thrillers on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of The Clock, which originally aired Sunday, April 25th, 1948, 73 years ago today.
In just a moment, you will hear The Clock, presenting transcribed the premiere of a new thrill drama by Lucille Fletcher, the author of Sorry, Wrong Number, and other noted studies in suspense. Listen now to The Clock. The American Broadcasting Company presents another in a series of dramatic programs, The Clock. From Hollywood, The Clock tonight stars two distinguished players, Elliott Lewis and Jeanette Nolan, produced and directed by radio's master of the art of suspense, William Spear.
Birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. Clocks. All over the city, clocks. Little clocks and big ones, new ones just learning to count. Old ones, old hands at the game. Clocks standing aloof from their owners, taking no part in their joys or sorrows. Their faces immutable, impervious. All over the city, the clocking needles, sewing the fabric of life, and the death which must make room for new life. Stitching time, the clock, whose face shows no anger or delight or surprise. Because time sees all things. From the two-room walk-up flat on the lower 3rd Avenue, New York, where Mr. and Mrs. Bela Bosniak live over a second-hand clothing store, you can hear, if the 3rd Avenue elevator isn't going by, the chimes of the huge clock atop the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company building.
Good morning, Charlotte. I'm so sorry to be so late, but I overslept myself. I was dreaming.
Breakfast is over 2 hours ago. Everything is put away.
So, of course. But perhaps there's some coffee.
I don't keep stale coffee standing around all day. If you want, you can make some for yourself.
Thank you, Charlotte. Such a dream I had. Does my head ache? Do I feel depressed? Is there by any chance a piece of coffee cake in the house?
No. Uncle Miklosh come by this morning.
Uncle Miklosh? What do you want?
He wants you to come down and make fresh potato salad. The boy from the high school didn't come.
But I thought it was my day off. All right, Charlotte. I will go. Just as soon as I have my coffee. Oh, what a dream. What a terrible dream. Cannot seem to get it out of my head. Do you know what I was dreaming, Charlotte?
Who cares?
I dreamed I was being electrocuted. Electrocuted, Charlotte. Isn't that terrible?
The water's boiling.
And it was so real, too. I was in a cell, a real cell in a prison. White, glaring white, like a death room. I was lying on a cot with my hands behind my head when suddenly I heard these footsteps outside the door. Then I jumped up like a madman, came over, and told me that the footsteps were my jailers. They were coming for me, to kill me. I was condemned to die.
Will you hurry? Drink your coffee. I told him you'd be right down.
Yeah, but the coffee's so hot. There's a cup for you, Joe.
No.
And then these guards came into my cell and dragged me from the bars. There were 4 guards in gray uniforms. There was also a tin priest. Now, everything was very quiet. All the other prisoners shut up. They watched their cell from behind doors. I could feel their eyes burning at me. I could hear my feet shuffle, shuffle along the floor. I felt so weak.
No, you don't. Have another cup. Give me that pot.
But it would help clear my head a little. After a dream like that.
Get your clothes on. That will clear your head.
In a minute. Trying to remember.
Remember what?
Why they were like just executing me. What I had done.
Oh, what an idiot. He worries about his dream.
Yeah. I suppose it's silly. But that is the trouble with dreams. They tell you one little thing, and it is so real. But the rest of the story, they keep it to themselves.
What, are you going to stand around here talking all day?
No, I was just going. I'll be right down. Charlotte? I don't want to disturb you, Charlotte.
You can't come in. I'm scrubbing this kitchen, and I don't want you making tracks across my floor.
I know, Charlotte. I wouldn't want to mark your nice, clean floor. It's only my coffee.
Go down to the drugstore for your coffee.
It's closed on Sundays.
So? I told you when we were having breakfast.
I know, but 8 o'clock. It's such an early hour for Sunday. And Uncle Miklos kept us open last night till 11.
You didn't come home last night at 11.
A little glass of beer at Kleinman's. Would you begrudge me that after I was on my feet till 11 o'clock at night? Please, Charlotte. I don't feel so good this morning either.
Naturally. After Kleinman's.
I'm not sleeping so good. Not all week. I'm having the same bad dreams.
Yeah, all this time excuse.
But it's true. Do you remember? I told you I dreamed I was electrocuted. I was in that cell. Well, every night now, for a week, I have been dreaming about that cell.
So what?
And in one corner, there's a bed. 2 magazines, the Look magazine and the Hungarian Weekly. I can see them just as clear as if they were in this kitchen.
Well, move those chairs out of the way. I want to scrub under the table.
Don't you think that's very clear, Charlotte?
What's clear?
To dream all that. Every night.
Who cares about dreams? They're only junk in your head.
But it is very clear, just the same. To be there, night after night. Oh, yes. Last night. Uncle Miklos was there, too.
Huh? What?
I mean, he came to see me in my dream. Oh, wasn't that clear?
I don't see anything so clear about that.
Can you imagine Uncle Miklos giving me anything?
That's a fine thing to say. Who brought you to America? Who gave you the job in the delicatessen?
I didn't mean that way, Charlotte. I meant...
What did you mean?
I meant... Well, Uncle Miklos is always so careful with food in the delicatessen. But in the dream, it was a very nice roast chicken in the dream with plenty of breast and stuffing. And Uncle Miklos even had a bottle opener in his basket to open up the schnapps. He kept telling me to eat. Eat, Bella. He kept saying, stuff yourself. I can hear how he said it. You only got another month to live. Maybe I should go to see a doctor.
Huh?
He should give me a thorough checkup.
Maybe you should go to a fortune teller, too. There's lots of places who'll be glad to take your money. If you only got the money.
Might be a good idea.
Only you don't got the money.
But, Charlotte...
Will you keep your dirty feet off my nice clean floor?
I'm sorry, Charlotte. I'll wipe it off.
Oh, get out, will you? Go down to the drugstore and get yourself some coffee. By the radio in the middle of the afternoon yet.
Well, what time is it?
4 o'clock. Why aren't you in the store?
I just
has learned to speak quietly and to do as thee is told.
Yes, ma'am.
Now I wish no more complaining from thee.
Pardon, Madame Gilbert.
Can I not keep thee still either?
But, Madame, I am almost recovered.
Almost is not completely. Thee are such baby.
We are soldiers.
More baby than soldiers.
And she would keep us that way, mon ami.
Where are my manners? Two brave lads and I have not introduced thee to one another. Peter Francisco, this is the Marquis de Lafayette.
Marquis?
Monsieur Francisco?
Now I must leave thee. If I do not prepare thee a bowl of broth, thee might never return to the battlefield. And I would be the happier for it.
Quelle femme, Madame Gilbert.
Yes.
You have been with the army a long time, Monsieur Francisco?
Only a year.
Oh, I too have fought 1 year.
You come from France to fight for the colonies?
Oui, oui.
I was born in Spain.
America is not your home?
Yes, but I was adopted by Judge Winston of Virginia when I was 6.
You know, it seems that in these troubled times there are many foreign-born who fight for the colonies. Consider, you are Spanish by birth, I am French. Generals von Steuben and de Kalb, they are German. Kosciuszko and Pulaski, Polish. Yet we fight together for a common cause. That all men may be free from oppression.
We will be free.
Oui. And perhaps you and I, we fight together, side by side.
Let us hope so, my friend.
The two soldiers, the Marquis and the private, thrown together by the fortunes of war, formed a friendship during their convalescence. A friendship which was to last long after the war was over. It was this friendship which ignited the firebrand from Virginia and made him a familiar figure on the battlefield where he was killed, fired by the colonial troops and feared and avoided by the British. Although Francisco's 3-year enlistment ended in 1779, he re-enlisted almost immediately to serve with General Gates in the Carolinas. In August 1780, the colonial troops fought desperately to hold the city of Camden in South Carolina. Francisco, of course, could be found where the fighting was the fiercest.
Corporal! Corporal, more ammunition!
Here, Francisco.
Thanks.
Use it sparingly. Our supply is running low.
And we'll fight with our hands unless Colonel Mayo sends us reinforcements.
We can expect no help from him.
Why?
He cannot spare a man since their artillery was hit.
Why did not use one of our artillery pieces?
There's no way of getting it to them. The horses which Pill were shot.
I'll get the cannon to Colonel Mayo.
How? You cannot pull it, Francisco. It is too heavy.
I'm not going to pull it.
Then how will you get it to Colonel Mayo?
I carry it.
You'll carry it?
Why not? My shoulders are broad.
You will carry it on your back?
I would a wounded comrade.
Francisco, it is impossible.
Nothing's impossible if you set your mind to it. Oh, your back. Now, come on, lend me a hand.
But do you realize the weight of this cannon? Over 1,000 pounds?
A heavy weapon indeed. Now, you guide it so it doesn't slip off my back.
Francisco, don't do it.
Would you rather feed the birds which circle over us?
No.
And close your mouth before you catch a cannonball. Lend me a hand.
Incredible though it may sound, Peter Francisco did hoist a 1,200-pound cannon on his back and delivered it to the troops in another part of the field. The British were routed, and the giant of Virginia was given due credit in helping to save Camden. At Guilford, Francisco cut down 11 men, bayoneted a 12th, and wounded several more. Today, marking the Guilford battleground, is a monument with an inscription dedicated to Peter Francisco, a giant of incredible strength, who killed 11 British soldiers with his own broadsword, and although badly wounded by bayonet, made his escape. As the war continued, so did Francisco's feats of bravery. Toward the end of 1781, however, an incident occurred which nearly cost him his life. Lord Tarleton's men had begun a plundering and burning raid through Virginia, and hearing of it, Francisco set out on a one-man reconnaissance looking for trouble. At Ben Ward's Tavern in Amelia County, he found it.
Mr. Ward, sir?
Oh, yes, Lieutenant.
6 more tankards of your fine Virginia ale.
Yes, sir. At this rate, you will run me dry before nightfall.
And if we should, you could retire to enjoy this independence you fight for.
Oh, not I. I fight for no independence. I am still loyal to the king. Independence. Independence be hanged.
If your fellow Virginians should hear you speak such sentiments, I fear it would be you who would hang.
Oh, they care not for an innkeeper's political views. Here's your ale, Lieutenant.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. We'll toast your loyalty to the king.
Gatekeeper?
Oh, what is your pleasure?
A tankard of ale.
Aye.
Your cabin is deserted here.
Aye. Since the fighting began, there seems little time for drinking. Your ale.
A word, innkeeper.
Well?
I look for Tarleton's men. Have you seen them?
What do you wish of Tarleton's men?
I would settle a score with them for burning and looting our Virginia homes.
You would settle the score?
Yes.
Alone?
Alone.
You may meet with some difficulty, me bucko.
I can manage with my sword to speak for me.
You are a young man and a boastful one. But I doubt if your actions would match your words.
Peter Francisco is no idle boaster.
Peter Francisco, is it?
You have heard of me?
Oh, I've heard mention of you.
And you know I speak the truth. I must be on my way. I may come this way again. In the meanwhile, innkeeper, have a sharp eye open.
I will. But before you leave, my friend...
Yes?
Would you care to sample something I have in the back room? An excellent import from England.
You recommend it?
I do indeed. You will be surprised at the quality. Captain! Captain, seize this man. He's Peter Francisco.
Well done, gentlemen. Lord Tarleton will be quite pleased with so rich a prize. You have too long been a thorn in our side.
Do not be so certain you've plucked out the thorn.
You threaten us.
I warn you.
Your warning will avail you nothing. Lieutenant.
Sir?
Take him outside. We will join you presently.
Very well, sir. All right now. Step lively.
You did well to call us, Mr. Ward. Lord Tarleton will be told of your loyalty to the crown.
Now, my fine fellow, you'll just stand there with your back against the wall.
If I refuse?
My sword pressed against your chest might slip.
Oh? Did you thus lose so rare a prize?
Quiet. You colonials are wretched soldiers. But you dress in style. Those buckles on your shoes. Silver, no doubt.
They are?
There's a prize worth having.
But with which I do not intend to part.
At the moment, you have little choice. So you'll remove the buckles and hand them to me.
If you wish them, you can remove them yourself.
I will do exactly that. Don't try anything foolish.
I will try nothing foolish.
Blast these buckles. They'll not come loose.
No, they will not come loose. But your sword will.
Oh.
That was a mistake, my red-coated friend, to tuck your sword under your arm like that. Now your scabbard and sword shall be my prize.
Quickly, Francisco unbuckled the dead lieutenant's scabbard. But as he turned to make his escape, he stopped short. Several hundred of Tarleton's men were riding down the road toward the tavern. Turned and fled. Those in the tavern, hearing the commotion, panicked and also fled. In an old history of Virginia, there is an engraving which records the deed and is signed by Jacob Webster and James Worrell of Pennsylvania. Yes, fortune smiled on Peter Francisco that day in Ben Ward's tavern. And she smiled on him again a short time later when Francisco and a platoon of men, including his old friend Lafayette, were cut off from the main body of the army and found themselves trapped on the brow of a hill. Behind them was a sheer drop. In front of them were the British troops, with their lines stretched straight across the base of the hill. Lafayette had sent for Francisco.
The situation is most serious, Peter.
Yes.
What is to be done?
There's nothing we can do but fight.
Are we to see an end to our friendship so soon?
Are you so certain this is the end?
Our backs are to the wall. We are like the fox trapped by the hunter with little chance of escape.
But with a chance. Remember, Monsieur le Marquis, the fox is not stupid. When he's cornered, he does not surrender without one last attempt to escape. And sometimes he's successful. Perhaps we, too, shall be successful.
Peut-être, mon ami. Peut-être.
Look.
What is it?
They're beginning to advance up the hill.
And now the fox must make the last attempt to escape, oui?
Yes. You men there! Get to your feet! The British must be stopped! How fast can you load a gun, Lafayette?
As fast as you can empty one.
And you'd best start.
Peter, one of the men has been hit.
Keep loading.
They're coming closer like a great wave. We cannot stop them.
Hey, you'd best take my musket. Keep firing.
What are you going to do?
If they reach us, these barrels of powder will be no use to us. I use them now.
But how, Peter?
It's very simple, my friend. First, I place a fuse in this barrel of gunpowder. Got it?
Peter, we shall be blown to bits.
Not us, Lafayette.
Why do you pick up the barrel of gunpowder?
What? Here it goes.
The British, they are scattering.
And well, it better. And here's a second salute for the king.
They are in retreat, Peter. You have saved our lives.
Now, let's say rather that the fox has found a way to outwit the red-coated hunters.
Peter Francisco's great courage and strength, his devotion to his adopted homeland, won many friends for him. Lafayette, Patrick Henry, General Washington, and Chief Justice Marshall. In 1785, Peter Francisco married Susanna Anderson of Virginia and settled down to be a devoted husband, a good father, and a loyal American. A Richmond newspaper of that time carried a tribute to the courage and valor of this remarkable man.
Sometimes there is among the rank and file of the private soldiers an individual whose peculiar powers and soldierly qualities single him out from the multitude and rivet upon him the attention and admiration of his countrymen. Such a man was Peter Francisco, who, in extraordinary strength, lion-like courage, yet gentleness of disposition, was one of the most remarkable of the Revolutionary warriors.
The pages of that Richmond newspaper have faded and turned yellow with the passing years. But the words of the tribute to Peter Francisco can still be read. Words which remind us of the inheritance Peter Francisco left, not only to our men in uniform, to each and every one of us who carries on the fight for the ideals of democracy, freedom, and peace. You have been listening to Inheritance, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the American Legion. We are privileged this evening to hear from the commander of the American Legion Department of California, Mr. William R. Burke.
The story of Peter Francisco typifies the fighting men of our armed forces, who through legendary courage have won eternal fame as one-man armies. In each war fought for independence and human rights, such epic heroes have arisen. Peter Francisco has one-man army counterparts in such men as Alvin York of World War I, World War II's Captain Arthur Wehrmuth, and Captain Raven Harvey of the Korean conflict, to mention only a few. The records of such men are known, and our people have rightly accorded them the respect and admiration which is their due by citing and recounting tales of their moral and physical courage. There are, however, untold hundreds of thousands who have fought and died bravely, whose names we do not know, and whose stories we are unable to recount. The valor demonstrated in the epic tale of a one-man army is in truth a reflection of the indomitable spirit of our people and of the insistence by all Americans on the dignity and freedom of the individual. Freedom has been attained and secured through trial by fire. Sung and unsung heroes have made it our precious inheritance. With infinite patience we guard it today. In the face of grave dangers tomorrow, we will always protect it.
Thank you, Mr. William R. Burke. Next week, Inheritance will take you on another journey through the pages of history to a time when Americans dreaming of the future forged that which we possess today. Today's story, The Giant of Virginia, was written by Milt Kahn and featured Lamont Johnson as Peter Francisco. Included in the cast in order of their appearance were Janet Scott, Ken Christie, Paul Dubov, Larry Dobkin, Vivi Janis, Tony Barrett, Kurt Martell, Ben Wright, Nestor Paiva, and Marvin Bryan.
You're listening to KPNL Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, playing a daily schedule of vintage radio genres and matching today's date and history when available. Visit radio.macandmind.com for a schedule. We now present Frontier Stories on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of Gunsmoke, which originally aired Saturday, April 25th, 1953, 68 years ago today.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
What'd you say your name is, soldier?
Gallagher. That's my name.
All right, Gallagher. Now, don't you think you've had enough? It isn't even night yet.
I'll never have enough.
You plan to show up at the fort this drunk?
Lady, maybe I won't show up at the fort at all. Now, what do you think of that?
Gallagher, you better start worrying about what Captain Shaw's going to think, not her.
Hey, what are you doing here, Spear?
I've been an hour looking for you all over Dodge. How'd you get that drunk in an hour, anyways?
Drinking!
Are you responsible for this?
Oh, sure. The Indians pay me to keep you soldiers drunk.
That ain't funny.
He's a grown man, isn't he?
That's not the point.
What's the point?
You shut up, Gallagher. We'll be an hour late now, and that's all Captain Shaw needs to fix us.
Captain Shaw can go hang.
You wasn't so drunk I'd leave you and just ride out alone.
Yeah, that'd be just like you, Spear. Just like you.
Come on, get up out of that chair. I'll drag you out.
Oh, leave me be.
Come on.
I ain't have started here yet. Cut your peaches, gal. Thunder ain't rain.
Shut up, Gallagher.
Why didn't you listen to your friend? You're just going to get into trouble here.
Who's kissing your hand anyway? way.
That's no way to talk.
Why, I'll kill you for that.
Beat you drunk.
All right. You want the same treatment, soldier?
Huh? I had nothing to do with it, Marshal.
What?
He was drunk.
And you're cold sober.
Of course I am.
It's true, Matt. He just came in looking for him on the floor there, Gallagher.
I'll take your gun, soldier.
Oh, you can't do this, Marshal.
All right, now, friend, we're going to
Matt,
jail.
listen to me. Gallagher's
Pick up your...
it. He was only trying to get him out of here. Back to the fort.
He can take him back tomorrow. Fighting's against the law in Dodge.
No, Matt.
Come on, let's get going, soldier. Pick him up. The past week, we'd had nothing but trouble in Dodge. Men had fought and gouged and knifed and shot each other till I began to wonder if they gave a thought to anything else in the world. It had set my temper on edge, and I suppose I'd become as bull-headed as they were. Anyway, I threw the soldiers in jail and went off to supper and forgot about them. For some reason, the town was reasonably peaceful that night. The change sort of took the edge off of me. Next morning, I felt half human for the first time in days.
I turned that cowboy loose early, Mr. Dillon. He seemed tolerably repentant.
Well, he should be, Chester.
But those two soldiers looked pretty glum. What are you going to do with them, sir?
Oh, yeah. Well, you better go back and let him out, huh, Chester? We'll have the army in here looking for him if we don't.
Yes, sir. You've done your time, man. The law has forgiven you. Out you go, free as little birds.
Oh, that sunlight will blind me this morning.
We ain't about done our time, mister. In real trouble now.
Oh, why do you say that?
'Cause it's true. We were sent to Dodge to pick up supplies, not to go to jail.
You're not the first soldiers who've camped here overnight. Colonel Doby's a just man.
Captain Shaw's in command right now, Marshal. Colonel went to St. Louis for a time.
Well, I don't know Captain Shaw, but I'm sure...
He's just about as reasonable as you are, Marshal. Just about.
You're Spear, aren't you?
And I was as sober yesterday, remember?
I locked you up for fighting, not drinking.
You locked us up. That's all that matters now.
Spear's right, Marshal. I guess I deserve what I'm going to get, but Spear don't.
Nobody was killed. You're not going to hang.
You don't know Captain Shaw. He can be awful hard.
A little extra duty won't hurt you.
First off, we'll be fined $10 by court-martial.
1 month's pay.
Yeah, that's a little high, I agree.
It's nothing to what the cat might do on top of it. He's old Army. They say one time he gave a man 10 days' provisions and had him drummed out of camp with a straw halter around his neck and his coat turned inside out.
And that was Indian country, Marshal, not around here.
Well, the man's a scoundrel, that's what he is. Say, how'd the fellow make out, anyway?
You'll have to ask Captain Shaw about that, if he knows.
Well, the man must have done more than get drunk and fight. You won't get that kind of punishment.
No, but close to it. Captain's dead set against liquor. Not a man in the company's been allowed to drop since Colonel Dopey left.
Is that so?
Sure is. Look, Marshal, I got it coming, but Spear here, all he done was try to get me back to the fort. You got to try to do something about it.
Never mind, Gallagher. He won't do nothing.
Spear, I guess I was a little hasty locking you up. I'm sorry about it.
So am I.
All right. What can I do?
Ride out and explain it to Captain Shaw.
I don't like interfering in Army matters. But, all right, I'll do it.
You will?
Yeah, but I can't today. Well, tomorrow won't be too late. I'll be out there tomorrow afternoon.
I don't know whether to trust you or not, Marshal.
And you'll have to find out if you can, Mr. Spear.
Yeah.
You can't blame him much, Marshal, but I sure hope you do it.
All right, boys, you're late enough now. You better get going.
Come on, Spear.
While you're talking to Captain Shaw, I think I'll go see the sutler, Mr. Dillon. He's an old friend of mine.
All right, Chester.
Name's Larson. Been selling goods to soldiers for 10 years that I know of. Say, I'll eat with him, too, in case you should get asked to supper.
Oh, fine. Say, doesn't that look like Spear there?
Where?
Just outside the fort there, the man with the shovel.
Oh, yeah. Say, what's he digging anyway?
Come on, let's ride over there. Hello, Spear.
You're too late, Marshal.
Why? What's happened?
We've already been tried, that's what.
Well, what'd they give you?
2 months' pay and a month's punishment.
What punishment?
I don't know, Marshal. The captain will work on that from day to day. He's got lots of ideas.
Is this one of them? Digging that hole out here?
This isn't exactly a hole, mister. It's a grave.
A grave? Whose grave?
Mine.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Spear.
Well, it's for me or somebody like me. That's what he said. Ask him about. There comes the guard. I gotta keep busy.
All right, I'll talk to you later, Spear.
I won't be hard to find.
And that's the whole story, Captain. I locked Spear up, too, and for no justifiable reason at all.
He was fighting, wasn't he, Marshal?
He was trying to get Gallagher out of there, that's all.
I have already decided Gallagher's punishment will be the more severe.
Yeah, but Spear doesn't deserve any punishment at all. Don't you see that?
If I may ask, Marshal, what is your interest in this case?
Look, I made a mistake, Captain. If I hadn't thrown Spear in jail, he'd be all right now. The man's been done an injustice.
Not exactly. In an hour late in any case.
What?
He and Gallagher had orders to report here to Lieutenant Adams at 6 o'clock. But at 6 o'clock, they were arrested in Dodge. If they had not been arrested, it would have taken them an hour to ride to the fort. Therefore, they would have reported in at 7 o'clock, 1 hour late.
Oh, but Captain, Spear spent that hour trying to find Gallagher.
A soldier must learn to take care of himself, Marshal. Evidently, Spear hasn't learned. So it's my duty to teach him.
This just doesn't make sense.
I am a soldier, Marshal. You are a civilian. I wouldn't expect you to understand.
Anybody can understand what's just.
The Army has its own justice, Marshal.
Like making a man dig his own grave?
Oh, you saw. Of course. Gallagher's digging one behind the fort.
Why?
Sentimental reasons, I suppose. Of mine, to be sure.
What does that mean?
It goes back a long way, Marshal. You see, I served under General Winfield Scott at Veracruz in 47. And I remember an order he once sent down, and it concerned soldiers who'd been found drunk.
Now, don't tell me General Scott had them shot.
No. His idea was to impress upon the command that such a grave would be wanted sooner or later, either for the drunken man or for some drunken companion.
And did the soldiers understand that?
Soldiers understand orders, Marshal. Or they can be made to.
Tell me, Captain, what do you think Colonel Doby would do about this?
In Colonel Doby's absence, I am in command of this company.
Then Spear will be punished even though he's innocent, huh?
This is an Army matter, Marshal.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Marshal. Marshal Dillon.
Huh? Yeah.
I'm Lieutenant Adams.
Oh, how do you do, Lieutenant?
I'm the officer Spear and Gallagher were to report to night before last.
Oh, yeah, the captain mentioned that.
Tell me, how'd you make out in there?
Well, I don't think Captain Shaw and I understand each other completely.
I knew it was hopeless. Thanks for trying, Marshal.
Tell me something, Lieutenant. What's the matter with Captain Shaw?
I couldn't say, Marshal. But he's been 30 years in the Army.
So?
Colonel Dobie's been in 10.
Oh, I see.
Will you join us at mess, Marshal? We eat in about 10 minutes.
Oh, thank you very much. I'd like to, if you don't mind.
Sorry I can't offer you a drink. Captain's order.
Yeah, I know. Lieutenant, when does Colonel Dobie get back from St. Louis?
We haven't heard. Soon, I hope.
Yeah.
You see, Gallagher can take it. He knows he's guilty, for one thing. But Spear, I'm worried about. Already, he's not the same man he was.
Yeah, I suppose he's lost faith in people.
He was always a fine soldier. I just hope he can hang on long enough.
No? Long enough for what?
Oh, let's say long enough for Colonel Dobie to get back before Captain Shaw drives Spear to something like... Come along, Marshal. We'll wash up.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, this Monday night, hear CBS Radio Suspense, starring Herbert Marshall in The Man Within by Graham Greene. Also Monday night on most of these same stations, the Lux Radio Theater presents Betty Hutton and Gene Barry in a delightful musical comedy, Somebody Loves Me. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
I was pretty busy the next few days, and there wasn't much time to think about Spear. But when I did think about him, I got to wishing I'd never let myself be hired for this job. Nearly a week passed, and then one day, about noon, I went to the office and found Kitty waiting there with Chester.
I told her you'd be along any minute, Mr. Dillon.
That's nothing serious, I hope, Kitty.
Well, it could be, Matt.
She wouldn't tell me a word about it. I offered to help, but no, she said she'd wait until you got here and then...
All right, Chester. Well, Kitty.
Matt, this morning, about 8 o'clock it was, I was...
Wait a minute. Lieutenant Adams.
Hello, Marshal. Chester.
Hello, Lieutenant.
This is Miss Kitty, Lieutenant.
Oh, yes, of course. I didn't recognize you, Miss Kitty.
That's all right, Lieutenant.
I'll be brief, Marshal. It's about Spear. He's deserted.
What?
Last night, just before chow.
How'd he get away?
Well, Captain Shaw hasn't had those men guarded very close. They're still digging graves, and with only one guard for the two of them. Spear took off when the guard was at the back of the fort near Gallagher, and so...
What, have they found him yet?
No. But the captain has the whole company out after him. I just posted a couple of men at the depot. Most everyone else is fanned out over the prairie, horseback.
You think maybe the captain wanted him to run off, Lieutenant? Maybe that's why he made it so easy, huh?
And a lieutenant doesn't judge his captain, Marshal. But I'm worried about Spear. He might do anything now.
Yeah.
I knew you'd be interested, so I just dropped by to let you know what's happened.
Oh, thank you, Lieutenant.
There's something else, Marshal.
What?
Captain Shaw has ordered me to search the town.
Oh?
He's sending me 2 more men. Check.
Well, ordinarily,
hope you won't.
I would, but I understand.
Thank you, Marshal. Goodbye, Miss Kitty.
Goodbye.
Chester.
Bye, Lieutenant.
Matt, that's what I came to tell you about. Spear's hiding in my room.
What? Since when?
This morning he showed up about 8 o'clock. Said he has to hide during the day. He promised to leave tonight.
But why did he come to you?
Well, he remembered I tried to keep him from being arrested that day, and he said I was the only person he could trust.
Oh, I see.
I don't know what to do, man.
Is he armed, Kitty?
Yeah. Yes, he's armed. And he said if anyone but me tried to get in the room, he'd kill him. He's awful desperate, Matt.
Yeah. He's got to turn himself in, Kitty.
After the way he's been treated...
They'll catch him anyway, sooner or later. He's got to face this thing on his own free will. If he doesn't, it'll ruin him inside. He won't be any good again. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, I think I do.
All right, then go tell him.
I can't, Matt. I'm not a man. He wouldn't listen to me.
All right, I'll go.
You can't. He'll shoot you as soon as you open that door.
Well, look, you'll have to help us trick him, Kitty.
No, please, Matt. He trusts me.
You want to help him, don't you?
Yeah. All right.
Chester, go out and buy a big bag of groceries and hurry.
Groceries? Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
We'll wait for you here. Stay off of your heels, Chester. Quiet. All right, you go ahead, Kitty. We'll be there when he opens the door.
All right, Matt. It's me, Kitty. Open the door. I can't hold all these groceries much longer.
All right, come on in quick.
Take this. My arm's breaking.
All right, I got it. Hey! All right.
All right, close the door, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Come over here and take his gun away from him.
I got it, sir.
All right. All right, now get up. I said get up. Now sit in that chair. And don't try anything.
I hope you're real proud, Kitty.
Now, wait a minute, Spear. Nobody's betrayed you. We're trying to help you, that's all.
Why don't you just shoot me, Marshal, and have it over with?
Spear, you've got a bad deal all around, but the trouble you're in right now is your own doing.
You're the one put me in jail.
I'm talking about your deserting.
Well, what about it?
I'm just telling you, you're responsible for that yourself. And you're the only one who can square it. Give yourself up.
Give myself up? You mean you're not taking me in?
I got nothing to do with it. This is between you and the Army.
Please, Spear, do it. He's right.
You mean I can walk out of here right now? And you won't stop me?
That's right.
Why are you doing this, Marshal?
Spear, I've been told that you're a good soldier. But right now you're in trouble. And you and I are both responsible for it. I shouldn't have thrown you in jail, and you shouldn't have deserted.
Well, so?
I'll do my part, and I think you'll do yours. You'll do yours by turning yourself in.
I don't know, Marshal.
Yeah, what, Chester?
Down there in the street. Lieutenant Adams and 2 soldiers, and they're headed right in here.
Give myself up, huh? You got it planned pretty neat, Marshal. Maybe the Army will give you a reward for this, huh? Maybe they'll
Adams said he was going to search the town. That's all I know about
And followed you right here, didn't he? You sure trust me.
All right, shut up a minute. Kitty, is that a closet there? Is it empty?
Well, almost, yeah.
All right, Spear, I'll prove that I trust you. They won't find you till you're ready to give yourself up. Now get in that closet and hurry.
You mean it?
Here, take my gun with you. Now do you think I mean it?
Your gun?
Go on, take it.
Oh, but I didn't mean...
All right, hurry up. Get in there.
Mr. Dillon, are you sure you are to take a chance like that?
Open the door, Kitty.
Come come in, Lieutenant.
Wait here, Matt.
Yes.
Well, hello, Marshal.
How are you, Lieutenant?
Chester.
Hello.
Sorry to bother you this way, Miss Kitty. We're searching the town for Spear, like I told you.
Yeah, well, I know, but how'd you get here so fast, Lieutenant?
Just a hunch. Guess it was a bad one.
It sure was. Miss Kitty'd never hide a fugitive of any kind in this world, no matter
Chester.
what he might have done.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
I hope you'll excuse me for bothering you, Miss Kitty.
Oh, that's all right, Lieutenant.
Well, goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
So long. All right, Spear, they've gone. You can come out now. Well?
Here's your gun, Marshal.
Thank you. We'll leave you here, and I'll send Lieutenant Adams back alone. That is, if you've decided.
Okay, Marshal.
Oh, that's fine.
You're doing the right thing, Spear.
Chester, give him his gun.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Thanks.
Come on, Kitty. Chester.
So, Marshal,
Yeah?
I'll be all right now, Marshal. No matter what that captain thinks of.
Sure you will, Spear. Good luck to you.
Thanks, Marshal. I thank you.
There's Lieutenant Adams right across the street, Mr. Dillon.
You and Kitty go on into the Texas Trail, huh? I'll join you later.
All right, sir.
Hurry back, Matt.
Lieutenant Adams.
Yes, Marshal.
Where are your men?
Oh, they're scouting the Alafraganza there. I don't think they'll find him, though.
You don't?
No, I don't. I see you got your gun back, Marshal.
You don't miss much, do you?
I kind of wondered at first why you didn't have it upstairs, eh?
And?
Well, I don't suppose Captain Shaw'd much appreciate an officer who searched a room. Didn't even bother with the closet, would he?
Captain Shaw might not, Lieutenant, but I think Spear will.
Is he waiting for me, Marshal?
Mm-hmm.
It was a mighty long chance you took.
It was worth it. Let me know how he makes out, Lieutenant.
I sure will, Marshal. Especially seeing as how you kind of got a stake in him now. Well, so long.
Goodbye, Lieutenant. I heard later that Spear was treated rough for the next few days, but that he took it fine. And then Colonel Doby returned to his command, and he decided that Spear had been punished enough. 2 weeks later, Lieutenant Adams, accompanied only by Spear, was ordered on a scouting mission down toward the Cimarron. It may have been Indians, or it may have been the river, but neither man was seen or heard of again. Yesterday, I received a message from Colonel Doby. A formation is to be held at Fort Dodge, honoring those 2 good soldiers. The colonel thought I might want to be there.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Harry Bartell, Paul Frees, and Vic Perrin. Parley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Sundays in the daytime, CBS Radio now brings you a full hour of fun and melody with Arthur Godfrey and all the little Godfreys. It's 60 minutes of the best features from Arthur's shows heard during the week. Remember Arthur Godfrey, Frank Parker, Jeanette Davis, Holly Loki, the Mariners, Julius LaRosa, and all the rest of the gang are yours on most of these stations for a full Sunday hour. Presented by CBS Radio tomorrow. George Walsh speaking. And remember, Amos and Andy are here every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You've just heard an episode of Gunsmoke, which originally aired Saturday, April 25th, 1953, 68 years ago today. Here's an episode of Red Ryder, which originally aired Saturday, April 25th, 1942, 79 years ago today.
From out of the West comes Red Ryder, America's famous fighting cowboy.
There's trouble brewing along Tarantula Springs Way, so ride, little beaver. Prod up that pony.
You bet, chum. Get him up, Papoose. Get him up. Get it.
Come on, Thunder. Hit that trail.
The Adventures of Red Ryder. When you pop out of bed tomorrow morning, what's the one thing you're going to want for breakfast? That's right, toast. And if you're a person who wants his toast just right, crispy, golden brown on the outside, yet tender and smooth inside, then Langendorf bread is the bread for you. Yes, sirree. And every swell tasting slice helps give you energy for the day's activities. That's because Langendorf bread contains these big 1-2 energy values. Vitamin B1, the essential nerve and energy vitamin, and pure dextrose, world's greatest quick energy food. The kind of food that helps a person tackle his task quickly. And what a treat on the family table. Remember, baking experts judged Langendorf bread America's finest for taste-tempting flavor, smooth, creamy texture, and wonderful lasting freshness. So, for goodness sake and for energy's sake, always reach for fresh and tasty Langendorf bread at your grocer's. It stays deliciously fresh longer. When Red Ryder and Little Beaver rode out of Devil's Hole, Glade Slavens and his cutthroat gang were in jail, and Norma McCune's circus was hers once again. But as America's fighting cowboy and his little Indian saddle partner jog the trail toward Tarantula Springs, they look across the long valley and see a group of men gathered near a cottonwood tree.
From the look of those jaspers down there, Little Beaver, I'd say that they were up to no good.
Too many men with rope, and only one with hands in air.
Right or wrong, one man is entitled to better odds than that, don't you think?
Me think yes. Capoos, hit him up. Long, get.
Turn on some speed, boy. Head for that cottonwood. Come on, Thunder.
Just a second, Mitch. Let's see if he's got any last words.
What's the good of saying what I said before all over again? Just because somebody's running off your cattle doesn't mean it's me who's been doing it.
It sure doesn't. But you still ain't explained why I was missing cattle only the night you were supposed to be night hawking the herd.
You tried me and convicted me in your own mind, so go on, get it over with.
Look here, Stebbins. I'm running this show, and I'll run it just how and when I please.
I wouldn't be too sure of that. Seems to be a couple of uninvited guests joining your party.
Yeah, it's a puncher in a red shirt and an Indian kid. What are they poking in here for?
Howdy, gents. Oh, Thunder.
You looking for something, mister?
I wasn't when I started, but I think I found something.
Red Ryder.
Oh, look, that man, your old friend, Cliff Stebbins.
Well, I'll be doggone. Someone initiating you into a new lodge, is this just Cliff, or is it a surprise party?
Stay right on that horse, Redhead. Turn him around. Get out of here quick.
I'll be mighty glad to oblige, but my friend is leaving with me.
You think so? Unless you start pounding leather, none of you is going to be leaving, and that is under your own power. Never did hanker after cattle thieves, and I'm not making any exceptions now.
Did you steal any beef from this man, Cliff?
I told him 100 times I didn't.
They got any proof against you?
Now, see here.
I haven't much use for a rattler who'd take the law into his own hands, so you might as well save your breath. Now, Little Beaver, untie Cliff's hands.
You betcha, Red Ryder.
You take one step toward him, and there'll be a dead Injun here.
You heard what I said, Little Beaver.
Betcha.
Why, you...
I've got 5 more slugs left in here, and you've only got 1 more hand.
Yeah, well, I know what to do with it.
Now, next time you choose a man, make sure you don't lead with your right. All right. Now, the rest of you unbuckle your belts and drop them. Come on, quick.
We got him cliff loose, Red Ryder.
Good. Now, both of you hit leather. And if I were you, gents, I'd stand frozen like that until we're out of sight. Now, front up those ponies.
Start making tracks, boy.
Get him up. Get in.
Pound that dirt, fella. Come on, Thunder. Now, look, Cliff, I didn't save you from that mob to argue with you. You're going back home to Tarantula Springs and settle down like a peaceable man.
I'm sick and tired of being peaceable. Work for some tight-fisted cattle owner for a couple of meals, a hard bunk, and a few dollars a month. That's not my idea of living.
That's the only way you'll go on living, Cliff. Now, look, son. Ever since you were a button, you've had a knack of getting into trouble. If it hadn't been for you, your dad and mother wouldn't have gotten divorced.
Oh, the old man's worse than you are. If they elected him sheriff, there's no living with him. What do you want me to do, sprout wings?
I'd rather try and sprout wings living their way than be handed a harp trying to live your way. Now, Cliff, I'll tell you what I'll do. Since you don't like the idea of working for someone, I'll grub-stake you to a little spread of your own.
Well, I couldn't take any money from you, Red.
It might be better taking money from me than 6 rounds of lead from a lawman. Suppose we don't call it a loan. Suppose you run the place, and I'll be the silent partner, huh?
Me think a pretty good idea. Tarantula Valley, heap good place for a nice cattle ranch.
Well, I guess I'd be a fool to turn you down, Red.
Now you're talking. So let's shake hands on the deal, huh?
Well, there you are. And thanks, Red, for all you done.
Oh, boy. Hold it, Thunder. Well, here we are, Cliff. I can see your dad through the window in the sheriff's office.
I don't think Pop's going to be any too glad to see me.
Sheriff Stebbins. Him bark worse than him bite.
Oh, you're a pretty good judge of human nature, Little Beaver. Come on, Cliff. It's like jumping into ice-cold water. It feels fine after the first shock.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Red, come in, come in. Well, you're a sight for sore. Well, so you've come back.
Oh, now hold on, Pop.
Now, take it easy, Sheriff. Cliff's come home because the two of us are going partners on a ranch.
What? You're not pulling my leg, are you, Red?
No, Sheriff, that's the truth. Cliff's had his fling, and he's ready to settle down now.
Well, son, all I can say is it's the proudest news I've had since the day old Mayor Doc Prouty said it's a boy. Yes. Your ma's going to be mighty glad to hear it, too.
How is she, Pop?
All right, from what I hear. Seen her only once since the day we had that argument over you, and she left me.
Well, Cliff, why don't you leave your blanket roll here and ride over and see your mother? I'll get a couple of rooms for us at the hotel across the street and meet you there later.
Well, fine, Red. I hate to keep saying this over and over, but you're one great guy.
Why are you staring at me like that, Red?
Because you don't look like a man whose son had just come home. You're trying to hide something, Sheriff. Now, what is it? Mrs. Stebbins sick?
No, it ain't that, Red. The boy's mother's fine. It's... Well, here. Read this letter I got just this morning from the warden of the state penitentiary.
Why, they must be crazy pardoning an outlaw like Laredo Jim Flagger.
Crazy or not, they've done it. It's cartwheels to Cruller. He'll be back in Tarantula Springs and on the prod for trouble before he can bat an eye.
And I thought when I testified against him 4 years ago that I'd never see him out alive.
Red Ryder, why are you so worried about this man? You're not afraid of him, are you?
No, little beaver, I'm not afraid of Jim. That is, not afraid for myself. You see, it was Laredo Jim who got Cliff into trouble when he was just a boy.
Yeah? Now you know why I had that funny look on my face, Red. You walking in here with a boy like you did, just on top of that letter. Do you realize what it means if he gets mixed up with this Laredo Jim again? And me, his father, sheriff?
Let's not cross that bridge until we get to it. Meantime, it seems to me, with Cliff back home, maybe you and Mrs. Stebbins can straighten out your personal affairs.
Yeah, I'd sure like to, but you know how mothers are. She's never been able to see anything but good in that boy. Sometimes, well, maybe we both learned our lesson.
Come on, little beaver. We've got to go to the hotel and clean up. After that, there's a gent I've got to see, if he dares to come back to town.
Sure got out of that pen in jig time, Laredo. 4 years. That's a laugh.
It's no laugh to me, Lace. 4 years is a long time. A very long time.
You must have lived right to have the kind of luck you've got. Imagine not back in town 10 minutes and you bump head on to Cliff Stebbins.
That kid's going to come in mighty handy before I'm through around here.
I doubt that, Laredo. Doubt it very much.
Ryder.
Well, it's the one-man posse himself. In person.
Never took more than one man to get you, Laredo.
Yeah? Well, with all that you and that tin-horn sheriff did, you couldn't make it stick for long, could you?
I'm afraid you're doing the sticking by putting your neck out where it'll be nice and handy.
If that's an invitation, Ryder, I'm accepting right now.
Good. And while you're accepting, accept a little advice.
Your advice has always been worth just what I've paid for it.
This time it isn't worth much more, Laredo. It's only worth the price of your life, so here it is. Stay away from Cliff Stebbins.
And if I don't?
It doesn't leave me much choice. I'll either see that you stake out a homestead in that little plot behind the church or personally escort you back to the penitentiary.
You've never been to a penitentiary, have you, Ryder? No. No, you wouldn't know what it means to live every day of every week in a little stone room. It's freezing cold in winter and roasting like an oven when it's hot.
It didn't seem to soften you up any.
That's right, friend. Just made me a little tougher. In 4 years, I've done a lot of thinking, Ryder. There wasn't much of it that didn't have to do with you. You and that two-for-a-nickel sheriff.
I've spoken my piece, Laredo, so stay away from Cliff, or by glory, the next time we meet, you'll be staring into a 44.
That offer's so good that I'll take it up. Right now!
You fool. The 4 years of thinking spoiled your draw, Laredo.
Yeah, well, it didn't spoil mine.
I never did like your face, Lace, and this may give me a chance to improve it.
Now, if any of the rest of you think you could do better than your two friends, I'm wide open. And as for you, Laredo, anytime you feel you've lived long enough, just forget what I told you about that boy. So meantime, just to make it close to even, start learning how to handle a gun.
return to the adventures of Red Ryder in just a moment. But first, answer this question quickly. What's the sixth letter in the alphabet? It's F, as in fresh. And that word fresh has a world of meaning to the thousands who pack their lunchboxes with delicious Langendorf bread. The bread that stays deliciously fresh longer. Hours after packing, tasty sandwiches made with Langendorf bread are still fresh, tempting, delicious. But it's a treat. Langendorf bread with delicious slices of meat or spread with orange marmalade or your favorite jelly. Fresh and tasty Langendorf bread has an energy claim to fame, too, with its 1-2 energy values. 1, Langendorf bread contains nerve and energy vitamin B1. You can't feel your zestful best without it. And 2, it is made with pure dextrose, world's greatest quick energy food. Of course, this tremendously popular bread contains those healthful nutriments, carbohydrates for body fuel, proteins for building muscle, and necessary minerals. So, Dad, and you youngsters, too, ask Mother to pack your lunchbox with sandwiches made of Langendorf bread, judged America's finest by baking experts. Always reach for fresh and tasty Langendorf bread at your grocer's. You'll like it. As we rejoin Red Ryder and Little Beaver, it is late evening. Red is in his hotel room, pacing the floor restless.
Red Ryder, why you no come to bed? You walk 'em ever since supper.
I don't mean to disturb you, youngster, but until I know what's happened to Cliff, there's no use even trying to sleep.
You think maybe he get him mixed up with Laredo Jim?
Little Beaver, I'm afraid to think. Laredo would risk his own neck just to even up his score with Sheriff Stebbins and myself. And using Cliff for the goat, he'd certainly accomplish what he wants.
Red Ryder, you hear him? Sound like someone blow him up safe.
And there they come running out of the office of the Kpnl Association. You stay right where you are, Little Beaver. I've got some riding to do.
Hit for them hills, boys. Then scatter.
Better split up here, Sheriff, and try to cut them off.
Cliff, double back. Head for town.
Follow those men into the rocks, Sheriff. I'm taking out the one who's riding for town.
Come on, Thunder, get after him. Burn up that dirt, fella.
Better hold it, mister. Your back makes an awfully good target.
He won't listen to sense, Thunder, so stretch out.
And now, mister...
I'll drat your whole self. I don't want to hurt you any more than I did bulldogging you off your pony.
Stop. Red, let me alone.
Cliff, are you crazy? What were you doing with that bunch of outlaws?
What outlaws? I was just riding back to town when I heard all that shooting.
On your way back to town from where?
You gotta believe me. I had nothing to do with it.
That's what every criminal says when he's caught.
No, I mean it. Believe me.
Who blew that safe? Laredo?
I don't know, Red. Don't you see, even if I did know, I couldn't tell you.
Suppose I hadn't had a hunch it was you I was chasing. I'd have shot you down. All right, now I might throw you back on your pony and take you into jail.
Well, you wouldn't do that.
No, I wouldn't do it to my ranch partner. You know what I'm driving at, Cliff?
Sure I do. We made a deal. And I haven't gone back on my word, Red. You'll have to believe that. You'll have to trust me.
Trusting you won't be too hard, Cliff. As for believing, well, you know I want to. All right, come on, get back on your horse and let's ride for town. Come on, little beaver. Wake up. Wake up, son.
What's the matter, Red Ryder? You find the men who robbed Cattlemen's Association?
No, son, not yet. But it's time to get up and have breakfast.
Whoopee. saying breakfast?
Whoopee, I say him breakfast. Now, come on, get up. I've got a little job for you to do.
What I have to do?
Well, you and I are going to try to fix it up so Cliff's mother and father forget their difficulties and get back together again.
Sheriff and his lady, they both pretty stubborn.
That stubbornness is only on the surface. They have just as much affection for each other today as they had when they were first married. So haul yourself out of that eiderdown and let's get this job done before I light out after Laredo Jim Flagger for the last time.
I wish you'd listen to us.
I'm not a-going to Cliff. Dave Stebbins a mighty fine man, but I'm not patching up with him less than he comes in on his hands and knees and apologizes for the names he called you a few years back.
I don't like to interfere, Mrs. Stebbins, but don't you think that maybe you're both a little wrong?
You do 'em, Mrs. Stebbins, and you see, you'll be plenty happy.
Well, it ain't fitting for a woman to make the first advances.
No question about that. Now, let's see if you both can't meet the other halfway. Come on in, Sheriff.
Red,
Now get in here and make your little speech like a good boy.
Morning, Nellie.
Morning, Dave.
Will you both stop standing there like scared school kids?
Nellie, now that Cliff's home again, don't you think it might be nice if we had the parson over and, well, get hitched all over again?
Dave, Oh, Dave, darling.
Now, don't you go crying, Nellie. Oh, see what happens. You're getting me started.
Well, now that we got that arranged, how about setting the time and date, huh?
Well, I always say there's no time like the present.
Now, Dave, I can't go getting married, for I got myself fixed up.
Oh, what are you talking about? Why, you're prettier now than you were 25 years ago, and that's good enough for me.
Well, Cliff, what do you say? You, Little Beaver, and I walk over and see if we can't get Reverend Doolittle here, say, about 3 o'clock this afternoon. After this wedding's over, I've got a job cut out for me.
Looky here, Laredo. I told you it's not safe for us to hide too close to town.
Will you shut up?
No, I won't. Just because you hate Red Ryder and that sheriff so bad, you're taking too many chances. Once a posse starts covering these hills, they're bound to find this shack. With all that money we got out of the safe, we got plenty to get clear across the...
Not leaving here without that sheriff's kid. And with Red Ryder pushing up
border
on daisies.
Well, you can stay. Just give us our cut and we'll be going.
Your cut, huh? Well, this is the kind of a cut you're gonna...
Laredo, stop. You're choking me.
I'll choke the last drop of dead breath out of you.
Let go. Quick. Don't.
Are you going to do as you're told now without any back talk?
Yeah, sure. That's better. Now, you double-crossing maverick. We'll see who's going to...
Come on. Get on your feet. You're just winged in the shoulder.
But I...
Stick a bandage on under your shirt and ride for town. I want Cliff Stebbins brought back here, and I don't care how you do it.
Sure, boss. I understand.
You'd better understand, because this is my last play, and the graveyard will get the man who tries to cross me.
Psst. Cliff. Hey, Cliff.
Lace, what do you want?
Look, Laredo wants to see you.
Well, I don't want to see him.
Oh, yes, you do. You just grabbed off your friend Red Ryder, and he's holding him up at the cabin.
Well, you're...
Realize what time it is. Now, why don't you go ahead and have the ceremony and get it over with? I'm sure Cliff will be here before it's ended.
Sheriff. Yes, Reverend?
I can't wait much longer to officiate. I'm a little late now for another appointment. Someone's very sick and needs me.
Well, Nellie?
If Cliff would only get here.
Mother, it was you taking on like this before over Cliff that come between us.
Yes, Dave, I know, and you're right.
Good. Then I guess we can go ahead, Reverend.
Red Ryder! Red Ryder!
Whatever it is, little beaver, it'll have to keep until the ceremony's over.
Oh, no can keep him. Just seen him, Cliff.
Cliff, where is he? What happened to my boy?
Little beaver, I told you would have
Something's happened to him. I know it. Now, where is he?
Well?
All right, son. You spilled the beans now, so you might as well go ahead and make a clean breast of it.
Well, me see him, Cliff, and that ugly friend of Laredo ride him out of town up to Kpnl Hills.
Blast that boy. Just come back to town to use his ma and me as a front.
Dave, you say a thing like that again and...
Now, hold on.
You keep out of this, Ryder. Son of mine or not. If he's mixed up with the men who robbed the Cattlemen's Association, I'm going out and get them. All of them. Put them where they belong.
If you do, Dave, we're through. Absolutely through.
Luke, you might as well stop playing that organ. Looks like the ceremony is being postponed for some time to come.
I'm sorry, folks. When you elected me sheriff, you expected me to do my job, and that's just what I'm aiming to do. I'll see you all later.
Just a minute, Sheriff. I don't know where you're going, but I'm riding with you.
You're crazy, Laredo. Ryder and my dad will never let you get away with this.
Oh, no. I've gotten away with it so far. Nothing's going to stop me now from finishing it. And Ryder, too.
If you had any sense left, you'd know how much chance you stood with him. Red Ryder...
Laredo, here they come.
Who comes?
The sheriff and the posse.
See, what did I tell you?
Shut up. Is that red-headed troublemaker with him, Lace?
You can see that red shirt of his for miles in broad daylight.
It's just like Ryder. He talks a great fight. Well, what are you waiting for? Lock that door. The rest of you better line up at the windows. Hurry up. Cliff, take one of those rifles off the wall. If I see that you're not shooting to kill, your back's going to be full of holes.
Laredo, Jim Flagger. How did your hands reach it?
Sure, Sheriff. Just like this. All right, men. Let him have it. But I told you to use that gun, kid.
Yeah? Well, I know how I'm going to use it.
You didn't know as much as you thought you did. Give him everything, men. Pour it on.
Laredo, it's Ryder.
It's Ryder, and he's got both hands filled. Now drop those guns. That goes for you, too, Laredo.
Yeah.
Now that we've got you down to size...
You'll never take me, Ryder. I've been waiting for this chance for 4 years.
And I've been waiting for this, too.
Red, look out. Lace with that chair.
Grab that gun, Cliff, and cover the rest of them while I take care of this.
The boy here, Red.
Oh, are you all right, son?
I'm all right, Dad. I think between Red and myself, we got you enough prisoners to keep your jail crowded from now on.
All right, men. Get those cuffs on them and start heading for town.
Yes, boys, and you better not waste any time because the sheriff's got himself an appointment with the parson.
Well, Red, this is the finest spread in the whole county you've bought for Cliff and yourself.
I'll let you in on a little secret, Sheriff. I just signed my half over to you and Mrs. Stebbins.
What?
You see, I'm a little too young to settle down yet.
Gosh, Red, you've been a real pal.
Well, what do you think you are? Going out and risking your life because to that thought you were saving me.
Mr. Ryder, no matter where you go, I know you'll be all right because a mother's prayers and blessing will be following you on every trail. Now, bless you both.
Get him up, Papoose. Get along. Get.
Start running, boy. Make for home. Come on, thunder.
Tarantula Springs is a different town now, with the sheriff, his wife, and young Cliff all living on the Open Door Ranch, America's fighting cowboy bought for them. And with Laredo Jim Flagger and his gunmen ready to stand trial, Red and Little Beaver feel as they ride away that they're turning their backs on trouble. But trouble just seems to gravitate toward Ryder wherever he goes. So be sure to be with us when Red Ryder and Little Beaver ride into Elkhorn next time we meet to settle the score with blazing guns and pounding fists with one of the most vicious criminals in all the West. Red Ryder comes to you each Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday over these same stations. Tune in again next Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. Red Ryder is presented for your enjoyment by Langendorf, bakers of the bread that stays deliciously fresh longer. Today, all of us want to lend a hand to Uncle Sam, and we all can do our bit, whether or not we have any special training. The Red Cross, USO, American Women's Volunteer Services, and other organizations can use the services of all able-bodied men and women from 18 to 50. And we can lend a real helping hand to the men in our armed forces by buying United States war bonds and stamps. They must have the modern weapons that our dollars will buy. And at the same time, we build a savings fund for our own future. So do your bit and keep physically...
You're listening to Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You can find us on the web at radio.macandmind.com. Mac in mind, as in, I had the Mac in mind when I wrote this software. That's radio.macandmind.com. We now present Family Comedy on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of The Harold Perry Show. This episode originally aired Wednesday, April 25th, 1951, 70 years ago today.
The Harold Perry Show. And now, Harold Perry as Honest Harold, the homemaker. Well, let's look in on the little town of Melrose Springs, home of that popular radio entertainer, Honest Harold, the homemaker. Well, while we're at it, let's look in on the home of Honest Harold, where he's just coming in to breakfast.
Well, good morning, Mother.
Oh, good morning, Harold. Sit right down. Breakfast is all ready.
Yeah, and so am I. Lead me to those hot cakes. I suppose little Marvin's going to be late for breakfast again.
Well, I suppose so.
I don't know why that boy always has to wait till the last minute to get up, Mother. Every morning he comes charging in here like the Cannonball Express. Bolts his food down without chewing it. I'd hate to be his esophagus.
Oh, Harold. Here, I'll pour your coffee.
Yeah, thank you, Mother. Really ought to talk to the boy, though. There's no reason why he can't get up like everybody else in this house.
Good morning, everybody.
Why, good morning, Marvin.
Marvin, you're up early. What happened?
Oh, I just thought I'd get up in plenty of time so I wouldn't have to rush through my breakfast.
What?
I want to chew my food thoroughly.
Huh?
And I wouldn't want to be late for school.
Wonder if he could be sick.
And when I get up early, it gives me time to wash behind my ears.
Oh, brother. Now I know he's sick. Hey, let me feel your forehead, Marvin.
Oh, I feel fine. Harold, you don't have the morning paper. Let me get it for you.
What?
You sit right there. Be right back.
I better feel my forehead. Mother, what's Marvin on his best behavior for? Christmas isn't coming.
No, but something else is.
What's that?
The circus.
The circus? Oh, sure. I should have known. Why, that little rascal.
Here's the paper, Harold.
Well, thank you, Marvin.
May I butter your toast for you?
No, thanks. Marvin.
Yes, sir?
You know, I just thought of something. The circus is coming to town today.
Oh, it is?
What a ham. I suppose all your little friends are going.
Yes, I suppose they will.
And I guess you'd like to go, too.
Well, how did did you know I wanted to go, Harold?
Well, you were sort of on your good behavior this morning.
Well, I guess I did put it on a little thick. Then you'll take me, Harold?
I sure will, my boy. You and I'll be right there in the front row tonight. We'll have a wonderful time.
Gee, we sure will. Harold,
Yeah?
I have a confession to make. I didn't really wash behind my ears.
You didn't? Well, I'm glad, my boy. I was getting kind of worried about you there for a minute. Little Marvin. Funny how a little thing like a ticket to a circus can make a boy so happy. I remember how excited I used to get when the Pollock Brothers Circus came to town and paraded down our main street. Well, I didn't notice that circus poster on the side of the feed store there. Gosh, look at those wild animals. Lions, tigers. Say, and look at that bareback rider. Cute Spangles. And that fella next to her, the human fire eater, must be her old flame. Glad nobody heard that. Well, it's certainly going to be a lot of fun to Oh, Doc, I thought somebody was stripping their gears.
Huh?
Yeah, skip it, Doc.
Oh, looking at the circus poster, huh?
Yeah.
Say, who's that up there in the corner? Why, it's General Grant.
Better put on your glasses, Doc. That's the bearded lady.
Well, I suppose you're taking Marvin to the circus tonight.
Sure am. Gonna show him a real time.
Sure, howdy, boy.
Well, Pete.
Good morning, Marshal.
Say, that circus poster's a humdinger, ain't it?
Yeah, sure is.
Well, I do declare. Just look at that fella balancing himself way up at the top of the tent.
Oh, yeah. What's he carrying that umbrella for?
Maybe the tent leaks.
Yeah.
Say, Harold, what's that fellow walking on up there?
High wire.
Hi, Harold.
Say, Harold's going to the circus tonight, Pete.
You are, boy?
Well, of course, just to take Marvin. We're grown up. It's no fun for us to go to a circus.
Oh, of course not. Why, that's kid stuff.
Sure, kid stuff.
What time you two kids going to be there?
8 o'clock.
Me too.
See you tonight, children.
All right, Harold. Bye.
Yeah, all right.
Station KSJP. Just a moment, I'll connect you.
Well, good morning, Glory.
Oh, good morning, Harold. Gee, you look happy this morning.
Yeah, I feel wonderful, Gloria. I'm taking a little Marvin to the circus tonight. He's really looking forward to it.
Oh, I bet he is.
Doc and Pete are going, too. You want to come with us, Gloria?
Oh, thanks, Harold, but my mother's taking me.
Oh. What side are you going to sit on?
I don't know yet. Oh,
Phone me, will you?
Yes. I just love to see the circus. It's so exciting, especially the lion taming act.
Yeah, it's pretty thrilling, all right.
Yes, but I hope the lion tamer has better luck than he had last year.
What do you mean?
Well, that chair I kept holding to the lions, but not one of them would sit down on it.
You should have sat on that joke.
I did.
Huh?
And I just can't wait to see that Professor Faria.
Professor Faria, what does he do?
Why, he gets shot out of a cannon twice a day.
Yeah, bet he gets a charge out of that.
What? Oh!
Well, it's time for my broadcast. See you later, huh, Gloria? Well, radio listeners, that's about all of Honest Harold the Homemaker for this morning. However, before I sign off, I'd like to sing one more little song. Seeing all the circus posters today sort of took me back to my childhood. When I was younger, I used to hunger to climb up the ladder of life. Now that I've grown up, I might as well own up. It's not worth the worry and strife. Things that I wanted were paid for with blessings I cannot recall. And all that I have, I would trade for the things I considered so small. Oh, I'd be more than satisfied if I could hide away beside a babbling brook. Rippling waters call me far away to a quiet, shady nook. And through the woods I long to hike, to linger where the world is like a storybook. Like a lazy daisy gazing at the sky, let me live and love and let the world go by. I'd be more than satisfied if I could hide away beside a babbling brook. Like a lazy daisy gazing at the sky, let me live and love and let the world go by. Oh, I'd be more than satisfied if I could hide away beside a babbling brook. This is Honest Harold the Homemaker saying goodbye for this morning. I hope you dial my way tomorrow. Huh, girls? Ta-ta. The pizzicatos are very good today, Yasha. See you tomorrow, musicians. See you at the beanery later, huh? I'd be more than satisfied.
Harold?
What's the matter, Gloria?
Oh, I've got terrible news. The circus isn't coming.
Isn't coming? Why not?
Oh, the circus trucks are stuck in the mud at Rutabaker Junction.
Oh, my goodness.
Gee, Harold, I'll bet Marvin will be disappointed.
Oh, he sure will. The poor kid. And he almost washed behind his ears this morning, too.
Oh, hello, Harold.
Hello, Mother. Did little Marvin come home for lunch?
Yes, he's sitting out on the back porch.
Oh. Does he know about the circus?
Yes, he does.
Guess he feels kind of bad, huh?
Well, why don't you go out and talk to him, Harold?
Well, all right. Hope I can cheer him up a little. Hello, Marvin.
Hello.
What are you doing, my boy?
Nothing. Just sitting here.
Oh. Marvin, I'm sorry about the circus not coming.
Yeah.
I know you're disappointed, but what the heck? The circus will be here again next year, and you and I will go and have a wonderful time, won't we?
Sure.
Want to go down to the drugstore and have an ice cream soda?
No, thanks.
Speaking of ice cream, Marvin, did you ever hear about the comical marshmallow sundae? It acted so funny it made the banana split. Anything else you'd like to do, Marvin?
No, thanks.
Say, Marvin, I just got a wonderful idea. How about you and me going to the movies tonight?
The movies?
Yeah. They got a wonderful picture at the Bijou. Jimmy Stewart's in it. There's a real exciting scene in it where the villain tells Jimmy he's about to shoot him. And Jimmy says, yeah. 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 Would you like to see that?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Harold, I think I'll go back to school.
All right, my boy.
See you later.
Yeah. See you later. Look at him, little Marvin. Sure looks unhappy, kicking that can. He's scuffing his shoes, too, but what the heck. Circus is a pretty important thing to a boy. Wish there was something... Oh, hello, you old mule medico.
Hey, I heard about Harold. Circus not coming.
Yeah, Marvin's pretty disappointed.
Oh, I know, Harold. I'm sure all the boys are disappointed.
I'm afraid so.
That's why I came over, Harold. Those children are going to have a circus after all.
What? Who's going to put it on?
We are.
Huh? Doc, are you crazy?
That's beside the point, Harold. We can have the circus right in my backyard. Have pink lemonade.
But, Doc...
We can use my animals. We can paint stripes on Arthur the goat. He'll be a man-eating tiger.
You mean can-eating tiger.
And my horse, Silver Moon, can do a mind-reading act.
Silver Moon?
Why, yes, that horse is very intelligent. She can count up to 10 without using her toes.
I don't know, Doc. We can't put on a circus.
Now, Harold, the kids are expecting one. Why, I bet they'll love it. Anyway, it's the thing that got spirit of town.
Maybe you're right, Doc. We ought to try it anyway for those little kids.
Why, sure. And, Harold, you can be the ringmaster.
I can? Well, bet I'll sound pretty good. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. I want you to meet the only knock-kneed, ball-headed dodo bird in captivity.
Harold, are you looking at me?
Why, Doc.
We will return for the second act of our story, Honest Harold, in just a moment. A little later on CBS Tonight, Bing Crosby will play host to trumpeter Louis Armstrong and the former child star Rose Marie. On CBS Wednesday night fight broadcast, undefeated Chicago Behar will meet Billy Murphy of Brooklyn in a welterweight battle at New York St. Nicholas Arena. Be listening for the fight and for the Bing Crosby Show on most of these same CBS stations. And now, back to Harold Perry as Honest Harold, the homemaker. Well, this is Circus Day in Melrose Springs. The real circus couldn't come to town, but Honest Harold and Doc and Pete are determined to save the day. They're going to put on a circus of their own for the youngsters of the town. In fact, they're getting ready for it right now in Doc's backyard.
Come on, Pete. Help me put this plank on those boxes.
Okay, boy.
There. Now, these boards will be the bleachers. All the kids can sit here.
We ought to put up a sign, management not responsible for splinters.
Yeah, well, a few splinters won't hurt those little shavers. Say, it's beginning to look real circusy back here. All those pennants hanging on the clothesline.
Say, this pink lemonade is pretty good, too.
Yeah. Pete, leave some for the kids.
Oh, sure, Harold.
Now, we've got to get this thing, Doc, rehearsed. Kids will be out of school at 3 o'clock.
He's in the house putting on his lion taming suit.
Oh, my goodness. He doesn't have to put that on now. Why doesn't he come...
Here he comes now.
Oh, look at that outfit. Sun helmet, khaki shirt, puttees. Looks like a fugitive from an army surplus store.
Well, I'm all ready for the big lion taming act. Don't I remind you of Frank Buck?
You remind me more of Sears Roebuck. Okay, Doc. You look great. How about having a little rehearsal, huh? Why don't you go in the barn and get that goat of yours?
Well, he's a wild, woolly lion now, Harold.
Yeah, okay. All right, Pete. Here we go. I'll make the opening announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin the greatest show on earth with a circus overture by our one-man clown band. Pete, that's you.
Oh, just a minute, Harold. Where'd I put that kazoo? Here it is. 1, 2.
Guy Lombardo.
Well, anyhow, Harold, we all finished together.
Yeah, but not soon enough.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
And now in the center ring, we present that world-famous animal trainer, Dr. Quentin Yancey, and Gilmore, the most fetos in capture's live activity. Okay, Doc?
Yeah, all right. Come on, Gilmore.
Arthur the goat certainly doesn't look much like a lion, even with that dime store mask. Oh, well.
Now, stand back, everybody. Gilmore is a very dangerous lion. Roar, Gilmore.
Good.
I will now perform the dangerous feat of putting my head in the mouth of this ferocious beast.
Ferocious beast. He's licking Doc's ear.
Now, Arthur, stop that. Stop it! Stop it! You're supposed to be a dangerous lion. Here. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, Arthur, boy. Oh, now. Did you ever forgive Docky Walkie?
Docky Walkie. What a wild animal act. Now they're holding hands. Doc, we'll take this later.
No, all right. Come on, Arthur.
Pete, let's rehearse our Wild West sharpshooting act, huh? Featuring Wild Bill Hemp. That's me.
Well, now, wait. Let me get this straight, Harold. What am I supposed to do?
We've gone over this 6 times, Pete. I ride out on Doc's horse, Silver Moon, dressed in a Buffalo Bill suit.
A Buffalo Bill suit. Let me write that down.
Yeah. And I have a rifle loaded with blanks. Now, you want to know what blanks are, Pete. You're one.
I'm a blank. Let me write that down.
Now, you hide behind that target on the fence there, and every time I shoot, you hit the target with a hammer.
Hit target with hammer. Let me write that down.
Should have been right the first time.
Yeah.
Okay, Pete, now get behind the fence.
I got you, boy.
Ready? We'll try it. Bang! Pete, I said bang!
Oh, bang to you, boy.
Things I go through for Marvin.
Harold's giving a circus for us in the backyard. Going?
Yeah, I heard about it.
Well, aren't you going?
No, it sounds too corny.
Harold's going to be the ringmaster.
I know, that's why it sounds corny.
Gee, Tommy, if none of us kids go, it'll hurt his feelings.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I don't want to go.
Tommy?
Yeah?
Would you go if I gave you one of my new tops?
Your new top? Oh, that's different. Okay, I'll go.
It's a deal.
But I still say it's going to be corny.
Are you going to Harold's Circus this afternoon, Skinny? Heck no. Why not? It's gonna stink. Gee, Harold will be awful disappointed if nobody comes. Why should I go? It's gonna stink. Skinny, if you'll go, I'll give you my box kite. Will you throw in your Flash Gordon ring? Well, all right. And Oscar, your garter snake? Gee, Skinny, you want an awful lot. Well, I have to sit through a circus that stinks. Okay. The things I go through for Harold. All right, Paige, it's a deal. You go to the circus and I'll give you my Junior G-Man badge. Okay, Clyde, that's a promise. You said you'd go to the circus if I gave you the shirt off my back. Just a minute, I'll take it off.
Hold still, Harold. I don't want to stick you with this needle.
All right, Mother.
You're going to look real handsome in your Buffalo Bill suit.
Thanks.
I'll be through sewing on this patch in just a moment. I don't think it will show.
Guess not. I'll be sitting on a horse most of the time.
You know, son, I think it's just wonderful you're putting on this circus for the youngsters.
Well, we wanted to make Marvin and the other boys happy.
Well, I'm sure you will.
Say, Mother, where is Marvin?
He left a little while ago. He's such a neat little boy, Harold.
Neat?
Yes, he completely cleaned out his room today, carried away all his toys and things.
Well.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Marvin. Say, you're not wearing a shirt.
It was kind of hot, Harold. I took it off.
Oh, I see. Well, I suppose you're pretty excited about the circus this afternoon, huh, Marvin?
Yeah.
Guess your little friends are all excited, too.
Sure.
I hear you're a real good boy today, straightening up your room that way. Understand you're all cleaned out.
I sure am. Yeah, Tommy?
When's this corny circus gonna start?
Yeah, I'm getting tired of sitting on this plank.
Me too. It's got splinters.
Quiet, Tommy. I gave you my top, didn't I?
Okay.
Here comes Harold.
Well, hello, boys and girls. Glad you all came out this afternoon. And we hope you like our little circus.
It's gonna stink. Quiet. Skinny, Harold will hear you.
Hey, Mr. Hemp, you got a patch on your pants.
Oop, bowed the wrong way. Well, we'll start our thrilling performance with an overture from the Clown Band. Take it away, Pete.
Harold.
Pete, play the overture.
I can't, boy. Arthur the goat ate my kazoo.
Goodness.
Ain't that a doozy?
What a circus.
Well, next number. We now present the Parade of the Jungle Beasts. Okay, Doc.
Coming.
Not you, Doc, the animals.
Oh.
And here they come. First, that man-eating leopard.
Some leopard. A cocker spaniel with spots painted on it.
Don't you get too close to him, fellas. He's dangerous.
Are you kidding?
Well, the next jungle beast is the mighty elephant.
What an elephant. A cow wearing a gas mask.
I wish I had a gas mask. This circus stinks.
Cute little fellow. Oh, my goodness. The cow scared the dog.
Torrance, don't you recognize Daisy?
Oh, Doc, get those wild animals out of here. Well, that concludes the parade of the jungle beasts. Thank goodness. And now the world's most daring wild animal trainer, Dr. Yancey and his ferocious lion. What is it, Doc?
Arthur isn't a lion anymore.
Why not?
He just ate his mask.
Ew, what a lion. The next act will be that famous marksman of the Old West, Wild Bill Hemp. Get behind the target, Pete.
Got you, boy.
Now I will give you a demonstration of some real sharpshooting. If Pete doesn't forget. I'll just take my trusty rifle here and watch me ring the bullseye. Here goes. Pete?
Oh.
Glad you liked it, folks. That was my delayed shot. Now, watch this one. Really nothing to it? I'll show you again. Double barrel. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'll try a trick shot. I'm going to put my rifle between my legs.
Beat you to it that time, boy.
Pete, I want to talk to you. Intermission, folks.
Hey, Marvin, this is terrible. I ought to give you your top back and go home.
Me too. I wish I hadn't taken your Flash Gordon ring and your garter snake. Please don't go, fellas. Harold will be awful disappointed.
I'm sorry, Marvin, but this just...
Hey, what's that music?
Sounds like a circus band.
Huh?
Hey, Gloria just called up. The real circus is here.
It is?
Yeah, they got the trucks out of the mud.
They did?
The circus is going to play tonight.
Oh, isn't that wonderful, fellas?
Hear that, Skinny?
Yeah.
They're parading up Main Street right now.
Wonderful.
Come on, Skinny.
Come on,
let's
dog.
go.
We don't want to miss our parade. No.
Wait a minute, fellas.
We sure don't, Pete. Come on, hurry.
Wait a minute, but what about all these... Oh, well. Everybody's happy. Guess I'd gotta go, too. Oh, hello, Marvin.
Hello, Harold.
Well, Marvin, tonight you and I are gonna go to a real circus.
That'll be swell. Harold,
Hmm?
I thought your circus was swell, too.
You did? Thanks, my boy. It was nice of you to get all those boys to come.
That's all right.
And Marvin, after we see the parade, I think I'd better buy you some new toys, huh? I wonder where they sell garter snakes.
You have just heard the Harold Perry Show, Honest Harold. The supporting players tonight included Jane Morgan, Harley Bear,
who played his own kazoo,
Stuffy Singer, Sammy Ogg, Johnny McGovern, David Light, and featured Gloria Holliday as Gloria and Joseph Kearns as old Doc Yak Yak.
David Light played the goat.
Norman McDonald directed, and the music was composed and conducted by Jack Meakin. Honest Harold, created by Harold Perry, was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson. The story of a woman who commits a perfect crime only to be trapped by a small sound will be told on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense, tomorrow night. Ann Baxter will star in this unusual thriller called The 13th Sound. Be listening for Ann Baxter on Suspense tomorrow night on CBS. Stay tuned now for the Bing Crosby Show, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, where you meet Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, every Thursday night. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of The Harold Perry Show, which originally aired Wednesday, April 25th, 1951, 70 years ago today. Here's an episode of Life with Luigi. This episode originally aired Tuesday, April 25th, 1950. 71 years ago today.
The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum invite you to enjoy Life. Life with Luigi, a new comedy show created by Cy Howard and starring that celebrated actor, Mr. J. Carroll Nash, with Alan Reed as Pasquale. You know, friends, Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum is a typically American product that appeals to people of all ages and nationalities in all parts of our country. And the Wrigley people feel that Life with Luigi is a typically American radio program, a friendly, enjoyable show that sort of symbolizes the American spirit of tolerance and goodwill. So the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum are glad to bring you Life with Luigi each week and have you join them in this pleasant half-hour's entertainment. And now let's read Luigi's letter as he writes about his adventures in America to his Mama Basco in Italy.
Dear Mamma Mia, has one thing I'm noticed about Americans. Everybody likes to join a club. Boys, they join a YMCA. Girls, they got to the YWCA. And the little animals who's lonely, they join in the ASPCA. But they also got clubs for big animals. If you're a lion, you join the lions. If you're elk, you join the elks. And if you're a moose, you join the mooses. One club I never even knew is such an animal. Mamma mia, maybe you know what's a Kiawani. Anyway, they got all the kinds of clubs. Rotary, Friars, is a 4-H, and a Brownies, and a Scouts. They even got a club your car can join. That's called the Auto Club. But in our neighborhood, we got the best kind of club. It's called the Boys Club. And we all help out. The reason I'm writing you about this club is because a few days ago, I had to leave my antique shop for a few hours. And when I'm coming back, who I'm standing in front of my store but my countryman Pasquale. And he's a say like he's always a say when he's a see me.
Luigi, my friend. Hello, Luigi. Hello.
Hello, Pasquale. Hey, how come you standing in front of my store instead of your spaghetti palace?
Well, you see, Luigi, a little while ago, the supervisor from the boys' club was coming around and raising the money.
Oh, see. Maybe he's in need of money for food, huh?
No. That's the money for the gymnasium. They need the supplies for the gym. You know how they don't like kids to shoot up craps in the street? Well, they got a gymnasium so kids can go and shoot craps in there.
And so they need money for supplies?
That's all right. They figure if they supply the dice, the kids are sure going to play that.
Pasquale, is no good kids should shoot the craps altogether.
Well, they got other games, I'm sure. Breaking out of jail, stick a ball, holding up at a stagecoach. I wouldn't be surprised if they got a deck of cards the kids can play canazza. Anyway, main point is I give the supervisor $5.
Ah, it's very nice of you, Pasquale.
Sure. We're big people. We got to help them kids out. Like I'm always saying, Luigi, you got to watch the kids all the time. How you plant the seed, that's how the sap grows.
Hey, you're so right, Pasquale. Is nobody bigger sap than you?
That's a funny thing. When I'm saying it's come out different. Well, anyway, Luigi, I was happy to give the man $5 because that's very important to our community. After all, the kid of today, he's the man of tomorrow.
Only you could think of things like that, Pasquale. I only wish I was there. I would have given the supervisor my little contribution, too.
That's all right, Luigi. Don't worry yourself. I pledged the money for you.
Huh? How much?
Well, Luigi, you know the whole neighborhood knows how much you love kids. You must love them at least 10 times more than I do.
Well, I'm not like to brag.
That's all right, Luigi. Anyway, I figure you like them 10 times more than I do. I give her $5, so I said to you was going to give her $50.
$50? Pasquale, that's bad of you. You know I ain't got $50. How could you do such a thing to me?
Well, Luigi, I meant well. I was going to give you the money. I'll give you all the money you want. If only I could hear you say those 3 little words. I love you.
All right. Pasquale, I love you.
Yeah, not to me. Fresh guy. Look, Luigi, don't look on it like you're doing something for Rosa. Do it as a favor for me.
For you?
Yes. I want to be a grandfather. And I can't become one unless you first to become a father.
But Pasquale, I don't want to become a father.
Who's asking you? You're a traitor to your country, that's what you are.
Traitor?
Sure, if everybody was to go around saying he don't want to become a father, you know what would happen to this country? It'd be no fathers a day. Instead, we have 2 mothers a day. That would be a terrible catastrophe.
Pasquale, I would really like to help you out, but not with the Rosa. Next time, ask me for a smaller favor. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going into my store and call up at the boys' club. And I tell them I'm going to give them whatever I can afford. It's a telephone. Wonder who's it going to be. Hello, is it Luigi Basco talking?
Hello, Mr. Basco. This is Mr. Dunleavy at the Boys Club. We just heard about your wonderful contribution.
But that was...
I suppose you know it's the largest contribution in the neighborhood. We've already ordered some wonderful equipment on the basis of your pledge.
You already ordered?
Yes, and what's more, inasmuch as all the boys know you, we'd like you to make a little speech on courage and athletics Friday night when we open the gym with the new equipment.
But I'm no...
Oh, don't let the speech worry you. The boys will love any remarks you make on the subject. Thanks again and goodbye.
Goodbye. Mamma mia, I'm going to go to my night school class and ask her for help.
That's all right, Schultz. Don't worry about a thing.
All right, class. Quiet, please, please. Now I'll call the roll. Mr. Basco?
Here.
Mr. Harwood?
Here.
Mr. Olson?
Here.
Mr. Schultz?
Zu Befehl, hier und Prosit.
Mr. Schultz, this is the first time and call since I've been the roll that you've answered in Viennese.
That's because I wanted to be a Vienna roll. Thank you, fellow bookers. And smile, everybody. Luigi, you are not smiling. What's the reason?
$50.
$50?
I ain't got it.
Ain't? Mr. Basco, I haven't got $50.
Oh, you too? Then we both haven't got the $50.
Luigi, what are you talking about?
Well, you see, I'm supposed to give $50 to buy the equipment for the boys' gymnasium.
$50? Himmel, what are they doing for those little kiddies? Making the brass knuckles out of gold?
Luigi, in order for you to give $50, you must have a job that pays gigantic wages.
$50? That's a lot of money, even if you got it.
Class, why don't you let Mr. Basco finish what he was saying?
Thank you, Miss Spaulding. You see, the boys' club was collecting the money for the gymnasium, and I wasn't in my store, so Pasquale told them I would have given him $50.
Oh, that scheming Pasquale. When I hear his name, my blood boils so you can see steam coming out of my nose. But why? Why should he do a thing like that?
Yeah, what is his reason?
Why, you have to ask. He has got the biggest reason anybody ever had. Rosa. With Pasquale, you just gotta put 2 and 2 together, and it always comes out 250 pounds.
Yes, but Mr. Schultz, giving $50 to the boys' gymnasium isn't helping Mr. Pasquale any.
Only thing is, Miss Spaulding, Pasquale said to me, if I'm a married Rosa, he'll give me the money so the boys can have a gym supplies.
Sure. What does he care if he has to buy a dozen barbells if he only gets rid of 1 dumbbell? Now, Luigi, you got it, no problem. Just call up the club and say, hello, about the money, I ain't got it.
Possible, Schultz. They already bought the stuff, and they asked me to make a speech this Friday night to the boys. Schultz, maybe you know where I'm going to get the $50?
No.
Olson, maybe you know where I'm going to get the $50?
No.
Horowitz, maybe you know where I'm going to get the $50?
No. Miss Spaulding, I hope you're not counting these answers on our final report cards.
Well, class, it looks as though Mr. Basco has a real problem. Now, has anyone any practical suggestions?
I got it, Luigi. If you really want $50 quick, go right home.
Yes, sir.
Put on your bathrobe and slippers.
Yes, sir.
Sit down by the radio.
Then what, Schultz?
When the telephone rings, don't say hello. Just say Abraham Lincoln and hang up. Believe me, in 1 hour, they'll send you a refrigerator and $10,000.
Before we return to Life with Luigi, I'd like to suggest an easy, inexpensive way to make your daily work more pleasant. Keep some Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. It's a treat you can enjoy almost any time, even when going at a fast clip. You'll find that lively, full-bodied real mint flavor refreshing, and the good, smooth chewing will give you a feeling of satisfaction while you work. It'll help break the monotony, make the job seem a bit easier. Get a few packages of delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum when you go out tomorrow morning. You'll enjoy it. You really will. Now let's turn to page 2 of Luigi Basco's letter to his mother in Italy.
Well, Mamma Mia, I'm going to try all over to get the $50 for the boys' gymnasium. But I had no luck. I even thought the best idea was to go to a finance company. Outside there was a sign, we give it $25 for your signature. This will look wonderful. I thought I would have signed it twice and I get a $50. So I went inside. Then they asked me if I'm got a bank account, if I'm have a good job, if I'm have a car, if I'm have a house. Mamma mia, if I wasn't have all those things, they would ask me if I could have loaned them money. But anyway, I was sitting in my antique shop thinking how I would have to make a big shame for myself when I go to the boys' club with no money. One of my daughters opened up, and in comes Sandy, the newsboy.
Hello, Mr. Basco. I brought you the evening paper.
Thank you, Sandy. Here's your neck.
Boy, Mr. Basco, we kids sure are proud of you. I bet that $50 is all you got.
Yeah, it's all I'm got, and it's all I ain't got. Sandy, how you find out I'm giving her money?
Oh, I got it from the grapevine.
Grapevine? Sandy, you're too young to be drinking.
That's just slang, Mr. Basco.
Sandy, what would you boys think if I'm going to give her that $50?
That's what Mr. Pasquale tried to tell us. He wanted to bet you wouldn't come through with the money. I told him maybe he wouldn't, but we could always depend on you for the do-re-mi.
Oh, no. Maybe I get to the money and make a speech, but I'm not going to sing.
We're not expecting you to. But I know that comes Friday, Pasquale, you'll be wrong, and we'll be cheering you. Uh-huh, Mr. Basco. If you make a promise, you deliver.
Sandy, I'm a deliver.
So long.
Mama, man, now I'm going to get the money. I can't disappoint those boys. Maybe I'm going to go to the bank.
Luigi, my fellow booble.
Oh, hello, Schultz.
Ach, Luigi, from the look in your voice, I can tell that you didn't have much luck raising the money. So even if it ain't much, I brought something to help you out. Here, $10.
$10? Schultz, where do you got it?
It's my mad money. And when my wife finds out I got it, she gonna be mad. Go ahead, Luigi, take it.
No, Schultz, I couldn't.
Oh, go ahead, take it.
No, thank you.
Well, we go around once more.
No, Schultz, I'm going to take it.
All right, go ahead. Take your finance business somewhere else. Go to the Morris plan. See if Morris brings you the money to the house like Schultz does.
Hey, Schultz, you're crazy. Well, all right, I'm going to borrow the $10.
Oh, Himmel, you got to sweat blood to lend you money. Well, now, Luigi, cheer up. At least you got it to start. Now, all you have to do... What was that? Sounds like a parade. Come on outside, Luigi.
Hey, Schultz, what is it, the circus?
No, Luigi, it's a carnival. It comes every year by the lake shore. Oh, what fun. You know, they got all kinds of rides and freaks.
Oh, yeah, we got the same thing in Italy.
Oh, they got one fella. He can touch his tongue with his nose. He can touch his feet with his nose. He can even touch his elbow with his nose.
Hey, Schultz, is this the India rubber man?
No, but he sure got a long nose.
Must be a lot of fun at the carnival, huh, Schultz?
Ach, yeah, you know, I bring my kids there every year. They got a fighter there, the killer, and they got a standing offer to anybody in the crowd. If anybody can stay in the ring with the killer, he gets $20 a round.
Ain't they taking the chances to give away so much money?
No, Luigi. You see, they got the iodine concession. Well, I gotta go now, Luigi. I hope you get the rest of the money.
Yeah, I hope so, too, and thank you, Schultz.
Goodbye, Luigi, and smile. Be like me. Always happy, huh? Always laughing. Ooh. My rheumatism is killing me.
$20 a round. Mamma mia, that's for me. If I'm going to stay 2 rounds, there's my $40. I'm going to do it. I'm strong. Even when I was a boy, when Uncle Pietro Zagotta used to kick me, I used to kick him right the back. Please, Mr. Close the door. The noises give me a headache.
Sensitive type. Well, I hope you brought your own aspirin.
Thank you. 2 rounds, $40. Luigi, you got to stand up for 2 rounds.
Well, kid, in a few minutes, you're going to meet the killer. Did you bring your trunks?
What?
Where are your trunks?
Why, am I going on a trip?
Here, put these on. I'll lend you a pair.
But I'm already wearing the pants.
Well, you gotta wear these.
If I wear those, it's going to be a draft.
That's not all there's gonna be. Come on, slip 'em on, stupid.
All right.
You sure must need that dough awful bad.
Awful bad?
Yeah. How much do you weigh?
136.
Stripped?
Huh?
I said stripped.
What's the matter with you? When I weigh myself in the candy store, you think I'm going to take my clothes off?
Oh, brother. Well, these are your trunks. Come here, I'll slip on the gloves.
Gloves? Oh, good.
You like that, huh?
Well, sure. If my knees are going to be cold, at least my hands are going to be warm.
Watch out, watch out. Coming through with the stretcher. Here comes victim number 3.
Mamma mia. That man on the stretcher, what's happened to him?
Nothing. He just took one too many in the bread basket.
You mean he's a stealer from the bakery?
And they wonder where the good fighters are coming from. Come on with me, dopey.
Luigi, thank goodness we got here in time.
The canister man told us you were coming down here, Luigi.
I told you about the killer, but I didn't think you were stupid enough to want to get killed. Come on, Luigi, jump into your clothes. We are taking you home.
Friends, don't worry about me. I'm strong.
Strong, he says. Luigi, didn't you see the killer warming up for the audience? He bit a telephone pole in half.
Yeah, Luigi, this killer is the real reason Joe Louis quit fighting. Come on, take off those gloves, please.
Oh, no, that's against the rules. I'm gotta wear these gloves and these trunks, and if I'm stay 2 rounds with a killer without stealing the bread, I'm collect the $40.
Oh, Luigi, are you verschimmelt? You sound like you already went 10 rounds with the killer.
All right, Basco, you're next.
No. Taking him. He ain't a citizen, and if you kill him, tomorrow America's got at war with Italy.
No, please, Schultz. I'm promised the boys a club of $50, and I'm gonna deliver.
He is going to deliver. All of a sudden, he's talking like a milkman. Well, what's the use? Come on, fellas. We'll stay with Luigi in his corner and pick up the pieces.
Mamma mia. That's such a funny people. They never even saw me, and already they hate me.
Ladies and gentlemen, now for his boat, the poet from Chicago's own North Halsted Street, the killer takes on Luigi Basco.
Hey, Horowitz. Horowitz, why they all saying a boo? They're trying to scare me?
Luigi, that's human nature. When men gather in a crowd, they like to see blood, especially if it's not their own.
Go home, Luigi, so they wouldn't see yours.
Okay, Basco, come to the center of the ring.
All right, I'm coming.
All right, two of you get together.
Hello, Mr. Killer. It's a nice weather, huh?
Shut up. Okay, Basco, now I'll give you some brief instructions.
Oh, thank you. You're going to teach me how to fight, huh?
Shut up. Now listen, Basco, I want no fouls, no holding, no elbow, no button, no open gloves, and a kiss, and everything strictly according to Marcus of Queensbury rules.
Huh?
And one thing, make sure of, no rabbit punches.
Oh, don't worry, I'm never punched a rabbit in my life.
All right, now, before you come out fighting, shake hands.
Oh, it's nice. I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Keller.
Shake me, shake. Okay, back in your corner, come out fighting. Ring the bell, Joe.
Now, don't forget, Luigi, keep away from him.
Like this, Schultz?
Oh, don't look at me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Please, mister.
What's the matter?
And instead of practicing the arithmetic, why don't you help me to get up? No, wait a minute. Never mind. I must stand up by myself.
Good for you, Luigi. The killer looks worried.
Yeah, he's wondering why that punch didn't kill Luigi.
Mamma mia. Every time I stand up, the Floridas come up to meet me again.
4, 5, 6, 7. He's up.
How do you feel, Basco?
How would it feel fine if the killer would have stopped hitting me?
Look out, Luigi!
Hey, he's a man. Oh, he's no mister me. Mister me.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Hurrah! He is saved by the bell. Luigi made $20.
No, wait, I go out and drag him in. Oh, that crazy little Wiener Schnitzel. Come on, Luigi.
Hello, Schultz. What am I doing fighting you?
Never mind. Come into your corner. Luigi, after tonight, you don't ever have to worry about the hydrogen bomb.
Oh, Luigi, what you look like. It shouldn't happen to a dog.
It couldn't. The dog would have gone home by now.
Mamma mia. I'm made of $20 in 3 minutes. Soon I'm going to make enough for the boys' club.
Soon you're going to make enough for a tombstone. Luigi, listen to me. Himmel, there goes the bell.
Don't know what it should say.
Shut up!
Oh, I'm a fella.
Luigi, should I throw in the towel?
What?
Should I throw in the towel?
I'd throw in if you want to, but I don't think I'm got enough time to wipe for myself. One, two, three. Ooh. 1, 2, 3. Ooh. 1, 2, 3. Ooh.
Hey, lay down, Luigi. Sounds like you're doing a conga in your sleep.
Huh? Hey, Pasquale, what am I doing in my bed?
Olson brought you home. You couldn't afford a hospital. What a stupid greenhorn booby you are. Look at you, some sight. My little cabbage head has got a cauliflower ears.
Hey, Pasquale, how much money I'm made it tonight?
$20.
Only 20?
They're telling me you was a bouncing for 2 rounds. In the second round, they had to stop, and the crowd was getting seasick watching you go up and down.
Only $20. I didn't get the money, and I didn't even make it the crowd happy.
What do you mean, making the crowd happy?
There was a hollering and a kill him. And I didn't even get the killed.
Well, Luigi, you just can't please anybody.
You're right, Pasquale. I'm no good for anybody.
Well, Luigi, you're still good for somebody. Why don't you listen to me, stop a fighting the life, and marry Rosa?
Then I could just rest and stay out of everybody's way. Pasquale, I'm a think you're right.
Luigi, you're never going to regret it. I'll call in Rosa right now. Rosa! Rosa! Rosa!
You called me, Papa?
Yes, my little flyweight. Rosa, say hello to Luigi.
Hello, Luigi.
Hello, Rosa.
Rosa, this is a very happy day for you. Luigi's going to give you his name.
Oh, goody. Now everybody's going to call me Luigi Basco.
Hello.
Horowitz. Schultz.
Hey, Horowitz, what do you got your head all bandaged up for?
Horowitz, he was had an accident.
Here, Luigi, here's the other $20.
No. Horowitz, you didn't.
He did. The last fighter to go with the killer. He stayed there for 3 minutes, and then he laid there for another 30.
Schultz was hiding under the ring. Every time I got knocked down, he stuck a pin in me. Did I get up? Here, take the 20.
Well, Pasquale, now I got the money. Everything is all right. Looks like I'm going to make the speech after all.
What? Listen to you, Papa Squeak. Even if you got a $50, what do you think those kids are going to say about the way you got beat up? Courage and athletics. You should have talked on the 10 easy ways to commit suicide.
You just say that because you're angry, Pasquale.
No, Luigi, don't say that. I got more news for you. The boys' club decided that you are not going to give the speech.
What?
Yeah, Pasquale's going to do it.
What do you know? Now maybe you take a few lessons from me, huh? Class is always going to tell.
They couldn't do that.
They did, Luigi.
Yeah, especially when